So we're going to see. There we go. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Accolon here, and of course, welcome back to each and every one of you. And if you're watching this over on YouTube, please remember to hit that like button and also click the link in the description down below, because it's always better when it's live. All right, so we have today's going to be a busy day. I'm going to be playing some WoW. We're going to be reacting to some stuff. And then this afternoon, we have a podcast going. Now, I'm probably going to end the stream before the podcast, take a little bit of a break, maybe like an hour break or something, and then get back for the podcast. I'm not yet sure. Yeah, I'm not yet sure. We'll see how it goes, I guess, because, yeah, it all depends on how I feel, because I don't want to go into the podcast being, like, super tired and fucking spent and shit. Because that's usually what happens. Like, after about 6 hours of live, you're kind of screwed already at that point. And then if you do just like stay alive, you have nothing left in the tank. You're just completely spent by the end of it. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. It is the sort of thing that you have to be stream fit, I guess, if that's the right word for it. I don't know if it is. But yeah, there's such a thing as stream fitness. The more you stream, the more you can stream, but that should take a while to build up. It doesn't happen overnight. It's definitely not something that you can just instantly get done. Yeah, it's more a case of you have to just keep going and going and going until you get there. So yeah, we'll hopefully get there. I don't know why I'm tired. I don't know why I'm fucking yawning. Oh, I don't know why. Tiger's off. How you doing, brother? So yeah, we'll see. We've got, like I said, it's a busy day. It's gonna be a busy day. I'm looking forward to it. It's a Friday. Fridays are always fun because last day of the week. Who doesn't like the last day of the fucking week? Tiger's off. What you up to, brother? Mando, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. So yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what I feel like. Because yeah, the podcast starts at 4:30 actually, not 4:20. I'm lying. Lunari, how you doing? Shrek, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Yeah, it's starting at 4:30, and then we have to. We're probably gonna go to like 6:30 or 7. Usually that's how long we go, 2.5, 3 hours. So yeah, I'm probably not gonna be able to do a full one-shot stream of that. So we'll probably do it. We'll do this session, and then I might take like an hour break, and then I'll be back for the podcast. Unknown Mephi, how you doing? Good morning to you. Chassis, how you doing? I'm doing good. Just woke up. Gonna play WoW, New World League. Oh, nice. All 3 of those, or are you gonna pick one? 3 games in one day. That's a lot of fucking games to play in one day. Fine, yeah, just eating breakfast. Nice. Unknown. What's for breakfast? We're just heading to bed. Oh shit, Greg. Came on just in time. Well, you should really go to bed if you're tired, brother. Too bored? How you doing, bro? Yeah, I'm still waking up, so give me a moment. Oh yeah, it's very early at the minute for the American viewers. I'm aware of that. Gilgamesh, how you doing, brother? I can't believe Vako betrayed the FF community. How am I betraying the fucking FF community? Explain that, please. I'll watch VOD after work. Greg, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I'm not betraying jack shit. I'm just playing whatever the fuck I want to play, which is what I have always done. Greg, sleep well, brother, and good luck with work. I have always only ever played what I want to play, and I don't want to play Final Fantasy right now. Final Fantasy is such a commitment when you decide to start streaming that. It's not the kind of game that you can just sort of play in the background and watch other things while you're live or anything like that. Like, when you're playing Final Fantasy, you have to be there non-stop. You have to be in there. non-stop. And I just don't feel like that at the minute. Doing good. Glad I was able to catch a stream. Hey, bro. Very happy to have you here. So, yeah, I'll be back with Final Fantasy, but, you know, when I feel like it. That's just that. Them be the rules. I have long since given up on the whole, like, when you first start out streaming, you're constantly hunting, you're hunting viewers, right? You're trying to get as many viewers as possible. So you find something that works and then you want to stick with it because that's where the viewers are coming from. The problem is then you also back yourself into this nice little corner where if you're not doing that, your viewers are fucking off because they are just there for that thing that you were doing. I have long since given up on that. I don't give a fuck who watches the stream and who doesn't. If you don't want to be here, leave. If you're only here for one specific thing, I don't care. If I don't want to do it, I'm not doing it. I'm streaming because I like streaming. And the only reason I like streaming is because I get to do whatever the fuck I want. That's it. Are you going to be playing retail on stream once Dragonflight launches? Kenjamin, I'm going to be playing retail literally right now. We have some videos that we have to react to, so I'll be playing retail while we react to some videos and stuff. I literally installed retail yesterday for the first time in fucking months. It's been a long time. First time since the lawsuits, really. So whenever the fuck the lawsuits were, that's when I last played retail WoW. Or WoW in general. It's not just fucking retail. I haven't touched WoW since the lawsuits. Yeah, I did some yesterday. I did play a little bit yesterday. Metal Fan from Al, how you doing, brother? Around the time Preach quit too, I think. Yeah, it was... I quit, and then I think a day or two later, Preach's video popped up on my YouTube feed, where Preach announced that he's also quitting the game. So I know it was like shortly after Preach announced. Like, I literally announced that I'm done with WoW the day the lawsuits came out. Like, we were literally going through the articles of the lawsuits, and during those articles, I said, all right, guys, I'm done. And I think I even unsubbed from WoW live on stream. Like, that was when I had enough. But it wasn't the lawsuits, just to be clear. If I had been having fun in World of Warcraft and the lawsuits happened, I would probably have just wailed on Blizzard for a while for being bastards and scumbags, and then I would just kept playing. But I wasn't having fun in World of Warcraft since 9.1. Actually, I haven't been having fun in World of Warcraft since BFA. So, you know, when Shadowlands came out and it was just a fucking dog shit expansion, I was done, right? I was just like, yeah, fuck this. I'm not playing this. So I kept my sub running, and I would log in every once in a while, you know, do a bit of mind dish shit, and then log out again. And then when the lawsuits happened, that was the moment that I went, all right, if I ever needed a sign that I should be done with this fucking expansion, this is it. And then I unsubbed. I think, to be clear, just to be fair to WoW, it wasn't that Shadowlands was a dog shit expansion in the beginning. It wasn't. The first few months of Shadowlands was actually good fun. I remember even like a good 3 months actually into the expansion, I was having just the time of my life. I was really enjoying it. There was so much to do, and everything was really new, and I really enjoyed Torghast. But then after a while, you know, once you sort of leveled all of your characters and you got you got to a reasonable place where now you have to start grinding a lot of things, you start realizing, oh shit, this is a lot of grind that I have to go through. And then we had the 9-month fucking drought that led to Korthia, the Taint of Secrets. And I think when Korthia came out, that was the moment that I went, all right, you made me play this for 9 months. For 9 months, you gave me a game that I borderline hated. And now you're giving me this? This is what I waited for 9 months? No. I'm sorry. No. And then the lawsuits came and I was like, peace. I'll be back later. Now, I always intended to come back. It's always been the case for me. And it's not a case of running back to WoW whenever they fucking do anything good. It's a case of I like WoW when it's good. When WoW is good, it's one of the greatest games out there. When it's good. So I'm not going to be one of those guys that's like, no, sorry, you pissed me off one too many times. I'll never be back. Even if you do good things and the expansions are good again. Why would I do that? That's like saying, okay, I want to punch myself in the nuts rather than have sex because I once had sex with a girl that wasn't very good. No, you just, you just have to keep going. That's just how it goes. Like, some are going to be good, some are going to be bad. We had a terrible run for BFA and Shadowlands, but, Dragonflight seems to be doing all the right things, and I'm here for that. Grimfield, how you doing, brother? Caleb, how you doing? If you were gay, you could fuck any singular person. Who would it be? If I was gay and I could fuck any person, I can't answer that. Like, Caleb, I don't know how to give you an answer to this. Because in order to answer that question, I would have to think about a guy that I find handsome enough to have sex with. And I don't see guys that way at all. When I see a guy, it's kind of like not that nice. I still kind of question why girls would be into guys in the first place. I'm not going to lie. That is a question that I have asked many a times. Why would a girl be into a guy? Guys are just fucking disgusting. It's like fucking leg hair and beards and, all manner of shit. Just, I'm not into that crap. So yeah, I really can't answer that. Like, if it was a guy that borderline looked like a girl, maybe that. Whatever the fuck that would be. That's probably who I would have sex with if I was game. Kenjamin, happy to have you here, brother. Shrek, I fuck myself all the time anyways, I am that good. Like, I am definitely the best sex I've ever had. Just, that's undeniable. Caged animals. Cavill is a good choice. Ryan Reynolds pops into my head. I don't understand how you can even say that it pops into your head. When you imagine, okay, here's the question. When you imagine having sex with Henry Cavill, say for example, how is that not disgusting to you? Like, how does that not gross you out? Like, just imagining it, how does that not gross you out? And this is not me saying that Henry Cavill is gross or Ryan Reynolds is gross or anything like that. I can see that they're handsome guys. I can see why girls would like them. That's not the issue. It's that if I try to go beyond that line of, oh yeah, I can see that girls would like this guy. Going beyond that line is just not possible for me. Who is hot? Ryan Reynolds' actual wife. Dude, that girl is fucking super hot. The girl from Gossip Girl. Don't know what her fucking name is. Blake something, I think. But I remember seeing her in Gossip Girl for the first time, and I was like, holy shit. This girl is dead-ass gorgeous. And he got her. Like, that guy is the luckiest guy in the fucking world, bro. Just hands down, luckiest guy in the world. Yeah, Blake Lively is super hot. That's her name. Blake Lively. Kate Beckinsale and myself? Dude, don't get me wrong. I think Kate Beckinsale is also, like, perhaps one of the hottest people ever. Look at my beautiful transmog, by the way. Do you guys like this? Do I not look snazzy as fuck with my transmog? Like, this is how much I didn't like Shadowlands and BFA. Look, I only leveled 4 characters in Shadowlands. That is so bad for me. Because usually, all of these characters would be leveled by now. Like, every single one of these would be, not these would just taste accounts. But from Scythian up, all of them would be max level by now. That's what happened in Legion. That's what happened in WoD. That's what happened even in Mist of Pandaria, believe it or not. Even in Mr. Pandaria, I had all of my characters leveled to max. Transformer, not gonna lie. Dude, I think he looks like a boss. It's exactly what you want your characters to look like in World of Warcraft. I don't spend time doing transmog shit. It's a waste of fucking time. I hate my life so much whenever Twitch does this. Twitch, why are you being a little bitch? Alright. Looks like my type of transmog. Looks like a transformer. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do now. Metal Fan from Hell, by the way. We're starting with your video today. I'm just waiting for people to filter in. Once everyone is here, we'll start reacting to some stuff. By the way, I'm playing another 3 minutes of ads. So if you want to go grab a coffee, now is the time to do so. I'm only doing that so we can get pre-rolls of about an hour. Or alternatively, if you actually have ad blocker on, that'll help. Dingleberg, how you doing, brother? You see they separated Retail and Classic into separate categories on Twitch? Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why they did that, if I'm honest. I don't understand why, but I guess they have their reasons. Yeah, let's go get some honey. Oh, it's early. Good morning, good night. Osvin, how you doing, brother? It is kind of early, isn't it? I do have to say, though, this is a good-looking zone. First time I'm in here, I was actually a little bit taken aback by the look of the zone. But that's never been World of Warcraft's problems. Like, World of Warcraft has always had very good-looking zones and just, you know, very good gameplay. The problem is everything else that usually goes wrong. Get a hot chocolate then? Alright, Grumfield. Yeah, you do you, brother. Also, there's a couple of things with the new default UI that I fucking hate. What's this? What does it do? Increase speed and reducing size. What's the point of that thing? I mean, maybe there is a point. I don't know. Don't mind me spending my 240k channel points. Jesus, too bored. Why aren't you gambling some of that shit? Hey, Gilgamesh. Thanks for the Prime sub. Did really appreciate that. 5 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Gilgamesh, it shouldn't. If it still is, maybe it's time to... Maybe it's time to open a ticket to Twitch. Hey. Nightmare, you bastard. Thank for the Prime sub. Did really appreciate that. Welcome to the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Engulfs an enemy in progenitor powers, stunning them and increasing physical and magical damage taken by 10% for 15 seconds. What exactly would be the point of this? And where the hell do I get all this honey that I'm supposed to be grabbing? Reloaded the stream? Nice, Gilgamesh. Maybe it's to kill these things. Oh, that's a lot of HP. I don't think I have... 210k. I think he's going to one-shot my fucking Void Walker if I try. Am I supposed to be in this zone right now? I don't know. Because you can't gamble this shit? Oh, yeah, you're talking about the... Okay, never mind. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the normal... You're talking about the normal Twitch points. Yeah, that shit sucks. Okay, wait, what? Dude, are you for real? Abaddon, how you doing? We're literally just waiting for people to filter in, and then we'll... Ooh, see lots of places where I can grab some honey. And then we'll start reacting to some videos and shit. Aldezen, how you doing, brother? Oh, yeah. I'll do so as soon as the ads are done. Shit, Final Fantasy live later now? Yeah, I can't watch that shit because it's filled with fucking spoilers. I hate that Twitch made the Void Walker so fucking ridiculously bad, dude. Yep. He be dead now. My fucking Void Walker is spanked, boys. Did you watch the Wrath launch experience video yet? No, I have not. I have not. Which of the recent Nostormus cinematics was your favorite? I would say number 3, most likely. The third one had, in my opinion, the most sort of revealed, if that makes sense. Oh my god, this fucking Void Walker, bro. Like, how useless is this thing? Oh, they have really fucked Warlocks, bro. Like, super fucked us. It's just super annoying. How's that YouTube video going? Which YouTube video, Abaddon? I have no idea, actually. Isn't it famous? Yeah. I genuinely don't know. I tend not to focus on how videos are doing for the first, like, week or two. I'll only, like, check after. Because all I care about when it comes to how the YouTubers are doing is the videos are doing is the actual analytics of it, you know, so what mistakes did I make, what could I do better, where could I get better. Those are the only things I really give a shit about, and you don't need how the fuck, oh my god, how do I get up there? I can't fly yet, and those things are too high. I hate my life. Nerd Community Night. Quite a chat starting in comments about how a Warhammer 40k MMO would work, which is nice to see. Oh, you mean that video? Yeah, I don't expect that video to do that well. Most people that watch Warhammer stuff online, basically just on the channel at least, they basically just want to watch they just want to see reactions of stuff. So they generally don't watch that many videos, at least. Let me just grab all of this honey, boys, and then we'll, It's too far away. How can I not be able to fucking grab this thing? Okay, never mind. I'll grab this little cunt. Oh, for fuck's sake. Wait, chat. Wait. Z-Boy, how you doing, brother? No, what am I doing? Ugly old fucker. Rurikon, how you doing, bro? Dude, the fact that you're playing a dwarf, how are you even, like, willing to give me shit? I don't understand. You play a dwarf, bro. Have you seen the new Darktide trailer video? Wait, there's a new trailer for Darktide? When did that come out? Dwarfs are good. LOL. Like, imagine thinking dwarfs are good. Like, bro, you guys need fucking help. Oh, there's another one. What do you know? Okay, this new sticky targeting or the new targeting system is quite fucking bad, actually. I might die. I hope I don't, but there is a good chance that I might. No, I won't die. Fuck it, I'm super strong. Jesus. Just look at me doing my warlock thing. Napoleon complex, what's not to love? Well, you could be playing a warlock. If I'm not mistaken, you know, that is always better, no? Not just good, no other base, fantasy race period. Okay. I mean, you have every right to be wrong. I'm not really the kind of guy that will judge you for that. You are wrong, just to be clear, but I won't judge you for it. All right. Oh, for fuck. Thank fuck, this is over. Oh, that was rough. I do enjoy playing Warlock, but when I did play WoW, most of my alliance characters were dwarves. Almost all of my characters that can be orcs have been made orcs, and those that haven't been made orcs yet, I will make orcs eventually. Because I do prefer orcs to literally everything else. Wait, is this a... Ooh. This is a thing, actually. Maybe I can kill this thing. Or maybe I can help kill this thing. Oh, for the love of fuck. No! Oh my god, Ackman. Holy, how you doing, bro? Listen, how you doing, brother? Nope. Okay, I need much better fucking shit. I need a better way to track my fucking add-ons, dude. Or my dots, rather, not add-ons. Ooh, that hurts. Dude, I haven't played so long. I am so fucking rusty. Why, thank you very much. I don't know what I do with Cosmic Flux, but I have some. You want help, bro? If you're in EU? Yeah, of course I'm in EU. I play in Kazakh. Reggie Gaming, how you doing, bro? Maybe you know this. Do you think the Dragonauts were part of the Mega Kalimdor before the Sundering? I don't know. We've had this discussion before. It might have been. Right? It might have been. The main issue is figuring out if the Dragon Isles is an actual, like, landmass that was part of Azeroth, or if it was created afterwards. The fact that they hid it away and the fact that it has, like, it's clearly more important than what they let on, suggests that it might be different to all of the other landmasses. And the fact that it is as important as it is might be, you know, indicative of something more going on with it. That being said, though, the exact age of the Dragon Isles is unknown to us. We know that the Dragon Isles have existed for a really long time. There's a good reason to believe that the Dragon Isles may have existed during the days of the Black Empire, but we don't know that, right? I'm gonna have to get into the Dragon Isles and look for evidence to answer that question. So right now, let's operate under the assumption that it wasn't part of the ancient Kalimdor. And let's see where that takes us. Make Kalimdor great again. Why not? What am I... You see, this is the kind of shit I fucking hate. So to do this quest, I need to find... Oh. Right, let's see. Let's see if there's a way to fix this, maybe. I can't change the size of buff. Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. The default UI still sucks dick. It's nice. It's a hell of a lot nicer than the previous one, but it still kinda sucks dick. Like, there's so many things that you can't individually change. Like the buffs that is on a target. There was another thing that I couldn't change yesterday that actually drove me a little bit fucking insane. I can't remember what it is now. I'll definitely think of it later. Bugged as hell. I mean, I don't even mind the bugginess. Because it's always, like, new things are always going to be bugged. I don't care about that. I just, it does not replace what normal add-ons would do for you. I'm probably going to go back to Alv UI. Not going to lie to you. Alv UI has a lot more of what I need built into it. Because I'm still left with a lot of the issues that I've always had. I also have to change something else. Options, add-ons, tidy plates. Okay, let's quickly see here. Damage profile. See, this needs to... It feels also like they changed the API to the point where some of my things aren't doing what I want them to do. Playing without add-ons isn't impossible. I've done it before. It's not great, but it's not impossible. But you have to be good. So if you've already raided for a really long time, it's fine. You can do it. Because you know what to look out for, and you're sort of you're experienced enough to listen to cues, right? Because bosses do have sound cues. Every single boss has sound cues and visual cues before certain things happen. But you have to actively focus on those things in a sea of other things that is going on at the same time. So it can make it incredibly difficult. And also, there's a number of things that you almost have to react ahead of time. So there might be stacking mechanics where if you don't know that those stacking mechanics are coming in, you might be on the other side of the room. And that's just straight up, you're fucked. And maybe you even wipe your entire group if you're not stacked. and it is an ability that will wipe the entire group if everyone isn't stacked. So there are a number of ways in which not playing with add-ons can screw you over if you don't know what you're doing. But if you do know what you're doing and everything else is sort of second nature. So if I keep playing WoW now for at least a month, my entire rotation is going to become second nature again. I'm going to know my class back to front. So I don't have to think in a raid about what buttons to press, what not to press, what to do, what not to do. I know exactly what I'm doing, right? And then I have no problem like hyper focusing on the boss because I don't have to focus on anything else. But that takes a lot of time, and your average player isn't going to be able to do that. Just won't happen. Your average player is almost definitely going to fail at that. So WoW is almost a game that you have to play with add-ons. Luckily, there is a shit ton of add-ons, which makes it, which makes it fine. Chat, I am seeing this. Echo is back on WoW. Take clips of it. Yeah, I am back on WoW, but I'm trying to figure out. I need to change some stuff here, and it's been so long. Enemy spotlight. I don't want all of these fucking things visible the whole time, though. I just want it visible once I've targeted it. This add-on used to have a literal button that you could just tick, and then it would only highlight things that you are actively targeting or actively in combat with. But that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. It seems to literally everything is on your bar the whole time. That is... Ignore neutral units. I mean, that is ticked. Why is it not ignoring neutral units? Okay, here we go. This is what I want. See, but this just filters it. That doesn't help. That's threat mode. I don't care about that. UI settings, frustration, things like this usually take a whole day for an MMO. It's like the paint job and interior of your car. Got to get it just right. I'm not even giving a fuck about that. I should probably switch to Plater. Rage Gaming, you're right. I should probably switch to Plater. I think actually I used Plater before. Let's quickly... No, you bastard. Oh, for fuck's sake. As far as I didn't have anything installed. I installed WoW for the first time. But Tasma, thanks for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I installed WoW for the first time yesterday again. As you can see, these are the only add-ons I have installed, bro. So... Oh, are you serious right now? It doesn't have Plater? How can it not have Plater? Oh, never mind. I'm not in the right place. Plater nameplates. Here we go. King Julian, no. Why would I buy Dragonflight? It's not out yet, is it? I mean, it took me like half an hour to install WoW. So I can buy Dragonflight literally day off, and it'll be installed by the time the game comes out. I need weak auras too. I'm gonna lose my shit. I know I'm pissing Rurikon off because he hates all of these add-ons. But I do need it. I'm just saying, if you haven't bought DF, you won't be able to play the Evokers next week. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, no. I won't be able to play a fucking class that I never wanted to play in the first place. Oh, no. So sad. I guess I should buy DF now. Dude, is an Evoker a Warlock? No, then who the fuck cares? If it's not a Warlock, I'm not playing it. It's as fucking simple as that. Like, Jesus. I'll level an Evoker when I literally have leveled all of my other characters. So I don't give a shit. Yeah, I literally just care about Warlocks. That's the only class I've ever given a shit about. Raskip, how you doing, brother? Next week? Yeah, I've heard about that. I've heard that there will be a new one. Thromka, you can shut the fuck up, you bastard. I don't want to hear it. I don't give a shit. I wish the Dragon Race looked cooler. It's so slender. Yeah, if it was a little bit more beefy, boy, I wouldn't have cared as much. Lemon, how you doing, bro? Glad you're back to WoW. I returned for 1 month to check out pre-patch, and I was quite surprised the changes, especially with new talents. Any plans for more WoW content, like new speculations? I mean, we're doing speculations all the time. You know, people are asking questions during every Q&A that has speculations in it. But if you're asking about specifically pre-made videos, I'm literally working on a video now around the item that Deathwing had that controlled the Drakthir, because everyone's wrong. Literally, everyone is wrong about that item. Because everyone is saying, oh my god, that's Tyr's hand. You guys are stupid. It's not Tyr's hand. And all you need to know in order to know that it's not Tyr's hand is know exactly how the fight between Tyr and the Proto-Drakes and Galakrond went. If you knew how that fight went, you would understand what exactly Neltharion had. Nordic Psycho, how you doing, brother? What add-ons do I need desperately, chat? Like, if you guys were to suggest one add-on that I need 100%, what add-on would that be? Dominoes. Lol. If I'm gonna get Dominoes, I may as well just get Alpha UI. It's a hell of a lot better. These are the add-ons that I have. These are the add-ons that I have. ADI bags, because that's the only bag add-on you ever fucking need. If you come at me with Bagnon, I will slap you. Details damage meter, because that is the only damage meter you ever need. Plate or nameplates, because I'm pretty sure it's the only nameplates add-on you ever need. And weak auras I already have installed. Because, why not? You need weak auras. Right? Dinkelberg, how you doing, bro? Handy notes could work, yeah. You're right. Handy notes could actually help. Motherfucker. Why? 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 Can I literally just install Handynote's Dragonflight, or do I need all of this other shit? Like, tell me I can only install this. Narcissus? I don't know what the hell that is. Is a Swiss knife and can do about everything with it? Boob slider add-on? No. If you'd like to mod the icons, then you might want to use mask. I mean, those add-ons I can set up later, right? Those add-ons I can set up. Let's leave handy notes for now. Fuck it. I'm not going to go look for the right handy notes. This is too many handy notes. Why is there so many handy notes, though? Like, what even is the point of all this? Digit, how you doing, brother? Boom, I'm not a collector. I'm a story guy. I literally play WoW to get the story, and then I'm done. I don't do anything else in WoW. Yeah, but why not take all of those notes for all of the patches and content and put it into one add-on? Just, you know, condense it down. One thing to download, you get all the notes. What content do you want to do? I want to see the story. Basically, right now, I'm literally just preparing my character for Dragonflight. That's it. I don't really give a shit about anything else right now. I'm not dungeoning. I'm not raiding. I'm not doing any of that shit. I don't care about those things anymore. They take way too much fucking time. And I don't have the time to care about that anymore. I care about the story, because that's literally the only thing I like. Is story. Quest text add-ons that immerse you. Oh yeah, I don't care about that either. Because the quest text in WoW tend to be rather boring anyways. I read all of it, but most of it's just useless stuff you don't need. So I'm not going to get an add-on that just makes it take longer to actually see all the useless text that they have. I did enjoy, I will say this, I enjoyed the Kalia Menethil questline yesterday. I mean, I already knew it, but while doing it, I actually had a lot of fun with it. Not gonna lie. It was actually a good quest. It was still a little light on what I would have wanted to see. Like, the conversations feel incredibly forced and incredibly matter-of-factly. There's not a lot of... So, Kalia has this whole, thing where she's worried about being accepted into the Forsaken, but all you really see from that is one guy that sort of doesn't like her. He's like, oh, I don't like her. But then immediately changes his mind right after. So it's sort of like, they could have done a lot more there, you know, where almost all of the Forsaken are really wary of Kalia Menethil. And there's like a giant conversation and dialogue happening between Kalia Menethil and all of the other Forsaken about how, you know, they don't trust her, they don't really want her there, and she really has to prove herself. I would have loved to see a bit more of that, but I did think it was a good quest chain, all in all. You know, all things considered, it was fun. At least I had fun with it. But yeah, the dialogue was shit. B Diddley, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the primes, I really appreciate that. 14 months. Part of the DJ Nation, appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, fuck it. I think that's enough. That's good enough, right? Just log out, log back in so I can get my plater to work. Yeah, I could do that. I forgot. You can literally just forward slash reload. The sadness of not playing WoW for a really long time. Fuck. The news there was the capital cities are very sus to me. I bet it's gonna be for dragon riding. I mean, would you hate that if it was? Okay, I don't know what that was, what I just did there, but I did do something. I don't know what it was though. Alright, so this is Plater. It still shows all of the fucking things, which is triggering to me. God, how do you get Plater up now? Whoa. Okay. Fuck! Jesus. Holy crap. Like, how many things is there? Like, how can there be this many things? Holy fuck. Alright, let's start going through this, shall we? Target. Okay, fuck, no, this is a lot of shit. Let's go for details, Blizzard, target overlay alpha. Do that. Okay, I like the fact that it's already changing colors depending on what I have targeted. Target highlight. It's a bit big now. A little big. I used to have one that was so cool. There used to be arrows. Like, you could have giant arrows, but I can't remember what that add-on was called. I had an add-on that literally had, like, arrows on the target that you were targeting. It's a little sad that you don't have that anymore. Apocalypse, how you doing, bro? This is the one. You have them. Where's the add-on? Where's the arrows? Do you see the fucking arrows? I don't see the arrows. Nightmare, how you doing, bro? Yeah, Alvui nameplates can have that, but I don't want to set up Alvui nameplates right now because that's going to take us a while. Like, that will take us a while. Not really. Apocalypse. Okay, I need to... You see, it still doesn't do exactly what I want, but I guess it's better than what it was. Where do I change the size of this fucking thing? General settings. Maybe? Does this work? Stacking nameplates. Yeah, you can stack them, it's fine. Wow, can't change that. Let's put that there. Show enemy nameplate, show friendly nameplate, high pleasant health bars. At the moment you realize you need to have a high level degree in order to figure out all of these add-on settings. Yep. Yep. I wish I could remove all of the fucking... I'll figure this out later, chat. Screw it. For now, let's just play like this, right? Because... what's the point? No point in trying to do this differently. It's kind of sus that all of my fucking screen is filled with bars, but I'm not going to try and figure out how to fix that now. I need to kill that thing, so let's go kill that thing now. Wait, I have a call. Give me a moment. Hello? Alright, that's an easy block. Fucking telemarketers, dude. Holy shit. They're relentless. 3 calls in a row. Just kept calling, and I kept ignoring. And then when they finally called a 3rd time, I was like... I mean, this has to mean that, you know, it's probably a real person wanting to have a real discussion about something. No. Just a telemarketer wanting to sell me shit that I don't care about. Okay, I need help with this. I'm pretty sure. Is there anyone on Kazakh EU that can kill this thing? Grove, I'll take care of yourself, brother. Rurikon, yeah, sure. I'm literally in the Q&A lobby, if you want to jump in. Viaka calling in the big boys. Yeah, I'm calling in the guys that's been playing this game no life for the last, I don't know how many fucking years. That have all the gear and shit. Because I don't have all the fucking gear. Should probably change my... Where's the chat settings?
See, if you played a warrior, you could solo that shit.
Yeah, not with my gear, bro. And if I was playing a warrior, I'd probably kill myself.
Jesus.
Exactly.
So, such a fatalist approach. How you doing, Echo?
Get in here, bro.
I am a little bit tired, but still kind of waking up. You got articles for some of the stuff that you linked me? I'd like to take a look at some of the, because I don't know what's new about Blizzard and NetEase or the financials or the Microsoft deal.
All right. Articles for that. Let me just quickly find that for you.
I just want to take a quick look to have an idea of what we're talking about.
Yeah. This one's
one of the things that I want to open up with is definitely going to be that third cinematic, because that like, I didn't even post my reaction because I was just like, man, fuck this shit.
Actually, I can find an allow it for you. I like the cinematic. I don't mind it.
Good.
From us.
Good, because I have a lot of things to talk about that cinematic, so it's a good thing you like it.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I'm looking for the article about the NetEase stuff now. Let me just see. The Twitter Blue stuff is literally just all over the place. Like, you could probably find.
Yeah, we can talk about the Twitter Blue. That'll be interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, but basically you can just pay for verification, but you don't show up as a verified user, I guess, or whatever. But it's just been hilarious. Like, somebody paid for Twitter Blue and started tweeting as President Bush.
Yeah. I mean, they're fixing it now, right? They are busy fixing it. So if you want to have a parody account, it has to be in your name that you're a parody account. Otherwise, you get banned, and you lose all of your shit. Probably talk about this too. I'll link you the article quickly.
Okay, yeah, the prober thing.
Yeah, there's a new probe. Can they just shut the fuck up and let Microsoft buy Activision Blizzard? Like, Jesus. Like, why must we go through this the whole time? Like, fuck. These politicians, just fucking lazy-ass bitches wanting to seem busy.
It's like, the best part about this, right, is like, I can understand like all of the legal shit behind it and all of this stuff. Yeah. To me, it's just like, bro, I don't give a fuck about Call of Duty, bro. I don't care if it goes to Microsoft, if it goes to Sony, if it goes to hell. It makes no fucking difference to me. And it's all they talk about. It's about Call of Duty this, Call of Duty that. It's like, motherfucker, I don't care.
Well, I mean, there is something interesting, just very quickly. There is something interesting about the new Call of Duty. Have you heard? Like, it's getting some really good reviews. People seem to be really enjoying it.
I still don't care.
But
it's like, sure.
You're not a first-person guy, or are you?
No, I'm not. I'm a third-person guy. I like to watch.
Yeah, I personally, like, if it comes to Battle Royales, like, I'm looking forward to Warzone 2.0. I am going to be playing the shit out of Warzone 2.0.
See, I don't even care about fucking Battle Royales to begin with.
There's no world boss for this. Fuck, there's no group open for this. I hate my life so much. Fine, I'll just do it myself.
Wait,
actually, I could probably just click this button. Yep, start a group. Alright.
Kustos, I soloed that bitch.
Yeah, I don't even fucking try because I don't want to fucking struggle with this shit.
I don't want to struggle. Oh no.
Yeah, I don't want to struggle. No, that was wrong. I mean, if you can solo it, good job you. I don't even want to fucking try. My demon will get his ass handed to him for this.
Of course, because you're an orc.
No,
See, if you were a dwarven warlock...
Fuck, sorry. Yeah, you were saying?
If you were a dwarven warlock, you'd be fine.
What I know.
Yeah. I don't even know if dwarves can be warlocks.
They can be. I mean, if you want to be a like fucking sub race, but you know they can be.
That is incredibly racist.
Yeah, but it is okay to be racist against dwarves. Everyone knows that. Like dwarves and gnomes should not exist.
You are so getting clipped out of context for that one, dude. You know it's happening.
I get clipped out of context all the fucking time, bro. Like it doesn't even matter. Like I have been gobbling so many cocks in this fucking stream due to my chat just being completely moronic about bullshit. So I don't even try to pretend like I care anymore. It's just what it is. But no, I genuinely believe that all games would be better if they removed dwarfs from the game.
Fucking green skin.
You know it, bro. The pride of the Horde, man. That's what we are. Pride of the fucking Horde.
Is the NetEase thing also in Wowhead?
Yeah. I sent you the link to the financial report. So it was during the financial report that they spoke about that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It was right at the end. There was like a little line there.
Oh, I see. We have licensing agreements with third party covering the publication of several Blizzard titles in China. This is the one, right? Yeah.
Yes. And they're basically breaking up with NetEase, which makes you wonder,
no.
Are we getting... Is it going to be good, or is that going to be bad?
Dude, they're just going to go suck on 10 senses goblin cock.
I don't know who's worse, though. Would you rather have them partner with NetEase, like literal cancer, or with fucking Tencent, literal fucking ball cancer? It's basically your choice. You can take the company that gives you colon cancer or the company that gives you ball cancer. Both gives cancer.
Yes.
Just choose your fucking poison, I guess. Like, just horrible fucking Chinese companies. Like, how is it that one country can have so many bad ideas? I don't understand. It doesn't make sense to me.
Dude.
But yeah, so
we could
definitely talk about that.
We could also talk about how
Go on, man.
Diablo 4, they're doing something where it's like respec costs are going to be a fucking pain in the ass.
Really?
Yes, their thing is, oh, we want you to be invested in a character, and so if you like, oh, you're gonna make your whirlwind barbarian, and then if you want to make a different barbarian, we want you to make a new character. And I'm just like, what I hear from that is you want engagement.
Yeah, it's all about the fucking engagement in it.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, we can talk about that too. We can definitely talk about that. Because I am actually very hyped for Diablo 4. And I really hope that they don't fuck it up, because...
Yeah, you're looking forward to that fucking battle pass, dude?
Oh yeah, man. I'm gonna spend all my money there. Like, Bobby Kotick is gonna buy himself a yacht of all of my fucking money, bro. Yeah.
Like a quadruple tier battle pass?
Exactly. But I have to, right? I have to support the man. Like, everyone's been such a dick to him. Like, I feel bad
Bobby
for him.
Kotick, you can't get a date. Remember that article about where he couldn't get a date because women would read about him online and they wouldn't want a date?
Yeah,
like they Google Bobby Kotick and the first thing shows up is like his image with demon horns.
Yeah.
So our boy couldn't get laid. Like, no wonder he's mad.
Yeah,
he's going to take it out on the players. He's like, if I'm not getting laid, you motherfuckers are buying me a new yacht. That's what's happening.
I mean, it really is our fault, no? Like, we should have been nicer to old Bobby.
Poor Bobby, man.
Old Bobby.
He's doing his best.
Man. I do feel
he's
sorry
doing
for
his
the
best,
guy.
man.
Yeah. I feel sorry for the guy. I'm going to spend so much money on Diablo 4. It's not even funny. I can't wait.
Oh man, so good. And by the way, the one reason why you might want to play the Dragthyr would be to try out dragon riding before the expansion comes out.
You might want to do what?
The only reason why you might want to play a Dragthyr is so that you can try out dragon riding before the expansion comes out.
I don't give a shit about that. I'll try out dragon riding when it comes out. Like the proper one, not the sort of budget version of the Dragthyr. Wolfenhoof, how you doing, brother?
It's not... The Dragthyr no longer have a budget version. Their thing is going to scale with... like whenever you unlock something for dragon riding, their skill is going to also get that.
Yeah, but it's still on a 5-minute cooldown, no? Or is it 4 minutes?
No,
3 minutes?
it's 1 minute now.
Is it just 1 minute?
At least last time I heard, at least was 1 minute. Oh, you know what we should talk about?
Yeah.
We should talk about the crap. The problem is I haven't read about it enough. The Mick Gordon situation.
Who the fuck is Nick Gordon?
Mick Gordon.
Bro, who is that? Or what is it?
How can you not know who Mick Gordon is? Chat, please tell me that you guys know. Please, you're not gonna let me down like Akalon's letting me down. Please.
Who the fuck is it? Oh,
there we
composer. Go. Oh, how the fuck would I know that? Like,
you should, because dude, have you heard the Doom soundtrack? How should you know that? Because it's fucking awesome.
I have not heard the Doom soundtrack because I have never even fucking played Doom.
What? Okay, listen, you need to listen to it right now. It's like, listen, this just needs to... No, dude. No, it's like, no, completely unacceptable. Like, listen, I'll link it to you.
Oh my god, dude. I don't care about Doom. Like, why would anyone give a shit about Doom?
You don't have to care about Doom, but like, listen to this. Like, just, I don't know, go anywhere in the middle of that 2-hour-long video. I mean, there's a timestamp on there, but just like circle around, because like I didn't chose a specific timestamp.
Okay.
Let me actually see if the first one's the one I think. Just see here. Yeah, the first one's Rip and Tear. You should definitely start with that one. You should start like at the beginning of the video, because the first one's Rip and Tear.
It's called Dogma on this one.
No, okay, wait. Rip and Tear is shortly after. It's like it's at 45. It's at 45 seconds.
All right, fine. I'm listening to it. It's just metal music.
Yeah. Now imagine this music, but in a dynamic way, while you're just butchering demons. Like, it actually adapts to the way that you are playing. Like, it's fucking genius, dude. It's like one of the best soundtracks of all times. And you're sitting here, who the fuck is Mick Gordon? Bro, like, what is wrong with you? But basically, the thing that's been happening with Mick Gordon is he basically did a massive expose about how Bethesda basically put him on the chopping block.
Yeah.
Because somebody... They asked him to do the project for Doom Eternal because everybody loved Mick Gordon's work on that Doom from 2016, right?
Yeah.
So they put him on the job to do the same thing for Doom Eternal. And then what happens is Doom Eternal comes out and there were problems with the soundtrack. And apparently they picked up his work and they just... You know how you have those people that are fucking idiots when it comes to music and they're like, you know what this needs? This needs more bass. Yeah. And they just add bass when it makes no fucking sense. That's what they did. Like, somebody else, like, what do they call it? Remastered? It's not remastered, but it's like somebody else basically mixed his tracks in the game, and they just fucked with, like, everything, like, from bass to treble to all of the settings. Okay. And people were complaining, like, wow, this is shit, like Mick Gordon, what the fuck? And Bethesda basically blamed him for it. And now he's just came out and he's like, no, that's not what happened. And he made like a massive expose explaining what the fuck happened.
So Bethesda just being Bethesda effectively.
Yeah, but Bethesda basically butchered this man's work and then they blamed him for it.
Okay, yeah, we can definitely talk about that. But that just goes into our weekly rail against AAA gaming industry, basically.
Yeah, because dude. But it's okay because we have something good though, which is we can talk about God of War, which is fucking amazing.
Yeah, I haven't played Ragnarok, obviously, and I haven't seen anything about Ragnarok. I just know that it's been massively successful. I have been playing the normal one, like the first one, the first of the
you should
new
definitely
shit.
you should definitely play the first one before you head into the Ragnarok, because the recap they do, in my opinion, is not nearly enough.
Yeah, I mean, I'm playing it literally on stream. We've been playing it for the last few days, and I've been having the time of my life. Yeah, it's
really good.
What makes it interesting is it's like playing a movie. It's literally what God of War is. It's like you're playing a fucking movie, and because it's constantly, there's even dialogue while you're traveling. Like they built in this dialogue while you're on the boat, and you're just going around the boat doing random shit. And your boy and Mimir is fucking discussing shit and telling stories and all sorts of shit.
See, guys, this is how you know that Akalon doesn't play console games. You're talking about this like it's some revolutionary thing. We've had this shit since PlayStation 3, dude.
Yeah, but it's still the peasant's mode of transportation, though.
Yeah, sure.
I can tell you now that God of War on PC, much better than God of War on console.
It's not that different, to be honest, on the PlayStation 5.
Just watching a million movies.
6 that is true. Final Fantasy is also like watching a movie. Yeah, no, I've been enjoying it. But yeah, I'd be happy to talk about that too. And obviously, I'll see closer to the time if there's more stuff on Reddit and so on. For those of you that's wondering why me and Rurikon is discussing this, at 4:30 today, my time, so South African time, whatever time that is for you in the world, 2 o'clock, I think, for a lot of Europe.
It's going to be 2:30 GMT.
Yeah, we'll be doing the FST, the Frozen Sodium Throne, the podcast that me and Rurikon have been doing for the last, 23 weeks?
I don't know.
Some
yes,
like
23 weeks, actually. Yeah, you're right.
23 weeks. We're going to be doing it live for the first time. So this is going to be our first ever, try to do it live and see how that goes. So yeah.
By the way, how are you going to be able to send me your camera to Discord so that I can capture stuff?
Oh no. This is probably going to be a 2-session day. So this is first session of stream, and then I'll probably end an hour before, just to see if there's any more new stuff set up for the podcast, and then go live once we're on call and
yeah. But what I'm asking is, once we're live, how, because you're gonna need your camera on OBS because you only have one camera, right?
Yeah, no, but that's not an issue. I send my camera to Discord. I then take Discord as the screen share, and I just show the screen share as the source on OBS.
Okay. Gotcha.
So it should be fairly easy. Every single one of those. Zig, you guys haven't seen the Frozen Sodium Throne? You should head over to Rurikon's channel. It's called Rurikon Unchained, I believe.
Unleashed.
There you go. Rurikon Unleashed. I knew it was Unleashed, Unchained, something like that.
Something.
Yeah, but Unchained would have actually been a cool name. Just FYI. I'm going to make my next channel Akalon Unchained.
You know that before we had the name, I just called it the Rat Podcast? And the playlist is still called the Rat Podcast.
But why did you call it the Rat Podcast?
It's Rurikon and Akalon. I don't remember what the T was for. Talk. Rurikon and Akalon Talk.
Okay, that is a horrible name.
It's great. It's the Rat Podcast, dude.
I like Frozen Sodium Throne a lot more. I prefer the FST podcast. But yeah, that's going to be live this afternoon, by the way, guys. So for those of you that is interested in watching that, it's sort of heavily, for those of you that haven't watched it before, it's heavily geared towards MMOs. So we mainly discuss World of Warcraft, sometimes Final Fantasy stuff, and then New World stuff as well from time to time, depending on what MMOs we're playing at the time, and then a little bit of gaming news in general kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Let me just quickly read Chandra's message here. The little I have seen so far has given me almost no information about our enemies. We will have to take a closer look. I can hide the both of us from sight on your command, but stay away from the Dreadlords. Their eyes are sharp enough to spy even a hidden huntress.
Consider it done.
Alright. Chandras, I'm ready. Okay. Well, that's easy enough.
And what of Quintessa's idea? Has that found success?
God
So
damn
they
it,
seek to
YouTube.
control the
Why are
forge.
you so terrible?
Come, let us find one of these obelisks.
Did
Right.
YouTube change playlist settings again?
YouTube has had so many fucking changes over the last few months, or weeks actually, not even months. It's...
Yeah, because like I was looking at the, as you were talking about, I was looking to check what episode it was going to be today. It's the 24th. And the 23rd episode was like at the bottom of the playlist for some reason. All right, I fixed it. By the way, we can't go past like 2.5 hours, like tops, because I have to pick up my kids from school today.
Alright, no worries. I mean, you could just tell your kids you're going to be late. Just let them wait outside.
Hurry!
Yes. Yeah, just stay at school. Don't worry about it.
Dominated October.
Hey, it was good enough in 2.5 Main. It's good enough now, you know?
Yeah, sure. I think 2.5 Men is a perfect example of good fatherhood.
Yeah, I mean, Jake turned out
Up
fine.
ahead. They have already destroyed an obelisk.
Yeah, about that.
Oh, shit. Yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, it's Friday evening, so I'll probably after that go grab some seafood. I found this new seafood place that is just one of the best seafood places I've ever been to in my life. It's insane.
Bro, I live in Portugal. You ain't gonna beat our seafood. Sorry.
Dude, I live in Cape Town. We
I don't
are
care.
literally the seafood capital of Africa. It is insane the kind of seafood they have here.
Nah. You ain't got shit on Portugal, sorry, dude.
No, we'll see.
Goddess watch.
These obelisks must be key to Zaval's plan. Even without full knowledge of their purpose, we should stop the Morse one from meddling with them. I will bring this information to High Lord Bolvar, head to Darian Mograine, and do the same. He will need to plan his defenses around this. Ooh, upgrade.
On your mark.
Nice. Play with Woman on Echo, better rewards. Fuck that. I don't want to stand here and fight people just to play the fucking game. I'd rather not do that. Will I go out? Please don't. Okay, never mind. Fuck. Well, this isn't good. Alright, I'm about to pull the whole fucking world. Peace, boys. Don't kill me.
Oh my god, I'm reading like a summary of this Mick Gordon situation. It's fucking disgusting.
Shit.
It's even worse than I thought.
Why?
They didn't give him his awards.
His awards.
Yeah, like the soundtrack is like award winning. Like I told you, the soundtrack is fucking amazing.
Yeah.
And Bethesda didn't give him his awards. Like Bethesda
but-
has the awards.
Wow. So Bethesda is just really fucking doubling down on let's be the biggest scumbags in the world.
Yeah. It's not even about Bethesda keeping the awards, right? Because like the award is for the Doom soundtrack, but it's like they didn't even invite him to go and receive the award, because like he's the one who made it. So like they invite people to go there to receive the awards. That is, oof.
Fucking hell. Okay, that is sad as fuck. Wait, Mick Gordon came second when he went against Nobuo. I don't know how to pronounce any of that. For
Nobuo Uematsu?
Yeah, that name. For Doom Eternal OST. Who the fuck is Nobuo whatever? Who's that guy?
Let me double check, because like sometimes I get Japanese names confused. I think he's from Final Fantasy, no? Or am I mistaken?
Oh, Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Yeah. Nobuo Uematsu. Wait, so the remake won the award? I don't remember.
I mean,
Final Fantasy VII Remake music is also excellent. But yeah, Uematsu is the guy who does Final Fantasy.
okay. I mean, I'm listening to the soundtrack now, and it's not a bad soundtrack. Morny, how you doing, bro?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Not bad at all. It's definitely not a bad soundtrack.
Hope you don't mind me jumping in here.
No, not at all. I'm just doing like fucking WoW stuff and talking to Rook on here and looking at chat, speaking about people I don't know. He's a legendary composer, done most of the main Final Fantasy games. Wolfenstein Doom, my favorite old school games with Duke Nukem, Quake 3, UT99. Decora, how you doing? Dude, you guys have had weird old school games. Like, my favorite old school games would be things like Baldur's Gate 1, Baldur's Gate 2, maybe even Everwinter Nights. That would be my favorite old school games, not like fucking first-person shooter games.
I was all about Diablo 2.
Diablo 1, actually, for me, is better than Diablo 2.
You know that during my college days, I made a terrible mistake?
Yeah, what was that?
So, you have hazing in college. I know that a lot of people have bad experiences with hazing. My hazing was awesome. There was no problems. There were no abuses, no nothing. Completely optional, by the way. But like, we were going through hazing, and there was this guy who's like, you have the veterans. They're the ones that like haze you and shit. So there was this guy who I remember that I always had this I had this idea when I was younger that like Diablo 2, because Diablo 2 is the game that I played the most. So to me, it's like Diablo 2 is the game that requires the most skill of all. When obviously that's just stupid. that's just like young Rurikon dumb brain, right?
Yeah.
So this veteran was telling me that like, no, FPSs require way more skill than Diablo 2, but dumb me is going like, no. Diablo 2 requires what anybody can play an FPS.
Lol.
And so this guy, he goes to me and he's like, okay, so here's what we'll do. We'll play Quake. And if you kill me once, he told me, if you kill me once, you don't have to do anything else throughout the whole hazing thing. You don't have to do nothing. You just have to kill me once in Quake.
Did you kill him once?
And I was like, oh, this is gonna be easy. He's like, just have to kill him. I don't have to do any more push-ups. No fucking. Oh, it's gonna be easy. And then he also told me like, but if you don't, you're gonna have to be the loudest motherfucker whenever I tell you to scream. You're gonna have to do it better than everybody else. You're gonna have to do everything I tell him. I was like, yeah, sure, no problem, bro. Not only did I not kill him once, I don't even think I hit him once. Do you understand?
Oh shit! Yeah. All right. So you really
later.
Dick.
No. Here's the thing. You might think that I'm not that bad at FPS. See, what happens is I then came to find this motherfucker was part of the national Portuguese Quake team. All right.
Oh wow! You were fucking debated. The guy fucking debated you into.
He debated me so hard, like, dude. He reamed me 6 ways from Sunday in Quake 2, Quake 3. I might have hit him once or twice in Quake 3 or something like that, but he fucking railed me nonstop. It was disgusting, dude. I was like, wow, I was taught a lesson for sure. I definitely learned.
So we had hazing in college as well. The only people that had a really hard time with hazing in college were the people that complained. So because they would do exactly. It would usually be like funny shit. Like we had to be there at 5 o'clock in the morning and then sit on the ground and act like children and shit like that. Really just like stupid shit.
Yeah.
And then you had kids that would just complain about it like nonstop, and they would go to the authorities, like the administrators. They got shat on Like their lives were made hell, but for us it was sort of like anyone that just went with it, you know, nothing happened. So, you know, it was just fun. And then afterwards, like the final, I remember because it was only for the first month that we got hazed. And then the last day of hazing, like that final thing was we all go out and we have to plan the evening, right? So it's basically just an excuse to get stupidly drunk. And then after that, you're part of the college experience and, you know, it's all good. But in college, I had this one guy that found out that I played League of Legends, you know, and he sort of bragged about the fact that he was in Challenger, you know, at the time though, I think it was called Diamond, I think was one of the highest ones you could be. So he was in Diamond at the time, and he was sort of bragging about that, and I was like, yeah, I play some League, you know, just for fun, really. And he's like, oh, what are you? I'm like, I'm gold. He's like, oh, so you're not very good? Because I'm, you know, fucking, let's say platinum, but it was very high. I can't remember exactly. And I'm like, okay, well, you know, good for you. Because I've never been the kind of guy that sort of go into dick measuring contests and shit like that. I don't really give a shit about that stuff. So he's like, okay, let's see how good you actually are. And we go into a game. We go into top lane. And he picked Renekton, I think. He picked Renekton. And I don't know why I decided to do this, but I pick up Ziggs, which is like a mage. I don't know if you know anything about League of Legends.
I know a little bit. I don't remember. Wait, Ziggs, is he the one with the bombs?
Yeah, Ziggs is the one with the bombs, right?
Okay.
Now, Ziggs normally would be horrible in top lane. Like, in general, you would get your ass kicked in top lane with Ziggs. But if the other guy is picking Renekton, Ziggs is free win. Because Renekton can physically not get anywhere near the lane. So I bullied this guy out of the lane. I eventually had, like, I think almost 50 CS lead. I was killing him over and over and over again. Because he kept coming in to grab some shit. Dude, I felt so big dick. And then afterwards, he was like, okay, wait, let's go again. He chose a Kali. I thought, all right, same rules should technically apply. He fucking raped me. Next game, he just kicked my ass all over the place. So that was my short-lived claim to fame. I was like, I beat a guy that's just like super high level in League once. And then he kicked my ass. Nowadays, everyone will kick my ass. In League, I think. That sound, it came from the direction of the obelisk at Provis Flora. Impossible, we've let no one through. Hariakon, follow me. What sound?
You enjoying your Zereth Mortis experience?
I must say I'm kind of intrigued, which is weird because I already know the story. I know how the story plays out, but it is intriguing.
That is actually potentially the best zone in the Shadowlands.
It's definitely, I think, the best zone Blizzard have ever made. The best looking zone Blizzard have ever made. The best zone Blizzard have ever made would be Azhara's realm. I can't remember what it's called now.
Najatar?
Najatar, that's the one. Yes. That would be...
Is that the under... Oh, no, I know. It's not the underwater one. It's the other one.
Vashir is the underwater one.
Yeah, not Vashir. Never fucking Vashir.
Yeah, Vashir was terrible.
Yeah, I
should burn that place to the ground.
Well,
dude, I wish...
this Zereth has magic water. Maybe there's going to be another one that has magic fire, and then we could burn it to the ground.
Dude, I personally think that the whole water, the water thing that they've made a whole big deal off of, I think there's a reason why they made a big deal out of it. And I don't think the reason is known to us yet. Wow. Why is my demon's dead? This makes sense.
That's what you get when you play a warlock.
Yeah, my current thoughts around that is that we're probably going to find out in the next expansion, or maybe the expansion after that, that there's something strange in the water, and that's why they made such a big deal out of the water. That's just my opinion, though, because I have a very strong suspicion that there might be an old god in underneath the water. Mortis? Yeah, underneath the water, that the old gods have infiltrated Zereth Mortis. I also believe, Jesus, can I not catch a break? I also, by the way,
found Jesus.
Literally just after the first day in Zereth Mortis, I don't know how more people aren't speaking about this, but as no one noticed the amount of light shit that's going on in Zereth Mortis. Like the fruits that's literally everywhere that gives you a buff that literally says the light is in you.
The light has always been in me.
Well, yeah, but we're not talking about your sexual kinks now. We're talking about the game.
My dildo has an LED. The light is in me. That's so fucking bad.
But yeah, I mean, there's these fruits all around that you can eat. And after you've eaten it, it tells you that the light is in you. Which is very strange, considering Zereth Mortis technically should have nothing to do with the light. Because this is the realm of death. This is where the death realms are created. So why the fuck would there be fruit that literally fills you with light?
Okay. So, real quick. So I guess we'll, I'm just going to do a quick recap of what I have here. Yeah. So we'll start with the third cinematic of Dragonflight. I might ask you a little bit about the Shadowlands. Then we'll talk about the Diablo 4 respec thing. Blizzard and NetEase. Blizzard and NetEase and financials is basically just one topic because it's the same thing.
Yep.
Blizzard, NetEase, financials. Then the Microsoft deal gets a new anal probe.
Yep.
God of War, Mick Gordon. No, actually, I'll put Mick Gordon after Twitter Blue because that'll be easier. Twitter Blue. The Twitter Blues! And yeah, I guess that'll be the lineup. Sounds good?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
All right.
I just fucked that up.
Anyway, I'm going to hop out. I need to get some work done as well. All right, I'll see you later, dude.
Take care of yourself, man.
Take it easy.
Peace.
Have a good one, chat.
Chat, say goodbye. Don't be assholes.
So about the fruit that you were mentioning with the light in it, is it still? Because I don't know how much of the Chronicles is to be taken for truth anymore, but is it still like generally accepted that the light and the void were the first things?
I mean, we don't know, right? Because it all depends on which information source you would trust the most. Because from the perspective of the Titans, the light and the void may have been first. From the perspective of the brokers, it's actually life and death that they put at the sort of, you know, at the forefront of the cosmological struggles. We've never had any sort of solid confirmation of which force actually came first within the Warcraft universe. That is currently completely up in the air. My argument, of course, now this all goes to if I am correct. But so just based on the incredible amount of light influence that this expansion has seen, the fact that we had light in Revendreth, And now in Zereth Mortis, literally the realm where death is kind of created, you have these fruits lying around that literally fills you with light. There is a good chance. So before Shadowlands launched, Steve Denuser, in an interview, explained how the forces, the cosmological forces of World of Warcraft, are constantly at war with each other. Boise, how you doing, brother? Pyro, how you doing, man? They're constantly at war with each other. And how whenever one force gets a little bit too powerful, the other forces might band together to knock that force off of its pedestal to keep things in balance, to ensure that everyone is playing, by the rules and everyone is sort of fulfilling their duty. Just on that point, though, so the people don't misunderstand me. It's not that the other forces care about all of the other forces doing their job. Every single one of the forces of the cosmology believes that they are the rightful rulers of the galaxy. It's just that, whenever one becomes too powerful, they just by necessity band together because they don't want this one to rule the galaxy, because they believe that they should have the right to do so. My thinking...
Yeah, basically...
Sorry, yeah?
Basically, each force thinks that it can do reality better than the other 5 combined.
Yeah.
Because I remember you early on in Shadowlands, you made a video about the light, life, and one other force. I'm blanking on it. That
life, light, and order, in my opinion.
Thank you. Order were the ones that banded together when Noth got too uppity.
Yes. So when death became too powerful, life, light, and order banded together and overthrew death. In my opinion, there is enough sort of breadcrumb evidence to suggest that I might have been right. Because why else would the light be in Zereth Mortis? It shouldn't be here. There shouldn't be fruit here that fills you with the light. If there were fruit here that filled you with death magic, that's fine. This is the realm of death. That makes perfect sense. But fruit that fills you with light magic? Why? That makes no sense. The light has its own Zereth realm, and this isn't it. So that would be sort of where I... that would be my theory right now, at least. Doing a version of the Great Game for Warhammer? Well, yeah. It's kind of exactly that. Or it is the Great Game that you have in Warhammer.
Yeah.
It's exactly the same thing. It's just the cosmological... Now, it's not, I think... In Warhammer, it's kind of like the Great Game against all of the mortals, trying to capture and kill all of the mortals and whatnot. It's not similar. It's not like that. It's more just the case of they are against each other, but also not against each other, So it's kind of like the Great Game without all the death and destruction and the pestilence and things like that. Even though that would have been fucking cool. The Dreadlords infiltrated deep into our ranks. Bolvar must know what has happened. I cannot leave my position here. Quickly, give him the news. Perhaps the Enlightened Council will have advice as well. Speak with Bolvar for Dragonet Haven. Alright, I'm coming. Shall we react to some stuff while we're here? I have a video that...
if you wanted to do some Warhammer, there is a one of our community members. They had a Q&A question that's sort of just a very long list of points about Tyranids that they wanted to get your opinion on.
I think we can do that after. But
oh yeah,
definitely. I've promised Metalfan from Hell that I will watch the Adeptus Custodes Guardians of the Throne video, and I've promised him since last week actually, and we haven't gotten to it yet. So
the Custodes are awesome.
Yeah, so you have the Adeptus Custodes. I don't know exactly who that is. But I do know that you have the Primaris Space Marines, and then you have the normal Space Marines. Is that correct?
Yes. Originally, it would before the Primaris, because those were made by Call on behalf of Robert Rabute Gilliman. Sorry. The order kind of went Emperor, Primarch, Custodes, Space Marine, and then the Primaris is now in between Custodes and Space Marine.
Okay. That makes sense. Let me just quickly fix this, because I'm gonna have to build a... Was it a browser source, or was it a video source? No, it was a window capture. Yeah, window capture. Popeye, I think. Yeah. All right. Let me just turn down my WoW sound a little. I don't know how many, I don't know how many WoW viewers we have in here at the minute that might have no idea what the fuck we're about to talk about. But you guys are in for one of the most horrific universes ever. This universe is fucking bonkers, so get ready.
It was a momentous day. One of the rare moments where the pomp of the entire world was directed towards the one event, the one spectacle. A ritual that had gone on for over 10,000 years, since the very dawn of the Imperium of mankind. And it was only to be seen on the planet at the very center of the Empire, the birthplace of humanity, once called merely Earth, now known across the entire Milky Way galaxy as Holy Terra. The towering spires reflected the brilliant dawn. The colossal edifices of lost lords, priests, and demigods lined this, one of the most sacred routes to the Imperial Palace itself, the Avenue of Sacrifice. The one causeway was the venue for the ritual, but it was situated so that most of the urban sprawl around and above it could witness the event. Every window was open, every place filled. Adoring crowds bayed and cheered in their millions to the exaltation of their god, but centered their approbation at those now processing down the causeway's length, all of the way unto the sacred Ascensor's Gate of the Imperial Palace itself. There were 100 couples, each with a male and female. Both wore exquisite finery, attire that could well be the worth of a small moon, for they were of the highest of the high. They were aristocrats so mighty that they were the elect of the Imperium, not just Holy Terra. And in the arms of each woman was a child, swaddled in golden wraps. They were to be the sacrifice, the pledge, the weregeld to their lord, the master of mankind. Each child of these ancient houses would be put through the most rigorous screening and training. Few of them would survive. But those that did, those that managed to thrive in such a regime, they would become the most powerful examples of humanity that have ever been known by the Primarchs themselves. They would become the most trusted and prestigious, the most noble of all of the forces of the Imperium, for they would become Custodes, the very bodyguards of the Emperor himself.
Oh, that's the Custodes. Nice.
It had been a trap. None could now refute that. The Knights of Salamnia chapter of Space Marines had been founded some 3 millennia ago. A chapter of Ultramarine stock, they had been rugged and dependable. They did not deviate from the Codex, but nor did they worship it, as many of their pedigree were prone to do. They had received a message that could not be ignored, for it bore the royal seal, the markings of the custodian guards themselves. The Astropathic Choir confirmed this, well, as far as they could confirm anything in these days. The tear across reality had made communication even less reliable than before. Most messages were ignored, not because of a lack of interest, but due to a lack of endurance. So few messages could be deciphered these days. So it was that the communication had been received loud and clear, meaning the force and clarity of the choir that sent it could only be of the highest magnitude, hence backing up the communication's contents. The 2 battle barges and half a dozen strike cruiser and support ships were all that was left of the chapter. The vile traitors and their never-born allies had taken a huge toll. They had wiped out 3 other chapters in the region. It was bad. Very bad. So it was with a heady euphoria that the knights went to the location to await important reinforcements from the throne itself. Some even whispered that the Emperor had risen, but they were not hearkened to. Not really. That the message came from his guard was odd, it was true. But the knights had always been level-headed, and the whispers were stamped on by the veterans who heard them. Yet when they had been only half a day in location, a tear in the warp opened and vomited out a sizable Chaos War fleet. The Knights of Salamnia were not known for sitting on their thumbs, and they gutted a half-dozen vessels with raking broadsides before they could acclimatize from the translation to real space. But then the battle started in earnest, and it was hotly contested. The Chaos Forces had older vessels, but they were all the more vicious due to it, and their fury was remarkable. Not suicidal, but near to it. The onslaught of their boarding pods was the next stage of the conflict. The 2 fleets concentrated on eliminating escorts, while the capital ships became an open battlefield. The traitor Marines were hoping to double their fleet in one swift action. They launched everything they had. The pods opened in the Loyalist Marines' corridors, and the engagement began. The stolid, robust defenses of the Ultramarines against the frantic fury of the warriors of their long war. And experience counted. The Chaos Band, many veterans of the heresy, had the greater experience and skill.
Yeah, I think just to put this into perspective, because I see a lot of people now talking about this. Every single time we've watched one of his videos so far, like every single time we've watched one of his videos, it's always been the case that his story effectively tells you the lore before he tells you the lore. So when he did the video about those crazy fucks, I can't remember what they were called, but the crazy chaos gods, or the chaos space marines that literally just want to like kill. That's literally all they care about. When he did that, yeah, it may have been the World Eaters. I'm not entirely sure, but when he did that one, for example, it was like after watching that story, you almost immediately understood the like you understood everything there was to understand about them. So that's how this guy does most of his storytelling.
The better weaponry, if truth be told.
Which is fucking brilliant.
And they were augmented by the power of chaos. The fight was hard, the knights exacting a tally from their foes. But it was going in one direction. At the last, when the ships were all but taken, klaxons rang out again, as another force slipped into real space. The knights then stiffened their defenses as they were informed. Imperial boarding craft were approaching their ships. But it was the colour, the armour of the vessels that gave way to grins amongst the command staff that remained. For they were gold. All rushed to look down at their screens, as the ships landed. Fire burst out from the Chaos scum who had been holding the hangar bays, surrounding the Storm Eagles that had been used to bring over more men once the boarding pods and Terminators had exploded into the Loyalist ships. The fire hit the landing ships, but did a lot less than usual. A lot less. Then the front hatches opened and out they strode. They strode. Huge men, wider, taller, more pronounced than even the Astartes. They were armored from head to toe in golden auramite, exquisitely forged, every single item a work of genius, a labor of love. They wielded long spears, with bolter attachments at the side of the huge blade edge. While bolter shells smashed into them, they really did more than break their stride.
Sorry, chap, but the Custodes, they don't really go out to fight, do they? Like, they only protect the Emperor. Or other cases of them actually going out to fight things?
With Gilliman revived, he has sent them on missions, but they used to just guard the
Emperor. Moni, I'm assuming you're lagging or something. They only protected the Emperor since Heresy, but since Gilliman back, they're going out on missions more often. Because they sound like they're almost borderline fucking unkillable. So it would be nice to have them on missions.
With that, the Custodes acted like Terminators, but moved faster than Mark 6 Corvus armored Astartes. With blinding speed they advanced, firing into those holding the area and killing first shot, every shot. They knew exactly where to hit their adversary.
Wait, what? One Custodes is equal to anywhere between 3 and 10 Astartes. Is that a guesstimate, or is that factually correct?
Our roots run deep.
Because if that's factually correct, that's fucking nuts.
Every weak point, every crack, and they exploited them with efficiency. Within 10 seconds, there was a semicircle of dead traitors, and the Custodian Guard advanced into the ship. On each monitor, the command staff of the Knights of Solamnia grouped as they saw the Guardians fan out. In the corridors they were lethal. Their bolters blazed and decapitated or amputated limbs from all they shot. When they found anyone close enough for melee combat, it was over within a second or less. Sometimes much less.
Jesus.
Their speed was that of a harlequin, their power that of a demon. They could cut through ceramite warplate like it was smoke. Could lift and throw marines as if they were rag dolls. They were larger even than Primaris marines, and their skill was astonishing. Even to those who had fought the great...
No, Abaddon, I don't believe that. You're saying the captain of the Custodes will make a Primarch his bitch? Bullshit. Fucking bullshit, bro. The Primarchs are literally the sons of the Emperor. There's no way.
War, the Long War, the Heresy, the Crusade. Even to these broken legends, they could barely follow the movements of the Custodes, let alone stop them. And their Auramite great armor seemed proof to all attacks. But this was due to the skill of the wearer,
I think
angling its defenses.
Abaddon is confusing the Custodes captain with a unnamed captain that superseded between Horus and the Emperor. He died to Horus, but it gave the Emperor enough time to then return the kicking blow to Horus. I remember that during that battle, Horus beats the crap out of Sanguinius, and then nearly does the same thing to the Emperor because the Emperor can't bring himself to kill Horus. But then this just non-augmented human captain imposes himself between the Emperor and Horus. And that kind of galvanizes the Emperor into killing Horus.
Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. But that was Olunius Pius, just a man? Possibly a perpetual, though? Possibly a perpetual. Alright.
To deflect, to dampen each blow on their hardest or most angled hardpoints. The appearance of Custodes in Terminator armor in the central halls immediately ceased the traitor push. They butchered them like cattle. It was like watching their own Space Marine Terminators walk through fire.
Wait, someone is pretending to be me in this quest, by the way. What an interesting turn of events.
Armors or hive scum. The Custodes were on another level. They were death incarnate. The chapter master blinked, then his eyes widened as he watched the screen. The Custodes had moved into the royalist areas, but they did not stop shooting at Marines. Only this time, it was his Marines. Story continued at the end of this entry.
We will face whatever comes.
Welcome, gentle listener. I am Voldemort, your faithful servant, and I wish to introduce you to the forces, factions, and organizations of the Warhammer 40k universe, the grim darkness of the far future, where there is no time for peace, there is only time for war. And today, we are to discuss the most exalted, the most honored, and most powerful of all of the forces within the Imperium of Mankind. Of course, I can only be speaking of the 10,000, the Adeptus Custodes, the very guards of the Emperor himself. 10,000 years or more have passed since the creation of this element of the Imperium, and it is said that they were the first of the warriors created by the Emperor when he arose to bring order back to the galaxy through force of arms. They were his most trusted and most potent of all forces, because they had to be. Now some might say that the time of the Custodes is now, that the wars of the setting have never been so dire, so perilous. But let me disavow you of one thing right now, gentle listener. From my reading of the lore, the wars of even this, the end times of Warhammer 40k, are as a painted picture party compared to the trials and horrors of the Unification Wars. For when the Emperor arose, he did so with all of the knowledge he needed. He knew exactly what he would need to do to make his vision, his dream, a reality. And there was no worse place in all of the galaxy as Terra. And the Emperor forged an army to take it. The Great Crusade encountered nearly every form of horror one can imagine. From demons, witches, xenos races that could kill with a flick of the wrist or the merest gaze. The Space Marines fought them and killed them. Mostly. But this was as nothing compared to the challenge of reclaiming Terra. For in all of the galaxy there was no place more overburgeoning with psychic entities, demons, cults, genetically enhanced monster armies, cybernetic weapons in their masses, and entire legions of warriors and weapons every bit as dangerous, if not more so, than the vaunted Space Marines. The first battle would inevitably be the worst. The taking of Terra. And the Emperor was under absolutely no illusions of what it would require to be done. For the Emperor had not visited Terra recently, had not been born into the times of strife called Old Night. He was no mere warlord. He was the Emperor of Mankind. An ancient immortal being who had walked the earth and the stars since prehistoric times. He knew the peoples of the world, what they had, what they could create, what they would do, what horrors they could summon or unleash on any who opposed them. And he had been watching this all unfold for millennia uncounted. Often the Emperor had taken on a temporary existence to attempt to guide and steer humanity. He was allied with others of his kind, perpetuals, immortal beings born for reasons unknown, though the Emperor always stated it was for the defense and tuition, the guidance of the greater human race. Yet the Emperor was always the most powerful and influential of his kind. and others bent the knee to his will, or they were crushed, or they simply disappeared and attempted to avoid him, of course. But these rarely survived. So it was that the Emperor had witnessed the progression of humanity through all of its revolutions, agricultural, industrial, space, information expansion, all the way to its apex, the golden age of technology, where enlightenment and wisdom and progress were the guiding lights to humanity, and it could be viewed as truly enlightened. But it was not to last, and the Emperor witnessed the fall, the fracturing of the human hegemony, and its repercussions. He witnessed firsthand with his own eyes the depths to which our kind then fell. How the human race had lost its center, its core, its righteousness, its grace. He then watched on as the vast and potent technologies of the Golden Age could be warped and twisted to things of carnage and slaughter. How genetic knowledge gave birth to mountains of flesh and sinew that wiped out entire armies of non-enhanced warriors. How smells and rights could be used to tear reality asunder and slaughter millions with its warping effects. How exoskeletons and armor could be used to make armies that were practically invulnerable, crushing all but the most twisted warp users into dust. And he knew that the only answer to these deranged weapons of the tyrants, butchers and warlords who ruled over the great swathes of the planet was even greater force, even greater barbarity, an army that could smash anything put before it, be it machine, man, or monster. And thus did he make his plans. Thus did he build his armies. And the first beings he made would ever be the greatest of his works, the most loyal of all of his weapons. For many believe he viewed them as just that, tools. But as every craftsman knows, some tools are more precious than others, and in these, his Legio Custodes, his 10,000, he went one step further, for they were not made.
Wait, the Custodes were first? I mean, obviously the Thunder Warriors was first, no? But then, of the modern day Imperium, shall we say, the Custodes were the first. His personal god. Huh. And only then did he start making his Primarchs. Each one is handcrafted by the Emperor. They're thousands of years old. Yeah, these are the guys that basically stand, like, they stood watch for hundreds of years at a time. Like, a shift could last hundreds of years, just standing in the Emperor's throne room, protecting him. Wow. And have a Custodes ever been turned by the Chaos Gods? Never.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Can they even be turned? Would it even be possible to turn a Custodes into a Chaos? No, wouldn't be possible.
No, I doubt it, because they're is potent as Grey Knights as far as that goes.
What do you mean as potent as Grey Knights?
Grey Knights are completely incarnate.
Yeah, but Grey Knights get that way through training, no? It takes a shit ton of time for them to actually become completely immune.
Yeah, because they weren't made by the Emperor, so they need to train, and it's also believed that it's part of their special gene seed. Mm-hmm. But with respect to the Custodes, it's because they were handcrafted by the Emperor to be basically peak humanity, for lack of a better term.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. No, but they're basically individually sculpted. It takes too long to create, and only a tiny fraction of humans is usable for the process, and it has to start the process as babies. He created the other versions like Thunder Warriors and then Primarchs and Space Marines to be able to fuel the armies. Yeah, but now here's the thing. If the Emperor just spent more time making more of these Custodes, he wouldn't need an army. If a Custodes is that powerful, imagine what 100 Custodes would do on a battlefield. Just quickly imagine that. You have the Tyranids attacking, and you field 100 Custodes against the Tyranids. Fucking GG. Thanks for playing. It's over. The scale of the universe? Yeah, but still. If he kept making them, he would have had far more than 10,000 now. Push zipping around? Yeah, alright, so it's a size discussion. I get what you guys are saying.
To be disposable, as were his other forces. Custodes were ever the special ones for a very simple reason. They were not just his tools, not just his weapons. The Custodes were also to be his companions. He would actually know each and every one of them personally, would enter into discourse with them, gain reassurance or even guidance from them, where another perspective were necessary. Each and every one had to not only be the most lethal being ever to set foot on Earth, but also so educated, refined, complex, and intelligent that they could actually engage and entertain the most powerful mind and soul that humanity had ever thrown up, the Emperor.
No, King Julian.
And it is for this reason that they are as far above and beyond the Astartes, the Space Marines, as those beings are above the common baseline human. They are each unique, as an asset of inestimable value in any theatre whatsoever. They are simply the best there are, or have ever been. Now some may demur and perpetually point to the Primarchs for the pinnacle of humanity, but I cannot agree. To me, the Primarchs are as soiled and far from human as
Man, Anduin was a little bitch here. Oops.
Okay, here it is. I
wait.
pulled up the wiki. Oh, sorry.
Just wait. Alright, what did the wiki say?
The wiki says that they're rare creatures, the firstborn of the Emperor's gene craft, such that their psycho-physical design and the intricacies and sophistications of the gene craft involved, the modifications that went into their creation. It requires a strict biological and psychological criteria that only a mere 1 in many thousands of potential candidates prove to be suitable. And then even out of that small pool of candidates, survival through the multiple solar decades of alchemical augmentation and psychometric training were far from guaranteed. So basically a percent of a percent.
Wow. Okay, so that's why he didn't make more Custodes. Because it was physically just too much. It was just too taxing.
Yeah.
Alright. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I still think he should have made more than 10,000, though. That could really have turned the war. Or just spend a little bit more time on his fucking sons so that they can't be corrupted as easily. That could have helped as well.
Yeah, if he'd just given Horus a fucking hug every now and again.
I mean, it's not even that. All he should have done is he should have made Lionel Johnson the War Master, and none of this would have happened. It would have been all good. The Imperium would still have stood. The Emperor would still have been alive. It would have been fucking GG. Although the Emperor is still alive. He's in the warp. He's busy becoming a god. A true god.
as any possessed of the Chaos Legions.
Part of them is
They are not...
Sorry?
Still, part of him is working on that, yeah. There's still, the part of him that's chained to the Golden Throne.
Yeah, but I believe he's in the warp already. Anyways, let's listen further.
And never were human. They are as much creatures of the warp as they are of the materium. So hence, I discount them utterly from this deliberation. And in the future, we shall discuss the nuances of the Primarch project, as far as I read the law. Hopefully not too far in the distance now. The Custodes' origins are now unknown to the general populace of the Imperium, after so long and so many attempts by the Administratum and Inquisition to crowd nearly every facet of the human empire in double talk, misinformation and outright lies. They are mythical beings, despite being present evermore in the current stage of the setting. For now, they fight across the stars as they have not since the Great Crusade. The Unification Wars were terrible, and even included the last recorded battle against Men of Iron in numbers, as far as I'm aware anyway. The Custodes were ever the bodyguard and utter elite of the Emperor, but this should not be viewed as a ceremonial role, not by any stretch of the imagination. For their charge, the Master of Mankind was prone to off-take to the field at crux points. He was no mere general, he was wrath incarnate, and it is his intervention that changed the course of many a battle. And at his side were ever the Legio Custodes, his bodyguards. For they were sculpted individually, as much works of art as weapons of war. They were trained in all disciplines known to man, not merely blood and battle, as the Lesser Shadow the Marines are. They are unique. For their creation, as usual, let us lean on existing wisdom.
How big is a Custodes?
I believe they tower over Space Marines.
Shadows and alchemy. It was the Emperor himself that invented the process by which the warriors of the Adeptus Custodes are created. More than 10,000 years later, the same processes are still utilized, remaining every bit as shrouded in secrecy and tradition as they were during the Great Crusade. If it can truly be said that the Space Marines are the sons of the Primarchs, then the Adeptus Custodes are the progeny of the Emperor himself. His might permeates them, his blessings so powerful that they can shield the custodians from hurts both physical and empiric. The greatness of the Master of Mankind runs in their veins, burns in their eyes, and charges the air around them, so that all faithful warriors instinctively respect and fear these demigods of war. The method by which such remarkable individuals are created has always been known only to those of the imperial household, and is carried out by the most accomplished chirurgeons and bioalchemists of...
Can they make more? Is it still possible to make more, or now that the Emperor is kind of, on the throne eternally, it's no longer possible to do?
Terror within gilded factories locked away from the sight of humanity's masses. With the Adeptus Custodes fighting only for the Emperor himself, and beholden to the commands and scrutiny of no other, the secrets of their recruitment have never been revealed, for not even the High Lords of Terror have the right to demand them. It is known that all custodians begin their lives as the infant sons of the noble houses of Terror. It is a hallmark of incredible prestige to surrender one's child to this most glorious of callings within the Imperium. And many notable clans amongst the Terran aristocracy have willingly given up almost entire generations of newborn sons to earn it. Such children are taken in when they are still in infancy, for the earlier the genetic metamorphosis into a warrior of the Adeptus Custodes begins, the better a chance it has of success. Huge crowds line the avenue of sacrifice outside the Ascensor's gate when such an intake occurs. They fill the air with frenzied cheering and prayer as the great and good of Terra's high society parade before them, soaking in the adoration of the masses even as they surrender their progeny forever into the Emperor's care. There is a reason that, despite their remarkable lifespan, the Adeptus Custodes have never numbered more than approximately 10,000 warriors. Simply put, for every worthy aspirant who succeeds, thousands are found wanting. The Space Marine is created by the introduction of gene seed to the body, as well as the implantation of supporting organs. Between them, these modifications reshape those who receive them into living weapons. By comparison, whatever mysterious bioalchemy is used to trigger the transformation into a custodian occurs on an entirely different level, taking root that
they have to be basically taken from infancy and created that way, whereas a Space Marine can be a full-grown adult and still go through it.
Yeah, so it is effectively one of those where it's you can make more, and Belisarius Cole will probably, keep on working on perfecting the process. But for now, without the Emperor, it's almost one of those, you're only going to do that when absolutely necessary. Because of how taxing it is and how difficult it is to pull off. At least that would be my immediate assumption.
Cells, perhaps even the soul of an aspirant. The process of ascension goes beyond the purely physical and spiritual. Those who would join the Brotherhood of the Adeptus Custodes are mentally indoctrinated. Their psyches are rebuilt from the ground up, their mental architecture fortified, as the Imperial Palace itself was fortified in the face of Horus's treachery, until it becomes an impregnable fastness, or else collapses under its own weight. Each aspirant endures thousands of hours of psycho-indoctrination and mnemic conditioning. Their education is mercilessly absolute, information beaten into the metal of their minds at a punishing rate that drives many mad. They must grasp not only the tenets of warfare in all its forms, and learn every method of assassination, counter-espionage, threat recognition and death-dealing known to mankind, but also expand their minds in far more esoteric directions. Diplomacy and statecraft, astrogation and interstellar geography, history, philosophy, theosophy, artistry, and countless other subjects must all be mastered to a breathtakingly high degree. Much of this education is a throwback to the days when the custodians were expected to not only to provide the Emperor with protection, but also counsel and conversation. It has become a tradition applied by rote, but still its benefits are apparent. Not only does such an avalanche of information screen out those whose psyches are not sufficiently robust, but it further ensures that, almost alone in a dark and dreadful age, the Adeptus Custodes retain the enlightenment and perspective commonplace during the Great Crusade. Of course, with such...
I feel sorry, by the way, for Guilliman, because he's in that sense, he's very much like the Custodes. Because also, in this age where everyone is worshipping his father, everyone is worshipping, the Primarchs as some kind of god or some kind of prince of god. Him and his Astartes are the only ones that know for a fact the Emperor is not a god, nor should the Emperor ever be viewed as a god. Which, you can't help but feel sad for them, because, they're forced to do stuff that they genuinely do not believe, just so that they, at least don't get into trouble. There's this entire chapter in the book where Calgar, I believe his name is Calgar, who's the Lord Commander of Ultramar, whilst Guilliman was gone, he actually speaks about the loneliness of his father and how his father has to, accept the church and all that shit, but he knows that his father doesn't. and yet his father has no choice. He just has to do it.
Such blessings comes a tragic comprehension of the depths to which the Imperium has sunk. It is a credit to the Adeptus Custodes that such a realization does not drive them to despair. No truth is withheld from the Adeptus Custodes, for in order to do their duty without impediment, they must possess all of the facts about the dark terrors that seek to conquer the galaxy. Such sanity-eroding revelations quickly eliminate those inductees who do not have sufficient spiritual fortitude to do their duty. Those that remain can be counted upon not only to understand the deeper ramifications of the war for the Emperor's realm, but to recognize why such truths must never be allowed to spread beyond their own ranks. How long the process of creating a custodian takes is unknown beyond the walls of the Imperial Palace. All those who survive emerge as magnificent Praetorians, their sculpted physiques and altered minds so utterly other that they adopt entirely new personalities. They draw their names from ancient texts, deriving them from heroes, monsters, and gods of old Terran mythology.
King Julian, dude. I know. Someone else already said it. I don't know what you want me to fucking say about that.
Not only is this practice regarded as being entirely appropriate for such transcendent beings, it also allows the noble families of Terra to save face. All can, and will, claim that it was their offspring that showed the fortitude to become a custodian, and none will gainsay them. Though the minds of the custodians are armoured against the machinations of witches and psykers, they themselves never exhibit such abilities. The Emperor allowed for no chink in the defences of his custodians. For while battlefield psykers are undoubtedly powerful living weapons, they are also unstable ones. Their minds are prone to invasion by warp entities, a danger that no member of the Adeptus Custodes need ever face. For those superlative individuals that do survive to join the golden ranks, their comrades afford them immediate respect. There are no juniors amongst the Adeptus Custodes, only worthy warriors who understand the full burden of responsibility that their power and authority brings. A custodian's role of honor is encompassed by his name. Though all begin with a single epithet, as these warriors achieve great deeds, they are awarded additional names to reflect them. In days past, the Emperor himself would bestow these titles. Now it falls to the Captain General, or occasionally a shield captain in the field, to bestow the honor on his comrades. Custodians who have served for many centuries typically have dozens of names inscribed within the plates of their armor, or, in some cases, even etched microscopically into their bones. Along with their name, ascension to the ranks of the Adeptus Custodes earns each individual their own armor and weapons. Entire bloodlines of exceptionally skilled artisans dwell within gilded towers on Terra, their purpose to fashion the Auramite armor and perfectly balanced weapons for each new custodian. Certain names, such as the clan Halbrinmir or the clan Gestaxtis, are renowned for their martial masterworks, and their augmetically enhanced artisan barons are famed for the wonders they have wrought. The Adeptus Custodes also have access to an incomparable armory.
These are the guys, in other words, that have those... It takes like an age to say all of their names. Because we were watching a video once where I think it was Lewton, but it may actually have been, what's his name? Fuck, Major Kill. Spent almost 30 seconds just saying the guy's name. Like, just this stupidly long fucking name with, like, everything that he's ever done and everything that he's ever fucking been a part of. Just all manner of crap. Alright.
Of technology, much of it dating back thousands of years. From the sleek Dawn Eagle jet bikes of the Virtus Praetors and the magnificent Alarus pattern Terminator armor, to land raiders and contempted dreadnoughts that saw battle during the Great Crusade. Such equipment epitomizes the proven excellence of ore
Dark
at the
Angel,
Dusk
how you doing,
Custodian's
brother?
material. The tools of war wielded by the Emperor's guardians never fail or falter, for they are handmade by the Imperium's most skilled smiths and maintained to the most painstaking standards imaginable. Just as the warriors who protect the Golden Throne must be utterly without fault or weakness, so must the equipment they rely upon to discharge their duties. These incredible armaments, the endless training regimes that the custodians undergo, the years-long horror conflicts through which they battle, and the shadow-shrouded wars they fight in the Emperor's name throughout the Sol system and far beyond. All these factors ensure that the 10,000 are the finest fighting...
Well, the thing, Astron, is that they weren't always just standing in the palace looking pretty. You know, there was a time where they were actually part of things, and now that Guilliman is back, you know, they're obviously going out once again, actually being part of shit, you know? Good heading to work, no race for the hunt. Oh, yeah. Dark Angel. I know the feels, bro. I know the feels.
The voice is near.
force in the entire...
Wait, here we go. I'm getting 100. I'm getting 100 subs soon if this thing starts working, which it doesn't seem to be want to do. Do you realize the site's broken? Dude, what the fuck is wrong with this thing? Yeah, this is my browser that's doing it. Look at that. What's wrong with this browser? Let's just close it and see. The browser seems to be taking a shit. Alright. If only, bro. If fucking only. I'm not sure if this yeah. Don't want to do mini player. Oh my god. Does this thing have a... I don't think this has a pop-out mode. Oh, this is gonna suck. Oh, wait. There we go. It's been fixed. Yeah, I'm not sure what the hell just happened there. But okay, let's quickly see here. Cetrus titles. Great King, the Imperishable, Kemrikara, the Great King of Neokara, Kings of Kings, Opener of the Way, Wielder of the Divine Flame, Punisher of Nomads, the Great Unifier, Commander of the Golden Legion, Sacred of Appearance, Bringer of Light, Father of Hawks, Builder of Cities, Protector of the Two Worlds, Keeper of the Hours, Chosen of Petra, High Steward of the Horizon, Sailor of the Great Vitae, Sentinel of the Two Realms, the Undisputed, Begetter of the Begot, Scourge of the Faithless, Carrion Feeder, First of the Chanal Valley, Rider of the Sacred Chariot, Vanquisher of Vermin, Champion of the Death Arena, Mighty Lion of the Infinite Desert, Emperor of the Shifting Sands, He who holds the Scepter, Great Hawk of the Heavens, Arch Sultan of Atalan, Waker of the Herotitan, Monarch of the Sky, Majestic Emperor of the Shifting Sands, Champion of the Desert Gods, Breaker of the Ogre Clans, Builder of the Great Pyramid, terror of the living, master of the never-ending horizon, master of the necropolises, taker of souls, tyrant to the foolish, bearer of Petra's holy blade, scion of Ysirian, scion of Nehek, the great chaser of nightmares, keeper of the royal heart, founder of the mortuary cult, banisher of the grand Hierophant, High Lord Admiral of the Death Fleets, guardian of the Shonal Pass, tamer of the Lich King, unliving Jackal Lord, dismisser of the Warrior Queen, charioteer of the gods, he who does not serve, slayer of Reditras, Scarab-Purger, favored of Ysirian, player of the great game, liberator of life, Lord Sand, wrangler of scorpions, emperor of the dunes, eternal sovereign of Khemri's legions, cynical of the great sandy desert, cursorer of the living, regent of the eastern mountains, warden of the eternal necropolis, herald of the herald, herald of all heralds, caller of the bitter wind, god tamer, master of the Mortis River, guardian of the dead, great keeper of the obelisks, deacon of the Ash River, belated of wakers, general of the mighty frame, summoner of sandstorms, master of the necrotates, prince of dust, tyrant of Araby, purger of the greenskin breathers, killer of the false gods' champions, tyrant of the gold dunes, golden bone lord, avenger of the dead, carrion master, eternal warden of Nehek's lands, breaker of Juff's bonds, and many, many more. Jesus. Oh, holy crap. In other words, the dude, the Chad. Holy crap. That is a lot of fucking titles. They don't have to say each of these titles before they meet him, no?
He is known to have a herald riding upon his chariot of the gods, which is a chariot with flaming wheels of blue fire that basically goes through all of his titles as he marches into battle. And the herald just never stops. He just goes through it all and then just starts again.
Wow, what if that would not be fun? Making a restaurant reservation, your name, sir, takes a deep breath. Like an hour later, like a book later, you have his fucking name. Oh shit. Yep. That motherfucker, that's a lot of names, dude. Oh my god.
Yeah.
It was
he was
a
the one who
momentous
created,
day.
like the title said, he created the mortuary cult, and because of that, he is kind of responsible for the rise and basically existence of Nagash.
Oh, okay. Where were we in the video? Does anyone know?
I feel like you were about halfway. Yeah,
Dude,
like right there.
This browser just keeps fucking up. Alright, you know what? Screw it. I don't know what's wrong with this browser, but I'm probably gonna have to delete this browser and get a new one. Because this is getting fucking annoying. This is just getting stupidly annoying.
Imperium.
That one was Firefox. I'm using Chrome now because Firefox just keeps breaking. So, no point in even, trying to use the other one at this point.
Guardians of the Golden Throne. In the wake of the Horus Heresy, the Legio Custodes became the Adeptus Custodes. They donned mourning black, for theirs was a shame and a failing that they sought neither to forget nor to be absolved of. Yet though they met with defeat and tragedy, the Custodians' vigil did not falter for even a moment. For 10,000 years, the Adeptus Custodes have stood guard over the Golden Throne. In that time, not a single enemy has gained access to the Sanctum Imperialis. The Custodians have many tasks upon Terra. It is they who watch over not just the great gates that lead to the Emperor's throne room, but all of the domains of the Imperial Palace. Considering the complex is a continent-sized sprawl of interconnected fortresses, cathedrals, armories, dungeons, macrohabs, judicariums, archives, sanctums, spaceports, and countless other structures. This is no mean feat. It is the Adeptus Custodes alone who decide who will be permitted audience with the Emperor, and it is an honor that is granted only in the rarest of circumstances. They patrol the endless lines of petitioners that wend through the Imperial Palace, ever watchful for those of Xenos taint or heretical bent, who might have contrived to penetrate the structure's out.
Has Guilliman been allowed to see his father now that he's awake again? Or would the Custodes not allow him? Has he been allowed? Okay.
To defenses. They oversee the soul-binding ritual that sees thousands of Psykers each day
Was a big event.
drained of their life
All
force
right.
in order to sustain the Emperor and his Astronomicon. The Adeptus Custodes guard the deepest vaults of the Imperial Palace, wherein lurk sanity-blasting secrets from the dark age of technology. They dispatch shield companies to inspect the defenses of the Sol system, and to eliminate anything that presents even the slightest hint of a threat to the sanctity of Holy Terra. They play their endless blood games, one of their own number taking the role of invader or assassin, to test their defenses, and in doing so, to strengthen them still further. For millennia, the Custodians have gone about their duties, bound to traditions that have become ritual and rote. Yet even as the wider Imperium has stagnated around them, and the Emperor's servants have come to view them with a mixture of superstition and awe, the Adeptus Custodes have done what they can to fend off doubt and ennui, and have never permitted despair to take them. They barely notice the fleeting mortal men that scurry about their feet, and insist upon keeping even the most ardently loyal Space Marine at a spear's length. For what has proven fallible once may do so again. Yet this is a mantra the Custodians apply also to themselves, and thus they have never permitted themselves a moment of laxity or introspection. At times, their Captain General has stood amongst the High Lords of Terra. At others, he has served as one of that council's most powerful advisors. Either way, the Adeptus Custodes continue to exercise the full authority of the Magisterium Lex Ultima, marshalling the defenses of Terra as they see fit, and answering to no one but their silent master in matters of security, sanctity, and strength. The Companions. The Companions are a 300-strong force that forms the direct bodyguard of the Emperor while he sits upon the Golden Throne. They are handpicked for their duties by the Captain General, who chooses his candidates based upon painstaking assessment of each warrior's performance in training and battle, as well as their mental acuity, spiritual fortitude, and countless other indicative factors. There can be no more important duty in all of the Imperium than to shield the Emperor himself. As such,
this is true.
No consideration for rank or veteran status is given when appointing custodians to the Companions, and those passed over in favor of younger or less experienced candidates take no offense. The vigil of the Companions is unending, and though they are of course rotated out for brief periods of rest, it is still a purgatorial duty. Arrayed in ranks around the Golden Throne, these wardens stand for incredible lengths of time, unmoving, unspeaking, poised constantly upon the cusp of battle readiness, in case the slightest threat were to present itself. It is mentally and spiritually exhausting, even for the demigods of the Adeptus Custodes, and so when the Captain General judges that a companion has served long enough, they will be rotated out with immediate effect, replaced by a fresh inductee or to their rank. Again, this is no mark of dishonor, merely a pragmatic admission that even a custodian cannot perform such a taxing duty indefinitely. The longest any individual has stood the companion's watch was Astoran Kalos, who endured for a full century before at last surrendering his place amongst the silent ranks. Those who serve amongst the companions are more likely to...
Dude, that must be such a horrible fucking job. Just standing there. Zucchini, how you doing? You don't speak, you don't eat, you don't sleep. You literally just stand watch. That's all you're doing. Just making sure that the Emperor is fine.
Lend their talents to the grim bodyguards, known as the Aquilan Shields. Such custodians have protected the lives of the greatest and most august personages in the Imperium, most notably the High Lords of Terra themselves.
They almost certainly know, because they're
From
still
the
human.
Master of the Navigators Guild to the High Logistica of the Adeptus Administratum, the Lord Militant of the Imperium to the Shadow Master of the Officio Assassinorum. Former companions have acted as guardians for them all. To the 10,000, such duties are simply an extension of their vows to protect the Emperor.
I have.
In this case, by safeguarding those assets most important to the successful running of his Imperium. Still, it is a role that has earned the Adeptus Custodes much favor in the eyes of Terra's noble elite. A host of heroes. From outside, the organization of the 10,000 seems Byzantine. When they deign to account themselves at all to other imperial bodies, their ranks appear complex and highly stratified. Yet much of this is tradition, or else purposeful misdirection. In practice, the Adeptus Custodes use a robust and easily adaptable system to organize their forces. The Adeptus Custodes operate as a military force, a gathering of champions each of whom possesses unassailable authority over virtually any other organization in the Imperium. Conversely, no Imperial agent can give a custodian orders. Even such words...
Well, in that case, Asteron, I would chalk it up more to the fact that they are eternal. Because they don't die of old age. At least not from my understanding with the lore. They don't really get old. They live forever, or if not forever, a stupidly long time. Like hundreds of thousands of years. And in that sense, 100 years is like a blink of an eye, because you're effectively, you live for fucking ever. So you're never going to die, or you're going to live for so long that 100 years really is just like an hour, maybe 2 hours for a normal human being. That doesn't take away from the fact that it is still a long fucking time.
These as the High Lords of Terra and Lord Commander Gilliman are able only to request, not demand, their aid. As befits such a body of elite warriors, the internal hierarchy of the Adeptus Custodes is remarkably flat. The Captain General commands the 10,000, inheriting a post that has passed down from one gallant leader to the next ever since the mysterious disappearance of Constantine Valdor. The Captain General has absolute authority over the Custodes, acting as the ritual proxy for the Emperor himself, and speaking with the voice of the Master of Mankind. Beneath the Captain General is the Custodian Tribunate, a group of 10 veteran custodians who act as advisors to the Captain General. Membership of this body changes periodically to ensure a blend of established wisdom and fresh ideas. A custodian must have earned at least 10 names before he can serve on the Tribunate, and have led his comrades victoriously in battle on at least 3 occasions. Once he joins the Tribunate, a custodian must serve for at least 10 years. During this time, he will not see the front lines, for he is too busy bending all of his
Hey, glad you ordered it again. Sadly, I am at work again, but I must ask, will you be streaming this weekend? I got some bribes lined up, smile for once.
Ethan, I don't know yet. Weekends is up in the air, right? It's whatever. If I have time, I will definitely be streaming. If not, then not. It really depends. But thanks for the 100 bits. I'd really appreciate that. Valdor is an ongoing storyline. Oh, so it hasn't finished yet. All right. We need to watch a video about Valdor, by the way. I want to know about this guy that just one day left the fucking building and has not returned yet.
Considerable intellect to supporting, strategically and diplomatically, the Captain General. Below this ruling council are the Shield Captains, who fulfill the roles of inspiring leaders, gifted generals, and selfless champions. Their titles vary enormously, from Supreme Castellans and Aquila Commanders to Master Guardians, often born in accordance with the specific duties to which they have been assigned. It is Shield Captains that take charge of the Adeptus Custodes military engagements. One is typically afforded overall command of an operation, while several others of his rank may lend their strength and wisdom in a supporting capacity. The remainder of the custodians possess roughly equivalent status to one another, forming loose warrior bands traditionally known as sodalities. There are varying strategic roles within the organization, to which some custodians find themselves better suited. However, whether this be the rapid jet-bike troops of the Virtus Praetors, the heavy assault specialists of the Alarus Custodians, or the unwavering Wardens, they still operate within a meritocracy that sees them afforded whatever honor their comrades believe them worthy of. A singular force of the Adeptus Custodes is referred to as a shield company. The numbers within such a formation can vary considerably, handpicked by their shield captain for the task at hand, and ranging from a small band to a sizable army complete with jet bikes, tanks, and dreadnoughts. Under normal circumstances, a shield company includes no more than one shield captain and perhaps 30 to 40 custodians. When a larger force is required, multiple shield companies gather into forces known as shield hosts. Led by conclaves of shield captains and boasting tens, sometimes hundreds of custodians, shield hosts have the martial strength to crush enemy armies and bring entire star systems to heel. The gathering of such might is a momentous undertaking. A shield host is only assembled to accomplish those tasks that no other imperial force could be trusted with, and its warriors march to war with a singular and implacable determination to enact the Emperor's will. The Misericordia. When an aspirant ascends to the ranks of the Adeptus Custodes, he is presented with a beautifully fashioned knife known as a Misericordia. These weapons are filigreed with gold and theldrite, their hilts molded to the owner's unique grip, and their blades imbued with micromolecular...
I have to go, but I want to leave you with a chunk of lore. One of the founding members of the Grey Knights is also one of the fallen who was deceived by Luther.
Oh. Heathen, thanks for 100. Really appreciate that. So there's a Grey Knight that fell to Luther, but he was one of the founding members. Now that is interesting. Huh. Alright.
Dissonator spirits that allowed them to slice through the thickest armor as though it wasn't there at all. More than a lethal sidearm, the Misericordia signifies something greater. Its traditional meaning is said to date all the way back to the darkest days of Terran history, when cruel warlords ruled by the blade alone. These weapons of oppression were known as Misericordia. Yet as the Emperor led his armies of unification, his custodians are believed to have co-opted the term for their own use. No longer would the Misericordia be a symbol of tyrannical rule. Instead, it came to represent the right of the bearer to act as the arbiter of the Emperor's judgment, and to put to death those tyrants, lunatics, and demagogues who stood against him. The Misericordia still shows its wielder to be the Emperor's sanctioned executioner, yet since his fall, these blades bear a second grimmer meaning. They have been
All Grey Knights of the first generation were former loyalists, many of the traitor legions who stayed loyal, who had their Genseed replaced by the Emperor's very own Genseed.
Wait, why would the Grey Knights actually have the Emperor's Genseed? Stop down with my post. I'm starting to feel like Grofile. Alderzin, what are you suggesting on the Reddit, on the subreddit? Heathen, by the way, thank you so much for the bits, dude. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself, brother. Enjoy work. Alderzin, if you keep suggesting weep shit on the Reddit, people are gonna keep downvoting it. You have to suggest cool shit on the Reddit. That's how it works, bro. You want to get noticed? Suggest some good shit.
Become weapons of vengeance, to be turned upon those who betrayed the Emperor and left him a broken shell. Every time a Misericordia is plunged into a traitor's heart, so it is said, a minuscule measure of revenge is exacted on behalf of the Emperor himself. Though the Custodians are typically immune to such superstition, there are those amongst their ranks who harbour the hope that if enough traitor blood is spilt with these blades, it may in some way restore their master. Another school of thought, the adherents of which are known as the Misereans, believe that through the wounds inflicted with Misericordia, they will slowly bleed the great descendants of Horus, inflicting a death by 1,000 cuts upon the Black Legion and their masters. Thus, though Custodians have the right to carry their Misericordia or not as they see fit, it is rare indeed that they go to battle against the heretic Astartes without these blades at their hips. The Shadow Keepers, warders of the Dark Cells. There are terrible things locked away beneath the Emperor's palace, eldritch terrors from the depths of old night that could annihilate the Imperium. To the Shadow Keepers falls the duty of standing guard over them until the end of time.
A Grey Knight is literally what happens when you give the Space Marine Emperor Genseed instead of Primarch.
Ah. Alright. So they're like the ultimate Space Marines, effectively.
The Shadow Keepers hold the keys to the rune-locked portals hidden deep beneath the Imperial Palace. They alone know the ways by which the runic locks may be disengaged, the wards unbound, and the sanctic circles breached. They alone know these things must never happen, for the Dark Cells hold such horrors at bay that mankind's sanity would not survive their release. A full shield host is devoted to this grim responsibility. Over 100 custodians patrolling the dark and silent corridors, vigilantly watching over the last terrors of old night. It is a task that would soon drive most men mad, for though neither sight nor sound can escape the forbidden cells, the air of those corridors is charged with dread. A perpetual menace thickens the shadows and makes them crawl. Even the superhumans of the Adeptus Custodes are forever on edge in these dark oubliettes, for the sense of unspeakable
Garrison, how you doing, bro? If you put a Grey Knight Genseed in a Custodes, what would happen? What the fuck are we starting to build here, boys? Like, what are we doing? We're just starting to make a whole lot of shit here.
That sounds like a question Belisarius would ask.
Yeah, Belisarius Cole is probably busy doing that as we speak.
Threat never wanes. It is a testament to the discipline and spiritual fortitude of the Shadow Keepers that they stand their ground unflinchingly, sometimes for decades at a time. The ranks of this shield host include many custodian wardens, whose oaths of protection help them to focus upon the task at hand to the exclusion of all else. The leaders of these forbidden centuries carry ancient weapons of mysterious provenance, their use intended as a last resort should anything ever break free from the Dark Cells. For 10,000 years, the Shadow Keepers have performed their duty, yet the coming of the Great Rift changed everything. with the power of chaos spilling raw and seething into the spaces between the stars, new abominations have come to light. Worse still are the cells that stand suddenly empty, the entities and artifacts once contained within spirited away by some unholy force to curse the galaxy once more.
Oh, that's not good.
Fearing the consequences of such dread remnants of the Age of Strife falling into the wrong hands, the Shadowkeepers at last sent warriors out into the galaxy. These jailers must trammel that which should not be, slaughtering all who seek to impede them, before returning their foul prizes to the cells where they belong. The Lockwarden. There have been many SHIELD captains charged with mastery of the Shadowkeepers. This appointment confers the title of Lockwarden, a name that is born in perpetuity and garners solemn respect from every other member of the 10,000. The Lockwarden must be the sternest of all guardians, the most unrelenting and alert jailer on the face of Terra. Moreover, should any creature or relic escape the dark cells, or newly emerged threat need to be imprisoned therein, it is the duty of the Lockwarden to personally oversee the operation. The current incumbent of this position is SHIELD Captain Borsa Thirsk, who has been Lockwarden for a century and a half. He is a grim and frighteningly intense warrior, whose utter fearlessness and steely vigilance make him ideal for this role. It speaks volumes about the dire condition of the galaxy that Thirsk left Terra but twice before the breaking of the storm, yet he has barely set foot there since the great rift yawned wide. The Quillen Shield. The Gilded Guardians. Certain servants of the Emperor bear great responsibilities deemed directly relevant to the safety of Terra. Such esteemed figures are afforded the protection of the Aquilon Shield, at least until their usefulness is thought to be at its end. As the doomscryers of the Imperial Palace sift the tides of the Imperium for warnings of disaster, they also take note of those who, through example, thought or deed, are likely to avert such catastrophes before they threaten the Golden Throne. These fated individuals are honoured with the protection of the Aquilon Shield, for in this way, a small band of custodians can ensure a significant martial or spiritual asset survives to act in the...
I don't know if he will, Guzrat, because from what I can tell, Guilliman has effectively blocked Balisarius Caul's ability to create new, let's say, interesting Primarchs or Space Marines and things. He's told him to only focus on a couple of Primarch gene seeds and leave all the rest alone. So I don't think he's going to start fucking about with... Although it's Balisarius Caul. Who knows what the hell that guy's up to.
Emperor's defense. The Quillen Shield are an informal brotherhood, laced through the ranks of the Adeptus Custodes. They typically operate in small warrior bands, journeying across the stars to stand watch over their charges wherever they may be. No warning is given, nor permission asked. The warriors of the Aquilon Shield appear as if from nowhere, avatars of the Emperor's will, who announce their quarry to be under the protection of the Master of Mankind. Such an honor is beyond compare, and is never refused no matter the circumstances or the individual chosen. The Quillen Shield have acted as bodyguards to High Lords, Sororitas Canonesses, Lord Inquisitors, Astra Militarum Generals, and Space Marine Captains. They have even protected 2 Crusade leaders bearing the title of War Master, staunchly ignoring the historic associations with he who first held that rank. Yet they have also appeared amidst flares of golden light to watch over fireband frontline preachers, bewildered militia leaders, and others of apparently little import.
Guilliman is the current War Master,
amongst them all is that, while attending their duties beneath the gimlet gaze of the Emperor's own guards, these individuals are expected to achieve incredible things in the defense of the throne world. Their Quillen Shield fight to ensure such a future comes to pass, shielding their charges from harm, until the exact moment the usefulness of the person under their protection is deemed spent. At that point, they depart without a word, leaving those they guarded to look to their own defense. Tragedy often follows, but this is of no concern to the Aquilan Shield, providing it does not jeopardize the safety of the Golden Throne. The Dread Host.
One goaler.
Instrument of the Emperor's wrath. Fear is a familiar weapon to the Imperium, used to deter enemies and keep seething populations in line. Yet there is no terror as pure and absolute as that invoked when the Emperor's own fury is unleashed to punish his foes. The Dread Host represents a breathtaking concentration of military might. It numbers hundreds of custodians, organized into multiple shield hosts, and transported aboard a trio of pre-heresy warships known as the Morades. The nature of this army is simple. They are the deliverers of the Emperor's judgment, his anger and his punishment made manifest. Not for them the pinpoint rapid strike, the hidden war, or the measured defensive action. Instead, the assembled shield captains of the Dread Host identify the most visible and dramatic threats to the Segmentum Solar and unleash upon them such overwhelming annihilation that it sends shockwaves rolling through the warp itself. Sometimes one warship is sent, sometimes two. Only a handful of times in the entire history of the Imperium have all three of the Morades loosed their passengers against a single foe. Yet always the effect is the same. Spearheaded by dozens of Alas custodians, the Dread Host falls upon their victims with unstoppable force. They slaughter the enemy's warriors and reduce their war engines to wreckage. They cast down their false idols and set them aflame. They topple their cities, sunder their strongholds, and butcher their allies and followers. They
imagine for a second a movie or a series about the custodians and them going to war. Imagine that sight for a second.
Make grisly examples of those who dare lead such a challenge to the Emperor's domain, ignoring all attempts at surrender and foiling all bids at flight. By the time the Dread Host are done with their war, nothing remains of their chosen victims but the gruesome tales of their brutal demise at the Emperor's hand. The Dread Host has smashed Orc wars, obliterated rebellious star systems, and crushed traitor crusades. They have fought against enemies thousands of times their number, and humbled them through strategy, speed, and strength. With every campaign, they spread the terror of the Emperor's wrath. The breathtaking bloodshed and absolute destruction they leave in their wake has dissuaded hundreds of uprisings and invasions before they could even begin. The Sanctum of 1,000 Eyes. The stronghold of the Dread Host rises to dominate an entire district of the Imperial Palace. This armored bastion is lit with electro-braziers and arc lumen of immense size, all angled to underlight the 500 enormous eagle statues that line the sanctum's upper battlements. Each as large as a super-heavy tank, these ominous sculptures are posed in vigilant stances, many staring up into the stellar gulf, while the remaining peer down upon the thronging processionals below. Superstition runs rife that the eagles of the Sanctum of 1,000 Eyes can perceive disloyalty no matter where it lies, and that the Emperor looks through their avian eyes to see the darkness in men's hearts. To some extent this is true. Each eagle contains a complex array of long-range augers, servitor cogitation banks, and multispectral listening devices that feed floods of information down into the Sanctum's data shrines. This information is used by the Dread Host to isolate and annihilate threats to the Golden Throne.
Jesus.
The Solar Watch. Castellans of the Blessed Worlds. The Sol system is amongst the most heavily fortified of mankind's stellar holdings. The Adeptus Custodes consider its worlds, star forts and space lanes to be extensions of their master's palace, and ensure that they are guarded accordingly. From the vast orbital fortresses of Luna to the cloud keeps of Jupiter and the deep space star forts of the Halo Belt, humanity maintains hundreds of strongholds throughout the Sol system. Billions of weapons point menacingly into the dark gulfs of space, ready to unleash spectacular devastation upon any foolish enough to threaten mankind's seat of power. Armored towers and gargoyle-festooned bastions loom over every approach, sanctified against the foul machinations of the Emperor's many foes. Entire fleets of Imperial Navy ships prowl the space lanes, vigilant for the slightest threat. Yet perhaps the most formidable of all Terra's outer defensive measures are the custodians of the Solar Watch.
Okay.
Consisting of several shield companies of varying strength, the Solar Watch swear binding oaths to keep guard over the outer bastions of the throne world. They see themselves as the first true line of defense for the Imperial powers, and believe that it is their duty to ensure that no external threat ever makes it as far as Terra. To this end, they constantly patrol routes between the worlds and void structures of the Sol system, ever vigilant for danger.
I imagine trying to enter the Sol system would be beyond difficult. Like, there wouldn't be many Xenos races that would be able to do it, except maybe for the Tyranids, if they could get close enough.
Though they typically travel via naval craft and interstellar trade ships, the Solar Watch maintain a formidable concentration of venerable land raiders, and are typically able to deploy forces that are predominantly, if not entirely, mechanized. This allows them to respond swiftly, and with overwhelming force, to any potentially threatening situation that may develop. While such dangers are not common within the Sol system, they are certainly not unheard of. The Solar Watch have been instrumental in bringing an end to demon-worshipping cults, inquisitorial coups, and subtle Xenos incursions on every world bar Mars. While their authority technically extends to the Red Planet, the Adeptus Custodes are wise enough to maintain cordial relationships with the servants of the Omnissiah, and so travel to that world only occasionally, trusting the cult Mechanicus to police its own deviance. Emissaries Imperatus, heralds of the Golden Throne. In the days of the Great Crusade, the Emperor often entrusted crucial messages or artifacts to be borne by his custodians. It is a duty they still fulfill now, speaking with the authority of the Master of Mankind himself. Though the Emperor has long been confined to the Golden Throne, there are those amongst the 10,000 who claim to hear their master's voice during their meditations, and to feel his hand guiding them. To their comrades, there is no implication of divine intervention in this, for the Custodes have never viewed the Emperor as a god. They merely see their liege's indomitable will at work, reaching out from his shattered frame to direct his Praetorians as he did when he could still walk amongst the stars. Those who feel the Emperor's guidance the keenest become emissaries Imperatus. They band together in like-minded groups, and through discussion and meditation, interpret what it is that the Master of Mankind wishes them to do. With the tacit approval of the Captain General, they bear the Emperor's words across the Imperium to commanders who must hear them, or occasionally unlock some ancient device from the past vaults and bequeath it to whichever champion can wield it best. Their words have redirected entire crusades and seen threats intercepted and archaeotech riches won that might otherwise have passed the Emperor's servants by. For thousands of years, the emissaries Imperatus have been seen abroad, but rarely in such numbers. Yet with the return of Guilliman and the commencement of the Indomitus Crusade, their activity has increased considerably. When the Primarch announced his intention to bear the secrets of the Primaris Space Marines to the Loyalist chapters, there was some resistance from the Adeptus Custodes, who feared strengthening those who might one day rebel against the Emperor once again. Yet dozens of emissaries Imperatus stepped forward to intercede, stating that this was the will of the Emperor. They accompanied Guilliman's crusade, many of them taking to the air as Virtus Praetors, the quicker to deliver messages of reinforcement to the embattled Space Marines. The presence of the Adeptus Custodes also ensured that even the most traditional chapters accepted the Primaris warriors into their ranks. One does.
Yeah, but you could see this. Guilliman had the same. His sons, for example, they feel the same thing towards him because they were made with his gene seed. It's like just this automatic connection that you have with your father. You can't help it. It just automatically happens. They just have this connection, and the connection seems to be almost overpowering to anything else. There's nothing else that matters but that connection.
Not decline a gift from the Emperor's own hand, after all. The eyes of the Emperor. Though functionally immortal, even the warriors of the Adeptus Custodes eventually tire. Some suffer physical hurts that impact upon their ability to perform their duties, with lost limbs, artificial eyes or augmetic organs lessening their physical perfection. Others find their mental faculties begin to erode, however slightly, acknowledging that their reaction times or mnemic awareness are not quite what they once were. For the vast majority of warriors, a tenth of a second reduction in the speed at which blows are struck or parried might be considered negligible. For a custodian, it is error enough to necessitate their watch come to an end. When a custodian judges himself no longer fit for duty, he surrenders all of his equipment to the Hall of Armaments and vanishes into the void of the galaxy, cladded in hooded black robes. Such noble exiles still serve the Emperor, however, for wherever they travel, they observe. Some work alone, dark and ominous figures slipping through the shadows of the Emperor's realm. Others cultivate networks of informants and agents, using fear and intimidation to secure compliance, where loyalty and honor will not suffice. Should they bear witness to a situation developing that they believe might threaten Terra or the Emperor, these watchers use secret channels to communicate a warning to the Captain General. So do response forces of the Adeptus Custodes launch punitive and often preemptive strikes throughout the Imperium, forewarned of dangers by the eyes of the Emperor.
Jesus. It's like a fucking... It's like the CIA on steroids. Not at all.
And
Nightlight?
thus,
Not
we
at
can
all?
see how the Custodes are created. The Custodes were not like the Thunder Warriors, who were not like the Space Marines. Not really. The Thunder Warriors' mere existence shows the necessity of the struggle on Terra, the level of its bitterness and difficulty. For the Thunder Warriors were far mightier than their replacements, the Space Marines. They were creatures of savagery, made to fight this war alone. They were stronger, faster, more resilient, and more aggressive than even the new Primaris Marines. But they were physically and mentally unstable. Butchers from the outset, in their very core. The Thunder Warriors were the rank and file to the armies of the Emperor for the Unification Wars. But ever was Eligio Custodes his greatest hammer. The master of mankind would never bleed his Custodes as he would his other forces. Where he would send company after company of Thunder Warriors, and later his Astartes, into breaches, chasms and burning pits of hell, tiring out and grinding down his foes where needed. He never did this with his Custodes. They were precious to him, in a way that only his Primarchs would become later on. Even then, few of the Primarchs could be said to be friendly, or to know their father. Not so the Custodes. For they were not just warriors. They were shining beacons of everything that humanity would become. Sterile, of course, as otherwise their very existence would threaten humanity to relegation. The Custodes are as different to the Space Marines as an artificial armor is to a flak vest. For they are not made in bulk, as are the Space Marines. They are not the recipients of mere gene seed, then trained to become weapons of war. The Custodes are the real deal, the finished product. They were trained in such ways as to be the very beating heart of the Great Crusade, and shining beacons of what it was to be human. They were the epitome of the Imperial truth. Trained in art, artifice, theology, history, diplomacy, and everything else surrounding the human condition. Minds as sharp as their blades, wills as honed and impregnable as the Auramite armor they wore. Things not just bashed out in numbers, but lovingly forged into sublime perfection. And each and every item they wield or wear is as special and unique as the Custodes who employs them. Now, no matter what you do today, do try to make some time for fun. Toodaloo. The custodians had moved through the ships with alacrity, but diligence. No one was spared their judgment, traitor or loyalist. They slaughtered all before them, hunting down those who broke away from the squads. Efficient, precise, and utterly without mercy. The Custodes slew all. Vox hails had been issued, and open comms had been used throughout.
Abaddon, that's a good point. The Custodes... It's good that the Custodes form part of the Imperium of Man, because if they were their own thing, I don't think anyone would like them. But the fact that they form part of the Imperium of Man, and I'm assuming they would probably be like a gajillion points to actually field in a tabletop game. Like how many points would you spend on one Custode?
Oh yeah, they are very much an elite army. You're looking at like having maybe 10 to 15 models.
You see, that's the thing. So you're probably not gonna field an entire custodian army, right? 40 to 50 per custodian god. A Space Marine is plus minus 20. Right, so it is incredibly expensive to field custodians. But yeah, they are way too perfect, which is, we spoke about this before many times. The hallmark of what humans like is failure. It's the negative aspects that usually draw us towards a character or a group. It's not their perfection. It's one of the reasons so many people don't like Guilliman and don't like the Ultramarines, because they are almost quote-unquote perfect. I have a feeling that a lot of people will also not like the, Lionel Johnson and what's his group called again?
Dark Angels.
Yeah, the Dark Angels. People are probably going to have a problem with them as well because, again, there's very limited negative effects within these groups. You need that offset. You need that they're really bad at this thing, or they have this weakness that exists within them. And you can see it in the book as well. While I'm reading through the Dark Imperium, you see it. They are trying to write these negative things into them, like they're questioning nature and the fact that they don't feel worthy, and they always feel as if Guilliman is actually sort of diminishing them, even when he isn't necessarily. You could, in theory, build more than 17,000 points of Custodes just from those models. But Ultramarines aren't perfect at all, which is nice. Ultramarines, to an extent, is closer to perfection than they are to imperfection. Spread of perfection is almost a negative itself. Yeah, but it's the kind of negative that you don't ultimately want in storytelling.
At the entire ship, the chapter master requested they stand down 3 times, even implored in the last attempt, but they simply ignored him and any other calls for clemency. So the chapter master donned his helm and took his command staff out to meet the Custodes. In person or in battle, it did not matter. He would confront them before the last of his men were dead. He had to try. The wait was not long, as they had made even more progress than the chapter master had thought. He barely made it out of the first section before he could hear the bark of bolter fire and death. He strode into the next main hall with his staff at his shoulders, fanned out in a V formation. He took off his helm as he saw 3 of the huge golden auramite-bedecked demigods walk towards him. Seeing his rank, they stopped. But they did not raise or lower their weapons, just held them with the Marines in their sights. The chapter master stepped forward, open-handed, and addressed them. "Emperor's chosen! Warriors of the Golden Throne, why? You can see that we are fought against traitors. You can see that we are loyal sons. Why?" One of the custodians shifted his feet and spoke. "You have been ambushed, which means you have been betrayed, which means you have spies amongst your number, which means you are inept." The 2 other custodians then opened fire, expunging the command staff and the remaining Marines before they could even take cover. The few shots fired back were on target, but they did not punch through the golden armor of the custodies. The leader who spoke took 3 gargantuan steps forward and engaged the chapter master. Strikes were traded, and to his credit, the chapter master blocked and parried over a dozen attacks, only to find he had been toyed with, as at the last the custodian swept in and took both of his hands off at the wrist. His sword and hands clattered to the floor as the custodian grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. An honor, the Marine supposed, as he got to spit his final words. "Why? We are the enhanced warriors of the Emperor. We are like you. Why do you hate us so?" The custodian brought the Marine in closer as he stated flatly. "We are nothing alike. We custodians are the flower of humanity, warrior poets, able guardians, loyal. But you Astartes, you are broken things that have outlived your usefulness, or would have, had you not turned on your maker. To us, you are like the men of iron, tools that think themselves the masters, weapons that cut the hand that wields them. You were made to fight and to die for your race, for your emperor, and you did not do as you were supposed to do. You are beneath our contempt." And with that, the Custodes tightened his grip and ended the chapter master. The replacement and Primaris gene seed for the Knights of Solamnia would be returned to Holy Terra.
Boys, I don't want to speak too quickly, but Voldemort is heavily underrated. Like the way this guy tells stories, dude, it is fucking nuts how good this guy is at lore. Absolutely nuts. This was a good video, though. Very, very good. Thank you very much for suggesting it, Metal Fan from Hell. I really appreciate it. Them and the Dark Angels killing Primaris Marines. My ranking is Luton, Voldemort, Major Kill. The rest, when it comes to absorbing lore content, I would still agree that Luton is probably the best. I think Voldemort is more animated, if that makes sense. Luton is more of the, here are the facts, right? He gives you the facts, he tells you exactly what's going on, and that's the end of it. Voldemort is a lot more, I'm going to tell you a story, and you're going to get completely lost within the story. You guys will notice it. Go look at my videos when I react to Luton, when I react to Major Kill. I speak a lot. I interrupt a lot because there's facts being waylaid and I can sort of talk. When it comes to Voldemort, I get completely lost in the fucking story. Like I think for the first 30 minutes of this video, I didn't interrupt at all. I was literally just sitting here listening to everything that he fucking says. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Nicholas thought he was more of an Age of Sigmar guy. No. He's definitely a 40k guy. I'll be back in a second, guys. I just quickly want to grab a drink. Not a drink. I want to go to the bathroom and also make some tea. So I do want to get a drink, but that's not why I'm leaving. I need to go to the bathroom. I'm going to play an ad so you can take a break. As well, he's supposed to be in a video with other content creators as the Space Wolves is phenomenal. Let's see. Everyone go for a growler? Yeah. I'll see you guys in about, let's say, 5 minutes or so. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Just move the tea because it's still too fucking hot to drink. All right, before we can go anywhere else, we need to find a new fucking browser. So which browser are we going for? Something spend my channel points on? Which? The Twitch ones? Dude, what the fuck do you want? I don't know. I've had Brave browser before, Aldezen. The problem is memory usage. Oh, dude, this is fucking brilliant. Wow. Look at these grapes. Just gorgeous, gorgeous grapes. The thing is, if you have a browser that's too resource hungry, it starts taking resources from the stream, which is the problem. Have you ever had cotton candy grapes? No, I have not. The fuck is that? The only problem I have, because I've decided to go for Opera GX, but does it actually have extensions? Does anyone know? I don't know. You see, the problem is I don't know if Opera GX has room for extensions. That's my big issue here. Show you guys. So this is Opera GX. It's a good looking browser. Shall we go for the purple? Wait, what? The fuck's this? This is TikTok, no? Yeah. And that? What's this?
Facebook Messenger.
No. Lol. Facebook Messenger. Anyone still fucking use that? Lol. Wow. I think this is WhatsApp. Yeah. That's WhatsApp. And this is Telegram. Don't have that. No idea what the fuck VK is. That's Instagram. We can keep that open. Twitter we can keep open. And Discord. Continue. You can put on sound effects. What the fuck? Background music and sound effects. Now, almost guaranteed that would piss me off to no end.
I'm going to hop off. Thanks for letting me lurk in here while you were streaming.
Alright, thanks for hanging out, bro. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself, Moni.
You too.
I don't need browser sounds. Thank you. Oh shit, it's got a built-in ad blocker. Okay. Nice. No. There you go. Finish. Okay. I still don't know if it has, there's actual extensions on this. I'm gonna have to Google now. Alright, let's check. Chat. Does it actually have this? for this, I'm not going to show this because... Yeah, I don't think it actually... Actually, you might be able to. You know what? I'll take care of this later. Because I'm going to have to do a lot of things for this to work. Grovile? No. I have another video I want to check out. I just need to find it. This fucking... let's just switch to just chatting, because I don't know if we're going to get back into playing any more games today. I need to find a new browser first before we can... before we can play and fucking... do anything else. Alright, so what would the video be called? Ghostcrawler. Ghostcrawler interview. Is it this one? 15 hours ago. Alright. Alright, boys. Boys. The Ghostcrawler, the literal guy behind the new Riot MMO, just did a full interview with a guy called Cannon. And we're about to watch it. I'm really looking forward to this.
Recently, I had the opportunity to interview Greg Street, aka Ghostcrawler, who is the director of the future Riot MMO RPG. Before getting into this interview, though, there are a couple of things that I do want.
Probably should just fix this. All right, now we can watch it.
To mention. First, this is a podcast style interview where Greg and I are pretty much just openly talking, and the focal point around our discussions is around his personal life, as well as his personal preferences, his influences, and his experiences when it comes to the MMO genre, both as a dev and as a player. My goal was to introduce...
Why have we not had any of the WoW people doing this? I've said this before. I want podcast-style interviews with the WoW devs.
Greg Street, the person, and give you guys some insight to the man that is going to be directing the most anticipated MMO RPG. Now, some of you guys may know already, if you watched the teaser, that the original cut was about 2 hours and 10 minutes long. In this version that you're going to be seeing, I had to cut it down to like an hour and 20 to 30 minutes. Unfortunately, there were some things that I did have to remove, but some of the cuts were also for the purpose of viewing pleasure, just to make it a little bit more straightforward for you guys, make it a little bit easier to follow. I do want to give a special thanks to Riot for working alongside me with this.
Why were there
allowing me
things
the
you had to remove,
opportunity
though?
to provide this video for you guys. Before starting the video, be sure to check me out on Twitch. I'm streaming on that platform 5 to 6 days a week. And let's begin. Thank you guys for joining me today. I have a super special guest that I've been very, very excited to talk to. Today I'm joined here by Mr. Greg Street himself, aka Ghostcrawler. He's the director of the Riot MMO that's going to come out in like the year 4000 or something, whenever that's going to come out. And today we're just going to be talking about the man himself and his thoughts, and talking about some games and his life and things like that. So I'm super excited to do that. Greg, could you maybe give us a quick introduction? Let us know who you are.
Yeah, I'm Greg Street. I'm an American video game developer. I've been making games for a long time. I have to count 20-something years, I think. started off with real-time strategy games, Age of Empires, then went to a little place called Blizzard and worked on World of Warcraft for several years. Managed to leverage that into a job at Riot. I was lead designer on League of Legends for a while. Then I went over and took on a job kind of managing the League of Legends IP because we wanted to do a lot of cool things with it, like make a TV show. And then started an MMO set in the same universe, which is where we are today.
So in this section, I want to talk about just your history. And it's interesting because you kind of have two sides, right? Like you've got the industry side, the work side, and then you've got the gamer side. Maybe we could start with the gamer side real quick. Can you just, I know you mentioned a few games that you played. Can you kind of give us a little bit of info on just your background as a gamer?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm super old school. I've been playing games my whole life. Like I played video games when they were like black and white, black and green screen, old like Pong, Atari 2600, the first NES, then SNES, and then every Nintendo, Xbox, and PlayStation console along the way. A lot of PC games. Again, back when it was like black screen with a monitor yay big, till today. It's always been a big part of my life. Back from when it was like pretty uncool to where now it's super mainstream. And was fortunate enough to leverage it.
We've taken over, boys. We went from being the nerds to being the one everyone wants to be. Like, we're pretty cool. But I'm very excited. The reason I'm watching this is I'm super excited for the Riot MMO. If they can pull it off, it is gonna be banging, bro.
Do an actual job. And
That's
sometimes,
awesome.
it's funny, I was interviewing someone the other day for a job, and they asked like, oh, one of my concerns is if I get into video games, it's then not going to be fun to play games anymore. And I'm like, oh no, don't worry about that. Like everyone I know still plays a ton of games.
Oh, that's awesome. Despite working for a video game company, I would have thought the same thing. If you work for a company, you're not going to really be able to really play that game. But I guess that's not really the case then.
No, not at all. Like when I was working on WoW, I would like work on the game all day and then go home at night and,
Really?
Yeah.
Did your friends know who you were?
It depended. Like my really close friends knew who I was, but we kind of kept it secret from the whole guild because we didn't want it to be a big thing. And at the time, Blizzard was a little funny about that. If people knew who you were and started kind of stalking you online, you would go into the witness protection program and they would make you move servers and change your character.
Really? Wow.
Jesus.
I don't know if they still do that, but that was their policy at the time, so I kept it super secret.
Right. Okay, well, do you plan on playing the Riot MMO if and when it comes out?
If it comes out, I plan on playing it a lot. Like, seriously, I have people at work already talking about, hey, are we going to make a guild? And I'm like, whoa, slow down.
Okay, so is the MMO genre your bread and butter? Is it your baby? Like, is that what you want? Is that how you identify as a gamer in that genre? Or just are you kind of like, RTS and just this and that, and it's just one of the many that you enjoy doing or playing?
Yeah, I play a lot of different games. I did play a crap load of WoW even before I started working at Blizzard. And that was really my first MMO. I dabbled in EverQuest. I had played some older games. None of them really stuck. Warcraft's the first one that really got its hooks into me. I played a crap ton of it even before, like I said, working on it. But I don't play a lot of MMOs. They're a huge, as I'm sure you know, they're a huge time investment, and it's hard to play lots of MMOs at a high level. And I'm a really competitive player, so I want to see the end game. I want to be at the end game, so it's hard to play a lot of them. Let's see. Other than MMOs, I'm the kind of player that's motivated a lot by, we would say mastery, getting better at something. So I like games with a relatively high skill component. I love a lot of, the Dark Souls games I played over and over and over again because it's the kind of game that rewards experimentation and different builds. A lot of competitive games that are like just fun to play with friends. Not a lot of sports games, but other, played a lot of Team Fortress 2 back in the day. CS after that, little less, and then I played a lot of Valorant even before it launched. I'll play just about everything. Not a ton of mobile games yet. I know there's some out there that are pretty cool and I've kept up with. I play a lot of Switch games. I travel a lot, and the Switch is great for that.
I gotta ask you, what are your 3 favorite MMOs as a gamer? Wow.
Let me think. World of Warcraft's the easy one. after that, what would I say? And I know people are going to analyze the crap out of any answers. I liked Star Wars Galaxies for the promise it made, which was you can do anything. You want to be a dancer, I think you could be a baker, whatever. You don't have to be a superhero. You could just be a normal person. And that real open-endedness was pretty impressive. And going even farther back than that, Ultima Online, I played every Ultima game growing up.
Right.
And so that game came out, that was the first real MMO. And it just blew our minds that was, you could play these games you loved multiplayer. And then you could debate whether or not it's an MMO or not, but I'm very impressed with Destiny and what Bungie has done with just kind of making high production values, pretty quick content cadence, and kind of shown that, hey, MMOs don't all have to look the same. Like it's maybe it's a looter shooter, maybe it's a something else, but I think that kind of shows you that MMOs don't have to just be again, I'm picking my words.
Thing is, I would argue, my question would be, in what way? I wouldn't ask whether or not Destiny 2 is an MMO. I would ask, in what way isn't it an MMO? And I think from that vantage point, you would not be able to give me an answer. You would not be able to tell me in what way it isn't an MMO. Have you ever heard of the game Mount & Blade 2 Bannerlord? It finally released a few days ago. You should check out the trailer when you have time. I've heard about it. I have not played it, but I have heard about it, Grofile.
Really carefully here. You don't have to be a WoW clone to be an MMO. How about that?
Right. And graphically, it looks kind of insane. Well, it really did when I played it. Yeah. As far as the work goes, though, you've been working in the industry for quite a while. You worked with Blizzard before, and now you're working with Riot. Could you walk us through a little bit about your work history and how that's been for you? I am interested in the cultural difference, though.
Yeah, so I'll start with the first place I was, which is Ensemble Studios, later became part of Microsoft, and we worked on the Age of Empires series. They also made Halo Wars. That was after I left. That company was started by a bunch of non-gamers, almost as a spin-off from a real corporation. So it was fun in that we really had no idea what we were doing. It was very much a kind of a startup culture, except we were in an actual office in the corner of this corporation rather than a garage somewhere. My first desk was out in the hall because there was no more office space. So I just had a desk in the hall. And the desk I had was shared with the office photocopier. And even crazier than that, so you have, when you're making games, you have bugs.
All right, wait. WoW, designed like it was, and up until Wrath of the Lich King, Guild Wars 2, based buy to play, now free to play by expansions, Atmosphere. Destiny 2 is a multiplayer lobby game. I would say the main thing is that you can't have a real mass of players moving through the land and organizing. Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. Because there's also places in WoW where you can't have a real mass of people moving through the world at the same time. And yes, it's still an MMO. You could have MMOs like Star Wars The Old Republic, which is absolutely designed not to have a mass of players moving through the same place, but it's still considered to be an MMO. So the problem is that that's not enough to explain, or at least to define what an MMO would be, right? That's the main point I was trying to make there. The definition of MMO, I think, has become almost undefiable, or what's the right word here? Undefinable, I guess, is the only word I can think of, but I'm sure there's a more beautiful English word for it.
Software, Jira is one. There's a lot of different types of software. People keep the bugs there. Back then, networking wasn't as good as it is now. So the bug software was actually my computer. Like they just gave me the bug software computer and let me do my work on that. So every now and then I'd have to tab out and let someone like check their bug in and then tab back to my game, that's just what it was like back in the day. It was, I would say unprofessional, but not unprofessional in the sense they treated us badly. Right. Just that it felt more like a bunch of dudes hanging out, like, let's make a video game.
Like a budget setup, pretty much.
Yeah. The company really wanted to be a great place to work, and they focused a lot on making sure we were happy. So we had like the Pop-Tarts in the pantry and lots of soda to keep us going. And we worked a lot, partially because it was fun and we wanted to be there and like go home to your apartment when you can be in this really cool office. And then we also crunched a lot because that was part of the video game industry then, still is. Not at Riot, but I really enjoyed it there. I felt like people cared about me. I felt like I could have an impact. The thing that started to change a little bit was Microsoft. They were just getting into gaming. This was right around the time Xbox first launched, and I felt like they were having more and more of an influence on the kinds of games we would make. And I don't have a lot of bad things to say about Microsoft, but it was this giant corporation kind of coming in on top of the happy little studio we had. And at the time, there's like no way Age of Empires is going to move the Microsoft stock price, right? Like, so we were not taking that seriously. It felt like we were a kind of a line item veto. So when I fell in love with World of Warcraft and played it for a couple of years, I also just kind of cold called Blizzard and said, look, I love this game. Are there any opportunities to work on it? And my timing.
I will say on this specific point, because it's a discussion we've had with Activision taking over Blizzard, and now you have Microsoft, although Microsoft have changed a lot since the days of Age of Empires. But giant corporations, generally speaking, they're about efficiency, right? When you work for a giant corporation, even smaller corporations, I take my brother's company, for example, it's all about efficiency. They don't give, like, the way they keep you happy at work is with a fucking salary. That's it. It doesn't matter. Like, none of the other things matter. They're not going to put a gym in the fucking office. They're not going to make sure that there's Pop-Tarts in the fridge. They don't care about that. What they care about is efficiency. You have to be efficient. You have to do your job, and you have to do it well, right? That's it. That's all they care about. They give you a nice salary at the end of the month. Keep yourself happy with that, okay? Gaming companies is about creativity. It's oftentimes efficiency is the antithesis of creativity. Because a lot of the time, creativity comes out of chaos. It comes out of just weird environments with weird conversations happening. You could have two developers just standing around playing a different game, you know, and suddenly one of them have this epiphany, this thing of, oh, wow, dude, we could do that. And that could totally work. Now, for a large company, if you took a company like Microsoft and you told them, hey, we want to have Xbox consoles here, and, you know, this was before Microsoft got into the gaming thing proper, but we're going to have Xbox consoles here, and we're going to have this and that and this and that, you know, and our developers are just going to play games whenever the fuck they want. What do you think is going to happen? They're going to be like, what the fuck are you talking about? We're not paying you to play video games. We're paying you to make video games. Not always understanding that it's when employees are happy, that's when they can be creative and do creative things. If your employees are just working the whole time and just basically, if you turn your company into a content factory, that's literally what is going to end up happening. The games are going to look like they've come out of a content factory. It's all going to be exactly the same thing over and over and over again.
It was really good, just from luck. And
Jake, how you doing, brother?
You know, your viewers should take away. It's like there's a lot of luck in this industry, like any industry.
Right.
My timing at Blizzard was really good because Blizzard was starting to spin up a game that they called it was called Titan. That later, through many iterations, eventually became Overwatch. But I think a lot of people know it started as an MMO. And Blizzard is going to be a 2 MMO studio with World of Warcraft and then a MMO set in modern times called Titan. So a lot of the World of Warcraft team was being pulled over to start that new project. And they really needed some backfill on World of Warcraft. And they really needed what we call systems designers, which is what I do most of the time.
Aragos, it's not even about playing the product. It's that if you're on a timeline, so in other words, you know that you have to get a game out within the next 2 years. Okay, you have a 2-year cycle. That is it. You have to get that game out. Let's do it on the basis of what World of Warcraft runs on. It's every 4 years you have to get a new expansion out. Now, here comes the very large questions. You can either push the envelope and do something you've never done before, try something completely new, completely out of the box, be wild and creative and just balls to the wall, let's do this. Okay, that's your one option. The other option is you go for what works, you go for what's safe. And that's, more often than not, that's what wins out. So this is what we saw with BFA and with Shadowlands. If you look at Legion, okay, so Legion was an outlier in terms of World of Warcraft because the World of Warcraft development team gave up on Warlords of Draenor very early on in Warlords of Draenor development cycle. So that gave them a lot more time with Legion that previously, with all other expansions, they would not have had. But it gave them the time to actually perfect what was in Legion. BFA came out, and BFA effectively played defense for Legion. So Blizzard effectively focused on not making the same mistakes that they made in Legion, without actually doing the things that they did right in Legion, more of in BFA. Instead, they just tried to drag the mistakes back. We don't want to make all of these mistakes. We don't want people to be unhappy with these, and these things. So let's just make sure that these things aren't here. And for the most part, played it relatively safe in all other regards. Did it exactly the same for Legion, only, now a little bit more muted. Because, again, didn't have as much time as they had for Legion. So they were forced to be. This is ultimately what happens. Your games turn into what we would call factory content games, right? Or content factory games. When something comes out of a factory, this is true for bread, this is true for video games. When bread comes out of a factory, what do you find? You find uniformity. Every single loaf of bread looks exactly the same. Every single loaf of bread tastes exactly the same. It smells exactly the same. It has exactly the same amount of ingredients. But let's say you go to a bakery, like an artisan bakery. What do you see there? Every loaf of bread looks different. Some are larger on the one side, smaller on the other. Some are equal, but a little bit of dip in the middle. There might be different measurements of ingredients because you have humans making all of these things. There are no robots involved in the creation of it, and therefore human error also comes in. There's probably more breads that go lost because, they didn't rise as much or something went wrong in the creation process or whatever the case may be. It's unique. And when you talk about taste, bread that comes out of an actual bakery tastes better than bread that comes out of a factory because you can taste the difference. You can taste that this was a human that was involved in the fucking process from the beginning to the end. It's not uniform. This is true for gaming. When your developers are primed as little robots to just keep pushing out content, the content will eventually reach a point of staleness where everything is the same every single time. It might look a little different, so the graphics is a little bit different and the music is a little different, but ultimately the gameplay loop is exactly the same. And this was true for Legion, this was true for BFA, and this was true for Shadowlands. The semantics for all three of those expansions were different. The gameplay loop was exactly the same. So Blizzard took no risks when it came to the loop. They kept the loop. They liked the loop because the loop was easy to develop. It didn't require a lot of effort, a lot of input. They could just put a lot of things together that separately would make almost no sense. But because they're all tied together and you have to do all of it in order to get your power up, this would make it make sense. And ultimately, players experience that. They feel that. They lose interest. Because why would I keep doing something over and over again when it's literally the same thing over and over again?
Which is kind of the math side, the number parts of making video games. Okay. So making a class and deciding, well, this class needs a certain number of abilities, and this is what damage should look like, and this is how much you should heal, and this is how to balance a game. Like, that was something done a lot for the RTS genre. So it felt like something I could combine that with the fact that I'd played so many hundreds of hours of World of Warcraft and turn that into a job. And they were like, yes, we need some more senior designers. We need some more design managers who could run a team.
Right.
So they pretty much hired me to take over the class team on World of Warcraft.
Interesting. Wow. Can I just, if I may interject, I just want you to know that I prefer playing fist-based classes. And if you guys don't have that in the right MMO, I usually tend to go towards warrior classes. I know Asmongold as well plays warrior-based classes. Go ahead, just make us OP. Okay, just letting you know, since you're the guy.
I played a warrior a lot. I was a main tank before I went to work at Blizzard. And then at Blizzard, I worked a lot on the warrior class. I said for a while I was the plate guy because I would do warrior, paladin, death knight. Even though I was like one of the lead designers, I still got my hands dirty with game design, which I honestly don't do anymore. This is my buddy Hudson.
He's adorable. I'm a huge dog guy. I know I told you that before our interview, but yeah, oh my gosh, I want to steal him if I could. I just want to.
He's on the show right now. He doesn't know there's video on. But
yeah.
Yes, I love plate users. I didn't work on the monk class directly, but I helped the designer who did and kind of helped set up like this is the vision we want for the monk. And
interesting.
Yeah, and again, when people ask what kind of classes will we have in the League MMO, the cheap answer I always give, take it or leave it, is look at the kind of champions we have, and you can think about what kind of classes you might turn those into.
Can we get one class reveal drop, please?
No.
Okay, I tried. Sorry, guys, I tried.
Okay.
Okay.
You know what? Even if I did, there's a good chance it would change anyway. So that's kind of the danger of talking about things too early.
I would say that I would bet money that you'll have at least one form of warrior class in it, though, right? Like, I mean, you're talking about like Microsoft coming in and the whole corporate side. That's kind of happened to Blizzard recently, right? I think with Activision coming in. I hear a lot of talk about, it's just not the same. The culture's not the same. Your thoughts on that, maybe?
I mean, I haven't been there in like 9 years now, but I still have a lot of friends at Blizzard. And it was similar to the Microsoft acquisition in that while Blizzard was crushing it, Activision stayed far away. And once that second MMO I was talking about started to struggle, meaning it was getting really expensive and taking a while, that's when Activision stepped in a little more. And they're like, hey, Blizzard, we love your games, but they are way expensive and you are very slow. And I mean, yeah.
I guess I should just give a little bit of backstory here for anyone that don't understand. World of Warcraft historically, and this was actually revealed by someone who worked at Blizzard for a really long time, who also left. Historically, Blizzard was one of the most inefficient companies when it came to game design. Their games would almost always cost way more than what most industry games cost. The number was thrown around that for every EA game, or for every two games that EA made, Blizzard would make one in terms of cost. Because Mike Morhaime had this approach to video game design that was ultimately make it fun. Doesn't matter how long it takes. It doesn't matter how much it costs. Just make it fun. They didn't give a fuck about the cost. People often say Mike Morhaime was one of the best bosses to work for, but one of the worst businessmen in the industry. Because he just didn't care. He was just like, dude, if we have to cancel it, we cancel it. If we have to go a new direction, we go a new direction. It's fine. I don't care. If it costs us double, it's good. Which one may argue is why Blizzard had so much success in its early years. Because there was a time where Blizzard was literally considered to be the golden boy of video game design. There was nothing that came out of Blizzard that wouldn't immediately be Game of the Year material. It was just always perfection. As soon as it came out, it was perfection. It was the best thing that you could ever imagine. And then Activision starts stepping in, and suddenly you see this starts to slip. Because from Activision's standpoint, it's not really about the customer or about the gamer being happy. Gamers will buy the games. It's about us making sure that there's enough games for them to buy. then that's it. Was that the case with the original StarCraft? Growth meaning that it was good, or meaning that it was bad, or meaning that it took too long? Because the original StarCraft was also an amazing game. They made the base games with that approach. Abaddon, yeah, it is funny, isn't it? Because it was so good. They were, so go eat your Pop-Tarts and feel vibes? Yeah, 7 that is true. It is a trade-off.
Both those things are true. And I just think the way Activision tried to get Blizzard to fix those two issues probably felt a little heavy-handed, a little kind of not Blizzard-y to the, maybe to players too, but I think to the team.
How have things been going with Riot? I mean, you guys got like Valorant, you guys got League of Legends, like everything you guys touch turns into gold. Now, is that a testament to like just the working environment and the culture of Riot, or is it just you guys just got lucky with like a few games? Like, what's the deal? It can't be luck, right? I mean,
there is an element of luck to it.
Sure.
Streaming and Twitch, I think, really helped League. It just came right at the right time when streaming became a big thing, and that I think really helped to elevate League of Legends. Right. Esports was still kind of in its baby state when League came on, and now League is arguably the biggest esport in the world.
Yeah.
I joined Riot after a trip to Asia where everyone in China and Korea were talking about League of Legends. And I was like, I played League of Legends, but I didn't realize it had become such a global phenomenon.
Right.
And
it still is, by the way.
It still is, yeah. And when I got back to the States, I'm like, I gotta look at League of Legends. I need to take it more seriously. I thought, it's like that Dota clone. Like, I didn't realize it was doing so well.
Wow. Right.
I mean, it was heavily based on that formula, which was new at the time. And I think part of what Riot is really good at is looking at a game and saying, okay, there's something there that players really love, but there are also some rough edges. And I bet if we fix those rough edges, the game would become even more popular. And so, I mean, I could take no credit for it because I wasn't on League of Legends at the time, but decisions like, well, we're not going to have, turning radius, and we're not going to have denial and things like that. Dota fans were like, well, that's stupid, that, you're going to ruin the game. But it actually ended up that it made the game more fun, more approachable, more sticky. And we got a really huge audience. And then the Valorant team kind of tried to do the same thing with tactical shooters. We're already really popular. We don't claim at all that we have that genre.
The funny thing is, Blizzard used to be known for this as well, just FYI. Blizzard has never been the company that did all the things first. They were the company that did all the things best. But Blizzard used to steal things off of other games. And I say steal, it's more like borrow the concept and then turn the concept into brilliance. Because whenever Blizzard would go to another game and borrow something that game had implemented, it would be something that in that game, it's sort of very niche, and you are sort of going, oh my God, did you see what this game is doing? Holy shit. That's not too bad. But then Blizzard implements it, and you're like, dude, this is perfect. It fixes all of the mistakes that first original thing had, and it makes it better. Blizzard used to do exactly the same thing as what Riot does to this day. It's just look at what others are doing. Because there is arguably not a single game that Riot owns right now that is an original. I'm trying to think about all of their games. You have League of Legends, you have Valorant, you have TFT. Those are the three big ones, right? The other one is the card game that you have. Is it Legends of Runeterra, I think? Is the card game? Might be. I'm not sure. None of those are new. Like, none of them are groundbreaking new games in the genres. It's literally just taking the genre that exists and saying, hey, we think we can do this better by just fixing a number of things here. Anything else? So look at this car. We can do it better. This game, we can do it better. Same with food. It happens everywhere. Yeah, it's the mark of creativity.
But we looked at it and said, like, hey, some of the ways like that players cheat with Peeker's advantage and bots and stuff like that. Like, if we can fix that and we can kind of restore the competitive integrity, like, and instead of having the kind of like very overt military theme of Counter-Strike. Let's make up our own IP. Let's do something a little crazy and have these agents with different abilities. And I love Valorant. I think it's an amazing, amazing game. I'm so proud to be part of the company that produced that. And you ask, like, what is the special sauce that makes that happen? It's really that above everything else, Riot places value on players. Like, we don't want to disappoint players. We want players to say, yes, those people get me. Like, they understand me. They know what kind of games I want. They know what I think is cool. They know what's hip right now. They can talk to me like a real person. And so we've always tried to really get inside the head of players, as well as, we like to play games ourselves.
Right.
And that is, it's exactly the reputation we wanted to get. Is we wanted every time we announced a new game for players to say, oh, I'm so excited because I trust that Riot's going to do a good job here. Mm-hmm. It was pretty unusual that we announced the MMO so early. And it was my boss, the CEO of the company, who said it was his idea. Like, I didn't go rogue. He wanted to do that. And he wanted to do it for a few reasons. The first one is just to make players excited and to kind of tell them, like, okay, you don't like competitive PvP games. Awesome. We'll get to you. And the second thing was, like, we know we needed to recruit a lot of people. When you're like, hey, will you come work for this game that I can't tell you anything about, is hard. It's hard to recruit people that way.
Very true.
And then third, like, he figured, probably rightly, it would leak anyway. Like, either someone at the company or players would find out about it. And rather than trying to hide it, let's just be upfront and say, hey, we're making an MMO. It's early. We don't have a cinematic yet. We're not going to even tell you what the name is yet. But if you don't mind being on a really long ride, we would love to have, you all as the community, take this journey with us.
That sounds so promising, and everything that you've just said
how
is
long before it even comes
the very
out.
reason why this game has so much hype, being 83 years away from releasing. It's 100%.
Wait, it was 45 a little while ago.
Oh, was it? Sorry, I'm throwing out different dates and waiting for you to be like, how did you know? You were talking a little bit about the world that we live in today being a little bit different with content creators and streamers, and it is. I mean, it's pretty crazy how big live streaming has become. How important is it to have content creators on board, not only for just the launch and promotion of the game, which is, that's a given, right? Like, you want to have a big launch, but to keep them in the game? Is that a high priority? In what way do you want to keep them involved? Like, what's the deal there? Sorry if I worded that poorly. It's been a long. I'm jet lagged like crazy. I came back from the States yesterday, and I'm just. So I hope that made sense. Sorry.
It does. It's really important, and for a really simple reason, which is players trust streamers and influencers. Because, like, I remember this industry when we would go to E3 and there would be some, like, Hollywood celebrity up on stage talking about a game, and you'd be like, you never played this game. Like, you're just reading a speech.
Finally, someone says it.
But for the most part, we know that the streamers, like, they're gamers, and they're talking about a game because they love the game. And yeah, maybe sometimes someone helps them out, or they get exclusive access, or get even paid or something. But I don't think a lot of streamers would stick with a game they hated for that reason. Right. And even when they play a game a lot, they're honest about what's working and what isn't working. And so, in a really real sense, they're thought leaders. And it's if your streaming community turns on you, like, your players are going to turn on you too, because the players will feel like a sense of betrayal, or, oh, we thought they got us.
Seven Raven, that's not necessarily true for everyone. And also, even if it's hot, if it sucks, it will lose traction very quickly. And this is something we've seen a million times over. Games will sort of have a meteoric rise because everyone is fucking playing it right now. And then it just dies. Just like suddenly the next day, no one is playing it anymore. Because they tried it out. It was sort of hype for a while. And then it just didn't have anything in the tank. A great example of a game that had all this hype that people really wanted to play it is that, what was it, Lost Ark? I think it was called. Lost Ark. When Lost Ark launched, every single streamer was on there playing that. And then very quickly people realized, dude, this is not as much fun as I was promised. And the hype died very quickly after, and now the game is just sort of out there as well. New World is another good example of that. The first week, the game was banging, and then everyone left. So, no, people will play what is hot, but not for long if it sucks. That's just never going to happen. What I like Ghostcrawler is saying here is the importance of content creators. And by that, I don't mean we're so important, look at us, we're the only ones that matter. But content creators are conduits for communities. That's all a content creator really is. You guys hanging out in chat right now, you're hanging out here because you agree with more of my points than what you disagree with. And while we will have disagreements, you're here because you agree with more than what you disagree with. So it stands to reason that when I say, I really hate this thing, there's going to be a majority of you that feel the exact same way. Because, well, that's how we found each other in the first place, is because we have those same tastes and likes and dislikes when it comes to video games. So ultimately, it is important to listen to what content creators say, because content creators will oftentimes echo what your community doesn't have the voice to say themselves. Because your community doesn't have a large Twitch channel or a large YouTube channel. They can't go out and say what is wrong with your game. But if you listen to the content creators, you're going to get a decent idea of exactly what it is that your community ultimately is feeling. Go ahead, disagree with me. The towel can go suck a dick.
But they really don't get us anymore. And the opposite is true. If you have people who are like, hey, if you listen to me, you should play this game. It's a great game. Even if you don't play the game, I'm going to talk about it a lot. And so it generates a lot of interest.
Right. Well, I'm down to play. Give me a shout. So last question I want to ask you before we go into the next section, which is going to be the MMO talk. On that point, we were talking about streamers and viewership and stuff. How important is viewership on Twitch and viewership on YouTube? How important is that for you?
It is important. It's not the most important thing, right? It's not how you live or die, but it is important. It builds a lot of hype. If it's a new game, players pay attention to that. They're like, wow, why is everyone playing this game? Maybe I should check it out. By contrast, if a game starts to fall off, they're like, what is this, dead game meme or something like that? Like, I remember when Overwatch 1 launched, and for a little while, it passed League of Legends in viewership, and everyone's like, what does this mean? Is Overwatch the new thing? Yeah. And then for a while they were trading off, and now League is comfortably ahead again. But it does matter for that reason, is that it matters because players care about it and streamers care about it and they watch those numbers. So
okay, so I do want to move on here and get to
There's also a psychological effect. I can't remember what it's called now, but it effectively, humans like being part of a group. We're pack animals at our core. So we like being part of a group. Very few humans want to be the odd one out. So if everyone is playing a certain game, you log on to Twitch and you see everyone playing this game, you're going to have that FOMO, that fear of missing out. And you want to be part of that group. You also want to be playing that game. So there's a lot of utility in getting a lot of streamers on board and reaching out to streamers and keeping them happy and making sure that they want to play your game, because that automatically means that more people are going to try the game. Because, everyone's doing it, I want to do it too.
Our next section, and this is a section that I very much want to talk to you about. I want to just give a quick disclaimer here. Everything that we're about to talk about in this section, for those of you watching at home, these are Greg's personal thoughts and opinions on just the MMO genre, okay? This is not reflective of what's going to happen with the Riot MMO and just two guys talking MMOs, right? I want to open this up with my game. I would love to hear your thoughts on a game like Lost Ark. Number one, have you actually played Lost Ark, and to what extent?
I have played it. I have not done a ton of endgame, for starters, just because it takes a really long time to get there.
Yeah.
My team at Riot has played it a lot, because it's a team of MMO players, and honestly, Lost Ark stuck with them a lot longer than some of the other games they played. So I also just asked the team, like, hey, what would you say you really love about the game? So this is both my experience and what they said. For starters, like, I'm a combat guy. Like, it's hard for me to play a video game if the combat system is weak. I'll do it once in a while, but that's what I really enjoy. Lost Ark has great combat. Like it has viscerality, which is kind of a fancy word, but we usually use it to mean like if you're a character with a giant axe and that axe hits an enemy, you feel it. Like it's heavy.
Impact.
Yeah, there's a sound effect and the enemy jumps back and responds. Like that feels, as a player, that feels awesome. And the opposite of that we might call floaty. That's where, you know, the weapon swung and I thought I hit, but there was no response, or maybe the hit animation didn't line up. Like I thought it hit, but it didn't, and now I feel kind of disappointed. Or so I think they did just an outstanding job with that. The class design is stellar. At Blizzard, we talked a lot about what is the class fantasy. You said, you know, you love to play warrior, you love to play fist characters. So when you're making any game with characters, whether it's a RPG or an MMO or not, you think about, well, what are people who play this gonna like? And just to riff on warrior for a minute, if you're playing warrior, there's probably like a lot of weapons, or even if there's not a lot of weapons, like weapons are really important. If you have something that feels like a warrior and it's casting a lot of spells, people are gonna be like, well, this isn't what I thought.
Right.
You want someone who's like, the armor matters, the experience, the skill matters. They want to feel like a soldier, a gladiator, you know. It's all about that in your face, melee, often big weapons, or at least, you know, you're very skilled with the weapons. And so and Lost Ark is great with that. They're class fantasy. The classes were interesting. You feel like you got what you were expecting, but they put in enough of a twist that it wasn't like the boring same old.
Right.
I also the reason I got so into WoW, the reason I've stayed with MMOs and, you know, making a career out of it now is I really love the dungeon experience. I love a group of people getting together and having a challenge. And that's honestly gotten me into trouble sometimes as a developer, because as a game developer, if you make dungeons too hard, you know, you might churn out a lot of players. And I've made that mistake before. But as a player, I love the challenge of, oh crap, how are we going to get past this? Like, given our skills, given our gear, given our class mix, what is the right solution to this problem? I love that kind of like, okay, let's get in the huddle and talk about what we're going to do to get through this next part, because it's really hard. And then the reward, you know, when like a tough boss drops and everyone's cheering and like someone gets a new weapon, like that is what I live for. Like as a player, as a designer, I love that.
Absolutely.
And Lost Ark had great, you know, challenging dungeons that really made you feel like, hey, you're gonna have to work at this. This is not a loot pinata. You're gonna have to think. You're gonna have to be at the top of your game. You're gonna fail a lot. And for me, I know it's not everyone's thing, but for me, that is what games are about.
That's interesting you say that, because that is something that I did want to bring up, and we can kind of mix this into the same topic. One of the things that Lost Ark is known for, I would 100% agree with you, by the way, the classes and the combat, amazing. And the third kind of thing that everyone that has played the game would tell you that makes Lost Ark stand out
how you doing, brother?
Is the raiding experience. I don't know if you saw the latest raid come out in KR. It's crazy. And the fact that the game is top down, it gives it a new experience that you can't experience in like a
I didn't even know there's bosses like that,
right?
there.
In NA, we just got the 3rd Legion raid, which is very difficult. Have you experienced those Legion raids? And like, what are your thoughts on that?
I've not played them again.
Okay.
You need to try a level of dedication. I have watched a lot of streams because, you know, again, I love raiding. Like it's for me, and again, not for everyone, and that I understand that.
Right.
That is the pinnacle of the game, and that's what I want to, you know, the part I want to get to, the part that I'm always excited about. And I agree with you on the camera angle. Like part of the challenge we always had on World of Warcraft is when you make a really big boss and then you're a warrior up there fighting it, you know, you see its toe.
Yeah.
And
that's true.
You don't get to see kind of the majesty of the whole creature on screen at once without pulling the camera out. I think it can also help it feel a little more like a battle scene when you can see like lots of people around and get a sense for where you are in the room, rather than it just being, oh, I'm just going to beat on this giant bag of hit points in front of me.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. On the topic of raids, I know you prefer more difficult, challenging, you know, getting that feeling of, hey, we did this, hell yeah.
But it's like, I'm not sure if it would have been him, because he was on at the time, he was working on, at least during that time, he would have been working on Warriors and Paladins and later on Death Knights. He joined Blizzard originally as a class designer. So he would definitely not have been behind the creation of things like Kalthas, Lady Vash, and Archimonde.
You know, you talk about hardcore versus casual. Now, I played WildStar. I played a lot of WildStar.
WildStar was awesome.
Right? I absolutely loved WildStar. Everything about it. But that game died in a hurry. And to this day, I think it's still a huge mystery. I mean, most people say, it was because there was a content drought at Endgame, and or the raids were just simply too difficult, and they really, really catered towards the hardcores. I honestly still think that the WildStar rating is, in my opinion, just the most difficult thing that I had experienced in a PvE world, personally.
Yeah. It was like a bullet hell shooter, right? The way you have to avoid all of this stuff on the ground.
Absolutely, and it was a great experience, but maybe that was the reason why it died. But then you got a game like Lost Ark where it's so successful because of how challenging the raids are. So, what are your thoughts on that?
It is hard to look at a game and predict, this game is going to crush or this game's going to die on the vine. If it was that easy to do it, every game would be a huge hit, know?
Right.
It's sometimes hard. I was really pulling for WildStar because
I was too.
It looked, it was what I wanted in a game, and they went all in. They're we're making an MMO, and I don't know, was it the setting was a little unusual? Was the timing not right? Had players moved on to different genres? It's hard to say.
What do you think killed it? If you just guess as a player.
At the end of the day, it didn't have a large enough player base, right? And so then you have to go into, well, why? Did a lot of people try it and then kind of churn out? Did it never get that, kind of critical mass of players? Because there have been, it's rare, but there have been games that were kind of sleeper hits for a while and then gradually picked up and suddenly were huge. Like Final Fantasy, their MMO, they had to do the big reboot, and now the game is more popular than ever. There's games like No Man's Sky, again, barely an MMO, if at all, but people almost rejected it. And now look at Cyberpunk. Also, is people are like, oh, this game's bad, and now everyone's like, oh wait, this game got really good.
Speaking about all my favorite games,
you can do it. You can launch small or even disappointing and recover. But the opposite happens a lot true, and we've seen that over and over with MMOs where players join, they go for the level up, they get to the end game, maybe they even participate in PvP or raids, and then they're like, okay, I've done it, I'm done.
Right.
I'm going to move on. And then maybe they come back, but maybe they don't, and now you've lost.
Right.
I would say if you're going to make a new game in 2022, 2023, I think endgame is more important than ever. Because you have so many MMOs that's been around for such a long time. And sadly, people will compare you to what is at market. So in other words, if you brought out a new MMO today and you had almost no in-game content because you spent a lot of time, getting the leveling experience just right, designing all of your classes, because that is a massive ask. Remember, you're designing a brand new world from the ground up for the first time, new classes, everything is brand new, so it takes a long time to do. Now players get to max level, there's not much to do. You haven't sort of brought out the next phase yet of what is to come, all the next content. Players immediately go, wow, I could be playing WoW now, and I would have 8 fucking dungeons to do and 3 raids to do and a whole in-game zone. Or I could play this game and there's absolutely nothing. This game is just empty. I guess I'm going to go back to WoW. And suddenly, you've lost a bunch of players. And oftentimes, you've lost those players forever. Because remember, they have no loyalty towards your game yet. They haven't played it for long enough to be loyal. The only people that tend to hang on right until the end, I remember literally to the end, there were still content creators making content for WildStar. It was actually from one of these content creators that I watched his last ever video where he was basically saying goodbye to his channel and also goodbye to the game. You know, where WildStar finally announced that they are leaving it. Because obviously this guy had an emotional attachment to the game because the game paid him for quite a long time. Sadly, though, because the game died, so did everything else. I don't know if he started doing something else. I don't even remember who the guy was that I watched at the time giving me the news that WildStar was dying. But I left WildStar because there was nothing there. I just really didn't like. Once I got really into the combat, I felt like the combat was too convoluted for me. And also playing at over 200 MS at the time, the combat was unplayable. Because I would be aiming at the guy, I would be pretty sure that I'm going to hit the guy, but that was on my screen. On his screen, he was already way out of anything that I could throw at him. So it was just miserable for a guy playing at 200 plus MS.
So the latest raid in Lost Ark, it's a 4-man raid, but the other Legion raids are 8-man raids. Now, there are other, like WildStar, it was like 500-man raids. I mean, obviously, I'm exaggerating, right?
I think it was 30 or 40. Yeah,
it was like 30 or 40 that all had to like really be on it, right? So when you have a game that, you know, some people want that big gaming experience where there's just a bunch of people raiding, and then some prefer to be like, hey, I'd rather just play with my 4 buddies, you know, my 3 buddies, and just we complete everything itself. What are your thoughts on that?
So as a player and as a game designer, I like big raids. I just think I love the epic feeling. Like there's no other experience like that in video games. Like even in a battle royale, you may start with 100 people, but it's, you know, it gets whittled down really quickly.
Right.
I recognize there are problems, and I'll talk about those in a minute, but you could do so many cool things. Like you can just kill off party members. That's really hard to do when you have 5. Like as soon as you kill off one party member, you've lost 20% of your power. And that's hard. And you probably lost your only tank or something like that. Whereas if you have 4 tanks and you kill a couple, well, the group can keep going. And so you just have more versatility as a designer making an interesting fight. Now, I recognize some players like smaller groups. Some players want to play with their friends, and their friend group is 5 or 8, and it's not 40. When you get those really, really big raid sizes, there's almost always some dead weight, you know, and it's hard to be super brutal about like, well, your SO is playing with us and they're not really holding up their end of the bargain, so they're out. You know, that's so I feel like the right answer is just to have a variety, have smaller group, have larger groups. You know, Destiny does that, WoW does that, Lost Ark is doing that. So
the only thing I wish WoW would still do, the literal only thing I wish WoW would do, is come out with 8-player raids. And I realize a lot of people say, but dude, you can already with the whole flex raiding. No. Literal raids designed around 8-man groups so that it's challenging enough, because oftentimes what you will find with flex raiding in WoW is either it's too easy because the algorithm can't fucking get it right. Like the scale up just doesn't work. Not algorithm really, but the scale up, scale down just doesn't get it right, or it's almost impossible. You physically can't fucking do it. Even if you tried, you need that extra person. So you're basically making the raid 100 times harder for yourself. Whereas I think if you had, because it's pretty clear when you do a raid in World of Warcraft, it's pretty clear that this raid was designed for more people. Like that's almost always the case. You look at the room, you can see by the size of the room, this room was designed for 30 people. So when you're just 8 people in there, suddenly this room is massive. You know, it's a massive, massive room that you don't really need this room because you're just 8 people. So why do you need this bigger room? So it would be a lot better if you had content that was aimed at that 8 group margin, and then you had content that was aimed at the 20 group margin, like Mythic, for example. That's the one thing that I would love for WoW to do. Not saying they should do it. That would be like my Christmas wish. If I could get, because I would actually, I guess, raid again in World of Warcraft if something like 8-man raids was an actual thing that you could do.
That's probably the smart thing to do as a developer, but as a player, I usually pick the, what's the most epic.
Right. I do want to talk to you about monetization, but before I ask that question, what do you think separates games like WoW and Final Fantasy XIV from the others that just don't make it? Like, what is it about them? I mean, is it just the budget? Is it the creative design that's behind it? Is it a team that's running it? I mean, it could be multiple things. I would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think you're right that budget is part of it. Like, again, thinking of raiding, it's a spectacle. And in Final Fantasy, when a boss comes down and like maybe the guitar kicks in or something, like they don't mind making like custom music for boss fights and stuff like that. Like it is something amazing to see. And you can make a really, really fun encounter that's pretty much just like a big ogre dude hitting you, but it's just not the same epic scale. It's not the sense of like, this is something. But yeah, budget's part of it. I also think the bigger games, and maybe the ones with the bigger budget, are just better at serving a broader audience. So say you make an MMO and you're like, hey, this MMO is PvP only because we think we can just make a better game if it's PvP. Well, you could probably guess there are going to be players that are like, I'm out. That's not me. Final Fantasy has a great like crafting game. It has a great social game. It lets you decorate your houses. So it serves players with a lot of really different motivations.
Right. I don't know if you can answer this, but do you feel comfortable with the budget that you have for the Riot MMO?
Oh, that's actually a really interesting question. I think I can answer it. One of the nice things about Riot is we're not going to run out of money, right? I'm not going to have a publisher that's like, hey, if you got to ship by Christmas or we're canceled. Riot will cancel this game if the game isn't good enough. They're not going to cancel the game because it gets too expensive. And those.
Dude. Yeah. We're not going to, we just have all the money. So, yeah, it doesn't even matter. Like, we just have all the money. So it's all good. Alderson, the problem here is you have to listen to everything he says. When he went to them and said, look, we want to make this game, he was told very clearly, if this game isn't good, we will cancel it. That's it. So we're not going to cancel it if you don't come out in time. We don't give a fuck when it comes out. But once it comes out, it needs to be good. Because that's all they care about, right? They'll throw as much money at the project as humanly possible, as long as it's good. As soon as it isn't, they'll cancel it. Whereas that was not true for Amazon. Not even close. New World launched way sooner than it was supposed to launch. They even got an actual delay on the game, and that wasn't even good enough. Since then, they've been trying really hard to get the game back up to scratch, get people back interested in the game. The problem is just it had such a miserable launch experience that most people don't trust the game anymore, and therefore is probably not going to go back. But no, it's not just about infinite money. It's also about what are your priorities. And for Amazon, the priorities were clearly not, we want to make a good game. The priorities were, we want to make money. We want the game to have full Twitch integration. Why? Because that's money. Because if you have full Twitch integration, you can convert more people to Prime subs, and that means more money, right? So that's ultimately all Amazon was thinking of. This was another way for them to make money. And to do that, they needed the game out sooner rather than later.
Go hand in hand. We could make a very expensive bad game, and then I would get fired. Right. We could make a less expensive game that still really captures hearts and minds, but it's not a blank check, right? Like I have to prove, and the team has to prove that whatever Riot is putting into it is worth it. Because they could spend the money somewhere else. They could make a different game. They could double down on Valorant or something. So it's definitely not a blank check, but it's also not like we're not a startup where, oh gosh, we're out of money. What are we going to do? I can always go back and ask for more. Whether or not I get more is going to depend a lot on what they think how does the game look? What do playtesters say? How are we doing, about hitting our milestones? So that is how, in the very simplest sense, you can think of it as you get some money. If you spend it well, they're going to give you more. If you don't spend it well, you're probably not. And in our case, rather than shipping the bad game, it would just get shit canned.
That's awesome. That distinction, I think, is massive. Not only from your perspective, but especially from the consumer's perspective. Like, just knowing that, hey, this MMO that's coming out, money isn't the issue. They'll cancel it if it's not good. I would have a lot of respect for a company that, you know, would cancel a game because of that, rather than the actual money that's going into it. That's really, yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree. The disappointment from players, and I understand there'd be disappointment. I'd be disappointed. But that's coming from, oh, I had such high hopes for this game, and I'm disappointed that it didn't get there. And they don't want a bad game. They don't want us to like ship the game no matter what. They want a good game, and that's absolutely, you know, we can't deliver a good game. What are we doing?
So one of the things that the game does need to do is it needs to generate revenue. Okay, so I'd love to get your thoughts on a sub-based model versus a free-to-play model.
You know, the truth is they're both viable. What you generally get in a sub-based model is fewer players, because fewer players can afford it, but are a very steady revenue stream. So you might say, I would rather 1 million players who pay me $15 a month regularly than 5 million players who sometimes pay and sometimes don't. That's just, you know, that's just the economics of it. So generally, if you want to go free to play, it's because you think you can have a lot of players and you'll be okay even if they don't individually spend a lot of money. You'll have a lot of players who spend nothing. You'll have some players who spend more, but on average, you're assuming they're not going to pay that much, and you make up for it with size. And you see that in a lot of mobile games, not just mobile MMOs, but mobile games in general. Assume that they don't have very long a lifespan, so they need to like make money right away. You know, big audience right away, because then people are gonna drop them and move on to the next thing. It's also interesting that in China, a little less so Korea, but still more so I think than in the West, the notion of pay for power is not as, you know, it's almost repulsive to a lot of Western players, because they're like, it comes to them as like, well, that's not fair. Like, why should that person have better gear than me when they just spent money on it?
Right.
But at least to a Chinese mindset, sometimes they're thinking, well, I don't want to spend a lot of time grinding to get this item. Why can't I just pay you to get it right away and get to the good stuff? Maybe I just want to raid. Let me skip to the good stuff. Particularly, this was more true in both Korea and China, when a lot of gamers had to play it at PC bongs or PC cafes, because then they're literally paying for the hour. Right. So rather than paying per hour to get 100 hours to get a sword, let me just buy the sword and skip all that stuff. So we're not going to do pay to win. We're not going to do pay to power. I'm pretty confident saying that. The business
that's a big one.
I probably said that, or a lot of players that say it's just not Riot's style. Right. We really want players to feel like they're welcome back in the game at any time. And yeah, if life is rough right now and you're between jobs, or you just can't.
Boys, that is good news. We know for a fact that Riot MMO will not be pay to win or pay for power. So that's been confirmed. Now we just wait and see. Sloan, how you doing, bro? That is point of view that many just can't get over, and I don't even try to understand. What's that, Savin Raven?
You know, you can't pay for the subscription.
I don't think they will, Aureus, considering the fact that they have League of Legends and Valorant, which is both games that you could pretty easily exploit pay to win in, right? So something like League of Legends, you could absolutely exploit massive pay to win elements within games like that. The same you could do with Valorant, right? You could exploit it if you wanted to, and none of that exists in any of those games. There's no pay to win whatsoever. In League of Legends or in Valorant. Aureus, please explain to me what's the pay to win in League of Legends? How do you physically pay to make yourself more powerful? Because there is none. No, the RP that you buy goes for skins. It's skins. You literally just, you can buy skins with your RP. What do you mean runes? I'm not sure what you mean with runes. Are you talking about, let me just... Sloan, some skins are inherently better to use than others. Fuck off. Your champion does exactly the same amount of damage, does exactly the same movements. It's all exactly the same. I don't see how your runes would make a difference here. Jurgen, how you doing? So, when you say runes, I'm assuming you're talking about... I'm assuming you're talking about this, right? Is this what you're talking about? Runes. You don't pay for these. You literally just set them before the game. And then they're there. You don't buy these. They literally just exist. They're just a way to differentiate how you want to build your character. And no, they were never for RP. What was for RP was the pages. So you would, for free to play, you would get 3 pages, and then you would have to pay if you wanted to unlock more pages. But all those pages actually just meant is, like, for example, if you look at these, right? So I can have different builds here or different pages here for different champions because I have all of these changes unlocked. But even if you just had 3, all you had to do is just change it before every game and you'd be perfectly fine. Champions are locked. Of course, you have to buy champions, but almost no one, my brother still plays this religiously, almost no one buys champions with RP. People buy champions with this, the Blue Essence bullshit, I think, is what it's called. So people, yeah, most people don't buy champions with RP. RP is used primarily for skins. Sounds unhealthy. There's a huge buying of new champions. Yeah, I mean, you can still buy the champions with, like, actual money if you wanted to, but that's not pay to win. Because you can play, there's a shit ton of free champions, or you get your free champions, there's a shit ton of very cheap champions that you will get very early on in the game. There's always 10 champions on rotation. These little locks here shows champions that is free to play for the week. And every week there's new champions that go on free to play with League of Legends. So at the end of the day, I don't see the pay to win. I don't know. I don't know when people say that League of Legends is pay to win. I think the only way League of Legends is pay to win if you have a very broad definition of what pay to win is.
I'd rather them not churn out rather than be able to keep playing. So
yeah, but there isn't power. Because this is again what I don't understand. You say when there's a bit of power, that's pay to win for me. If you have Ryze as a champion and I have Ryze as a champion, my Ryze is exactly as powerful as your Ryze, no matter what I paid. Like, whether I have 100 champions unlocked or 1 champion unlocked, my Ryze and your Ryze is exactly the same price. Now, it might be that I have more champions unlocked than you, but that doesn't mean jack shit. Well, then you don't play Ryze, you play something else. And you learn how to play something else, and you play that thing well. There are people to this day that still play champions that isn't considered meta. They just play them so fucking well that no one can beat them on it. Because at the end of the day, you just need to know how to play your class and you'll be good. So you choose the champion that you want to play and you just play it well and you'll be fine. If you're saying they should have every single champion unlocked for free all the time, I don't see how that changes anything. You can't play every single one of the champions all the fucking time. That's not how League works. It's way too technical. It's much better to just have a couple of champions and be done with it.
That's why Riot has traditionally liked free-to-play with purely cosmetic purchases. But again,
is that enough though? Because an MMO, again, I'm very ignorant to the game development and the budget side of things when it comes to MMO. But I would imagine that it's very expensive to maintain and run and create.
Okay, so whenever people say the good champions, sometimes in League of Legends, you will have champions that is considered quote unquote broken, right? Because of some balancing issue. Those usually get fixed rather quickly. And also when it comes to like lower tier players, so people that isn't playing at the best fucking peak of League of Legends, even the super OP champions can't be played because they're technically not good enough to play them. So you can beat them still. And if that really is a problem, you can just ban the champion. Because before every single game, you get to ban some champion. So if there is a champion that is just way too overpowered that you don't own, just ban it, and then no one in the game can play it. So you don't even have to deal with that shit. So at the end of the day, it's like, you know, take your pick. Plus, you can buy champions with in-game points. Every single time you play a match, you get points at the end of the match, and you can literally just use those points to buy the champion. You don't have to spend money on champions. At least that's how it used to be. I'm pretty sure it's still exactly like that.
An MMORPG. Is it
probably
feasible?
The most expensive kind of game to make.
Right? I would think so.
Only other thing close is like huge open world, you know, Horizon Zero Dawn, Assassin's Creed, Red Dead Redemption style. Those are also very expensive. But an MMO needs everything. It needs matchmaking. It needs a chat system. It needs, you know, a gear system. It just, every system you can imagine. So yeah, they are very expensive to build. And if it's a super content heavy game, they're also very expensive to run.
Absolutely.
If it's a more PvP based game or a more sandbox game, it's less expensive to run because players are providing a lot of the content.
Right, absolutely. Is it feasible for a large scale MMO, like a big budget MMO, to sustain with a free to play model that just monetizes off of cosmetics? Honestly, because like for me, I'm thinking like, no. Like for me, like technically, theoretically, yes. Obviously, if everyone is buying these costumes and stuff, sure. I know for a fact it would be. But like realistically, I feel like the answer to that is no. What would you say?
No, we've done the math, and I think there is a world that works out. Like,
really,
you can have enough players who are willing to pay enough on cosmetics to fund a really big game.
Really, like how often would you expect, in order for that to work, how often would you expect to have to like release new cosmetics? Because obviously you can't release one new cosmetic a year to be able to, right? Like no one's gonna buy, right? That's not enough money.
And I also know from experience that players resent when they feel like you're spending too much development effort on cosmetics. Like to look at League of Legends, for example, if we stopped making champions and just kept making skins, at some point players are like, well, this kind of sucks. You're only focused on the money-making side of the game. So you need to do both. You need to make sure the game balance is good. You need to update everything that you can in order for players to feel good about it. So
that answers your question, by the way. Ghostcrawler, a guy that worked as the lead developer for League of Legends for a long time, literally just said it. If they stopped making champions and just made skins, players would immediately go, wait, you guys are literally just focusing on the money-making side of League of Legends? Because they don't make money off of champions, or very little money off of champions. Because as I said already, most people don't buy champions with money. Most people leave their money for the fun stuff. It's phone up, but I got to get back to work. Take care, Power Kirby. Thank you so much, dude. Just in this interview, but have they talked about the kind of classes and races you could play? Sloan, no.
Again, we don't even know for sure exactly what our business model is going to be, but I've done the math enough to convince myself that if we said, can you launch a game with just cosmetics? Probably you can.
Okay, so obviously you just stated, as far as the Riot MMO goes, there's no confirmation, there's none of that. But for you personally, what do you, as a gamer, what do you personally prefer? Do you personally prefer to play a sub-to-play game or a free-to-play game that has an in-game feature?
The one thing that bothers me about a sub is kind of the guilt of, I'm paying for this game and I'm not playing it right now. And so for a game like World of Warcraft, I came back and played the last expansion. And then when I stopped playing, I felt like, well, the right thing to do is to cancel my subscription.
Right.
But then if I want to jump in and play one night, well, am I going to start my subscription up again? Like there's a little bit of friction there to really fitting in how I play. Whereas like if I want to play Valorant, I'll just pick up Valorant. If I want to put Valorant down for 6 months and pick it up again, great, I'll do that. Now, there are battle passes and things like that, can be subscription-like. But overall, I think that's the one flaw in the subscription model is as a player, you feel like the right thing to do is to turn it on and off all the time.
Right.
Kind of a habit.
Right. What do you think about the games that are free to play but have like a subscription option where you get bonus stuff like extra loot drop percentage, extra experience, a lot of games do that. Like BDO does it, even Lost Ark does it to a certain extent. What do you think about that model?
I think as a player, I think that's pretty cool because it gives you the option to kind of pay how you want. If you're like, hey, I'm not ready to commit money to this game, awesome. But if you're like, no, I'm in, I know I'm going to spend lots and lots of hours in this game. I don't mind.
Agree with that. I don't know if he's speaking specifically to the examples that Canon gave here, but my issue with that is when you put a subscription into a quote unquote free to play game and you hide increased loot drops, increased XP, actual power items behind the subscription, you're not, as it were, really running a free-to-play game anymore. You're running a pay-to-play game, but you're monetizing it similarly to how a free-to-play game would monetize. Because you're effectively telling people, I will allow you to buy power. But to get around this, I'm going to hide behind but it's free to play. It's free to play. Don't worry, bro. It's free to play. This type of sub is a paying advantage and not a sub for playing time. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't like that. I don't like that element. I think if you pay a sub, right? I think the game that probably does this best, in my opinion, Domago, how you doing? Would be Elder Scrolls Online. So what Elder Scrolls Online does is it is a free-to-play game. Well, buy-to-play, because you do have to buy the base game, but after that it's free-to-play, right? However, if you do sub to the game, they give you the $15 that you pay every month. They give you the cash shop tokens for $15 worth. So you get cash shop tokens from your $15, the equivalent of what $15 would have gotten you on free tokens. So what you can then do is you can buy the cosmetics and stuff on the store with the tokens that you get from your sub. And the sub then also gives you slight advantages, which is the side of the sub that I don't like. But like I said, I think Elder Scrolls Online does it better than most. It doesn't do it the perfect way, but it's the best of everything that I've seen so far, because you do get extra, you get 10% increased XP while leveling, you get access to the unlimited bag, which, considering crafting in Elder Scrolls is like one of the largest elements of the game, that unlimited bag is like a massive fucking like boon. So that right there is a big reason why people would actually sub to the game. But at least when you sub to the game, they don't then also expect you to pay for stuff on the store. You get the tokens for the store. It's just baked into it. The coins are given to you so you can buy everything that is on the store with the tokens that you get from your monthly sub, which I like, because it's kind of saying we have this free-to-play element for people that want to play free-to-play, and everything is on the store and they have to buy it, and it might be expensive or whatnot. But if you decide to give us $15 a month, we'll waive all of that. You don't have to pay any money extra on our store. Everything is for free there. Well, not free, but you know what I mean.
Spending a little more for a better experience. I think that's pretty cool. It is, again, like I said before, with the pay for power, it's a slippery slope, and you can easily turn off players
right.
if you're too heavy-handed with that.
Right. Now, I have always
Jager, how you doing, brother?
Sandbox games until I start playing Lost Ark, and maybe it comes with age too, but I'm starting to enjoy these theme park games. But sandbox games have always been very fun for me because of the entertainment that comes with player-driven content. That and the fact that I'm a big PvP guy. Lost Ark is a PvE game. Lost Ark really has turned me on to the PvE side. However, the player-driven content versus design content, what are your thoughts and opinions and preferences?
Personally, I hate sandbox games. And not because I don't like them in theory, because in theory, I think sandbox games can work brilliantly. In theory. In practice, sandbox games are usually just a euphemism for we as developers don't want to spend too much time making cool shit. So instead, we'll rely on the community to make dog shit just so that people can have shit to play. They feel empty. They feel fucking horrible. Most of them don't even give you the tools required to feel like a proper sandbox game. So personally, I've played so many sandbox games that it's just been miserable to play. Like, just absolutely the worst game you could fucking play. That I just don't... I hate whenever I hear someone say, oh yeah, this is a sandbox game. And I'm just saying, fuck, here we go again. I'm going to get player-driven dungeons. Like, players are going to create their own dungeons. There's going to be dog shit dungeons. But, you know, it is what it is. Common, you're very welcome.
For that.
I mean, as a player, I play both kinds. Mm-hmm. It's a different experience. I think the theme park sometimes gets derided as being, I don't know, old-fashioned or boring, but some of those best experiences, like I was talking about, when a boss in Final Fantasy drops and the music changes, like, that's a theme park and it's epic, and I love it. You know, I'm there for it. I think that's great. The novelty part, and novelty is kind of a funny word, but we think about it as, when I talk to my friends the next day, what am I going to say? And maybe I'll say, like, hey, did you see that episode of you know, Game of Thrones or House of the Dragon or whatever last night? Did you see when that boss dropped? That was so epic. That's very fleeting because the moment's kind of there and gone.
Right.
In a PvP game, those stories can kind of go on forever because it's, hey, you'll never guess what happened. I was in this game last night and I thought we were going to lose, and then this guy showed up and this crazy thing happened. And the stories are really about the other players. And you frame it in terms of the game, but the stories are not, the developers wanted me to experience this XYZ, so that's what I experienced.
Right.
So that's why I have a slight preference towards more novelty as a player, and the way you get that is often other players. And PvP is the most glaring example of that, because you need a lot less content in a PvP game. Like, League of Legends doesn't have a story. It doesn't have a campaign. It doesn't need it. The story is you and your team went up against this other team.
Quick question on that note. Classic WoW is very different from retail WoW, right? Obviously. If you had to choose, do you prefer the classic WoW experience or the retail WoW experience? Not like the nostalgia. Classic WoW is a lot more sandboxy compared to retail WoW, comparatively speaking, right? Like, which of the two do you personally prefer?
No, I agree with that. My criticism of, I don't want to bash on Blizzard. I love Blizzard. I have a lot of friends there. My criticism of the Shadowlands expansion I came back for was, a lot of it felt like I was playing a single-player game in a chat window. Like, I was still chatting with my friends, but we weren't doing stuff together. The campaign is mostly a single-player experience, and having your friends play it with you is often kind of challenging because you're in different parts of the story or whatever. The dungeons and raiding were wonderful in Shadowlands, and I really enjoyed that. And again, that's like why I play the game, but it has much more of that. It's not quite a sandbox, but it is a little bit in how you approach the different bosses. It's like, oh, we need someone to sheep this boss. We don't have a mage.
Chris.
What are we going to do?
I'm
How are we
happy
going
to
to solve this?
Right.
That kind of thing. That's really, again, that problem solving is really fun for me. So you get some of that novelty back in challenging content.
Gotcha.
Personally, I think Dragonflight seeks to solve a lot of these issues, and I have full faith that it will actually do so. But my criticism towards Shadowlands, this was almost a year ago now, I said that Shadowlands is a World of Warcraft has become a menu clicker, because that's effectively all you do in the game. The world is simply there so that they can pretend like it's still an MMO. But in reality, the only thing you really do is you go from menu to menu. You open the menu, you go into a dungeon. You go automatically to this dungeon. So now you're in the dungeon, you're quickly doing the dungeon, you leave the dungeon, you go back to Oribos. Then you click the next menu because now you have to go here, and it opens up, you go, you do your thing, you come back, you wait again in Oribos. So you're basically jumping from menu queue to menu queue, never actually playing the game. And when you are out in the world, it's almost as if most people just want to get that over and done with as quickly as possible. No one wants to help anyone. No one wants to hang out with anyone. No one actually wants to be out in the world. They want to be back in the menu doing a bunch of things, getting dungeons done and getting raids done. So the open world almost serves as an obstacle for you to actually get to the stuff that the game was designed for, which is dungeons and raids and PvP. And I think Dragonflight seeks to solve a lot of that by putting so many things out in the open world and sort of telling players, look, if you want to do dungeons and raids, we're not going to stand in your way. Go do your dungeons and raids. But there's a shit ton of things in this world that you might actually want to experience as well. So how about you get on your little horsey, or you get on your dragon in this instance, and you go experience the world, because there is a world there, and it would be nice if you explored it and, just sort of checked it out. What should it be when it was like that? People bitched. Seven Raven, who bitched? Zakimi, how you doing?
Gotcha. So factions are another big thing with MMOs. You have games like WoW where it's literally faction versus faction. Ion did it as well with a third faction. What are your thoughts and preferences when it comes to faction versus no faction?
League has a lot of factions.
There are strengths and weaknesses of both approach, and
Absolutely.
I don't think you can just say there's a right and the wrong. Like, what you get out of factions is a great story because you know who the bad guy is, you know who the enemy is. Like, I hate those guys, let's go kill them.
Right.
That is baked right in, and it's awesome. And that, just like with any sport, you root for your team, you get that sense of tribality, I guess. So that is what factions get you. What they miss is, say you and I want to play a new MMO together, and you're like, oh, I picked these guys. I'm like, well, shit, I picked the other guys. I guess we'll never play together because now we're in different factions. Like, that's the big downside, and it's hard to get around it without watering.
You could just pick another side. Like, I mean, I don't think that's like the biggest issue. You could just pick another side.
Down the story that brought you there in the first place.
Right. Do you have a personal preference if you had to choose?
Saber Raven, that's not what I'm talking about. So I'm not talking about removing the ability for people to sign up for a dungeon. While I wish that was never introduced into World of Warcraft, I'm not a fan of taking things away from people, because whenever you give people something, they feel elated. Whenever you take something away, even if the thing that you're taking away is going to be for the betterment of the game overall, people feel like they're being punished. So this is why instead of nerfing classes, you almost always want to buff other classes. That's usually the right way to go. Unless, of course, the class that you're trying to catch up to is so overpowered that it would be ridiculous to buff everything to that level. But you generally don't want to take things away from players. You want to give players more things because it almost always turns out better. So I don't want to take these things away from players, but I do want a reason for people to be out in the world that isn't self-invented. Because right now, most people that are out in the world, it's either through addiction, because they have all of these quests that form part of a list that they have to complete, because they complete these lists every single day. So these would be the people that go around doing every single one of the dailies in the Shadowlands, even if they do not have to. Or your RP players, Demago, very true. RP players will be out in the world because they're busy RPing shit. Or your collectors. The people that want to go somewhere because they need to collect some kind of mount or some kind of item or whatever the case may be. Those people will be the ones out in the world. The rest of the people are found in Oribos waiting for the queue to pop. Now, this is where what you want is more choice. You want to tell people, hey, if you do go out into this world, there's going to be wonders there for you to experience. There's going to be things for you to discover here that you will never discover if you just spend all of your time inside Oribos. Whereas a lot of the time in a game like in World of Warcraft and recent expansions, there's not that much out in the world that you will discover. If you spent the vast majority of your time just inside the main city signing up for dungeons, you wouldn't have missed much. It would have been a similar kind of experience than if you were out in the world. As long as you did all of your chores every day, you would be fine. And like I already said, when people are doing chores, they're not really focusing on the world. They're focusing on where to go next, right? Because I just need to finish all of these chores so that I can go. So they didn't make an active choice to be out in the world. They were forced out into the world because there's chores that has to be done. So you're automatically not going to be chatting to people while you're doing so.
Like if you're gonna play a game.
I play games,
Sabin, pretty much.
Maybe a lot of people play games this way. I kind of play games with my friend group, so a faction doesn't really hurt us that much because we'll talk ahead of time about, hey, what are we going to do? Even like my WoW guild, they're like, hey, are we going to be Horde or Alliance this expansion? And you know,
wow, how you doing, bro?
So factions don't have that flaw for me that they might for some.
Moving on. Progression. Now, this is a big one for me. In Lost Ark, in my opinion, one of the biggest downsides to Lost Ark is the daily grind. And they call it homework. Like, literally, that's the term we use. We call it homework. Those start adding up. And it's a very alt-focused game, which is another thing that I want to talk to you about after this. But it's a grind. Nobody likes it. Right? Nobody likes doing it, in the West at least. But at the same time, how do you make a game, an MMO, not repetitive? You do need to give tasks for players to do every day, to log into the game and feel that progression so that when they do get progress, they feel rewarded, right? There needs to be that grind to a certain degree. I would love to hear your thoughts on MMORPG progression. And let's start with that. Dailies and the day-to-day content. Your thoughts.
So MMOs, RPGs, I think in general need progression. I know there are people out there that say, oh, you could have a very flat game and it'll work. I think, you know, I like to get more powerful. I like to get new weapons and spells or whatever.
Yeah, but wait. Progression and grinding and chores is not the same thing. Like, if I'm doing dungeons, arguably I am progressing because I'm getting more gear, I'm getting more powerful. That is progression. But that's not the same as a chore. If I chose to do the dungeons, that's not a chore. That was a choice. I want to do the dungeons because I want to get the gear, because I want to progress my character. I feel like there's a lot of complaint. I'll listen to how he answers this, but that's a very loaded question and also seems like it's sort of conflating a number of things that probably should not be conflated.
So I think progression is important. It is a very delicate tuning point because if players progress too quickly, they kind of run out of stuff to do. They're like, okay, I'm done. And if they progress too slowly, it's frustrating. It's like, yeah, you play for 1,000 hours and you get, 5 more hit points. Like that feels pretty crap.
It's terrible.
So the tuning is really important, and you want to make sure that you can progress at a rate that you feel without running out of stuff to do too quickly. So dailies, wow, I remember. So in World of Warcraft, we added more dailies because players said, hey, I have nothing to do. I like raiding. I raid with my guild once or twice a week. What am I supposed to do the rest of the time? Originally, it was, go farm flasks and other types of consumables. And over time, that changed to, well, here are some quests you can do or grinding or whatever because you want to get X amount of currency every day to kind of... Players said they wanted to play the game more. And so that's the kind of inexpensive way from a developer standpoint. I'm sure players would love to have a new raid, but raids are expensive.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Hard thing to do. So while you're waiting for the new raid, here, have some dailies, have some, currency, have some grinding. I think the better games offer you choices, which are, again, it's hard to tune because if you say, look, you could PvP for an hour or you could do quests for 10 minutes, well, everyone will pick the quest. But if you could tune it right to where people can do what they enjoy doing or even change it up, like, oh, I'm so burned out of killing wolves, I'm going to go PvP instead. Like, that's the sweet spot. And I think that's what, as a player,
Again, I'm going to reference Dragonflight because I think just based on the theoretical side of things, Dragonflight is doing this perfectly. It's a case of, oh, so you like dragon riding? Well, you can get really good at dragon riding if you go out and do it all the time. You can learn all the tips and tricks. You can do a bunch of races. We're going to add more races, but it's not tied to your personal power. There's still progression in that. Because remember, progression is not just about power. For the vast majority of players in World of Warcraft, progression has nothing to do with power. Progression has to do with a personal thing. For the collector, progression is filling up another item in their missing item list of whatever item it is that they like to acquire, whether that be weapons, transmogs, mounts, pets, or whatever the case may be. That is progression for them. So when a new mount drops, that they feel like they've progressed. For the guy that likes skill, whenever he kills the next boss, he feels like he has progressed. For the guy that is the power whore, yes, whenever a new piece of gear drops and it makes him more powerful, he feels like he has progressed to some extent. But progress means different things for different people. And it is important that you design your game in such a way that everyone has a clear avenue through which to progress in their chosen field. So if you are someone that likes to take pictures, you're going to enjoy the new sort of, I don't know what the fuck they call it in WoW, but it's sort of that Pokemon thing where you go down the river and you have to take pictures of stuff. That's going to be something that someone that likes content like that is going to do, and they're going to like progressing through that. For the guys that like to explore, there should be progression-based systems for them. For the guys that like dragon riding, there should be stuff for them. And for the guys that like dungeons, of course there's dungeons. And for the guys that love, raids, there's raids. But the second these things become conflated, so the second you have to start doing things, in an exploration sense, in order to be able to do dungeons, now you're starting to run into almost chore lists. So I have to be out in the world and do these outer world things so that I can actually go do my dungeons. But I don't want to do these outdoor things. I actually just want to do my dungeons. So now you're starting to blur the lines, and this is where an activity turns into a chore, and that's where you can run into a lot of problems. And this is what I think Dragonflight is nailing at this point.
And as a developer, that's what I enjoy, when the tuning is good so that you can kind of do lots of different things and be okay.
Right. And you're right. It just sucks because, like, if it gets to the point where it's like, I have to do 20 dailies a day or I'm behind, that really sucks. Yeah. Feeling
and I'm going to let my friends down because, they're depending on me. I'm the healer, I'm the tank, whatever. And now that guilt sucks. It's funny because we were talking about earlier about smoothing off the rough edges of games.
Quickly have to go to the bathroom. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Sorry, chat. All right, so what I wanted to say before I had to go to the bathroom, from a developer standpoint, so not from a player standpoint, but from developer side. So if you're thinking about a game as a developer, I would say the second you have to add a catch-up mechanic, you've probably already made a giant mistake somewhere. Like, something's gone wrong. You've either over-tuned things and over-designed things to the point where there's so much that players need to go through before they can finally actually play the game, that it's just not really reasonable to ask players to go through all of that. Or you've just poorly designed your game. I'm not saying that having catch-up mechanics is bad. It's more a case of when you have to make catch-up mechanics in order to fix some of the mistakes for your game. So when you look at Shadowlands, a great example of this. Without catch-up mechanics, if you started playing today, would you even experience the new raid if there was no catch-up mechanics in Shadowlands? I don't think so. I don't think there would be enough time left for you to even go into the first wing of the new raid. You would be so far behind on literally everything, from conduits to everything else, that it would be impossible. Right? You don't have all the conduits. None of them are leveled up. You'd basically never get into a group. So therefore, you have to have these catch-up mechanics in order to solve a lot of those issues. And I would say Smoke and Monkey, by the way, 7 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. I'm very good. Thank you much. So thank you so much for asking. Overall, though, I think it's a balancing act. But yeah, you definitely have to. Yeah, anyways, that's all I really want to say about that.
The way most people played EverQuest was you would go out and you'd do some quests, and then you'd run out of quests, and then you'd go grind on some wolves or whatever. Mm-hmm. And one of WoW's big innovations was, hey, you're never gonna reach that point where you have to go grind. Like, when you finish the quest, there's gonna be another quest, and then another quest. And WoW let you go not only from 0 to 60 just doing quests, but having options like, oh, I don't want to go to this zone. Next time I'm going to go to a different zone.
Right.
And that was kind of their big innovation. So adding lots of quests filled in the grind, but then in the end game, the daily quests almost become a different kind of grind that you log in every day. I don't love logging into games every day. Sometimes I don't want to play a game. I want to watch TV. Sometimes I want to go out with my friends. It feels mean when you're like requiring people to log in every single day without fail or they fall behind. Logging in every few days or maybe once a week.
Dude, it makes me so happy to hear him say that. And if you followed him over on Twitter, you would understand where he's coming from, because he's made that very clear on Twitter. The way they're approaching the Riot MMO is from this fundamental point. If you don't want to play their MMO, you should be allowed to go play whatever else. They're designing their game from the ground up with this mindset of, if you want to go play League, go play League. If you want to go play Valorant, go play Valorant. If you want to play our MMO, play the MMO. But you should never feel like, if I don't log in today, I'm fucked, right? Or if I don't log in for the next month, I'm screwed. I'm going to be so far behind. Because as a company, this is probably from Riot themselves, right? Riot themselves are just sort of like, look, we don't want to lose League of Legends players or Valorant players to this MMO. We would prefer if, our players could play every one of our games. So yeah, you can't make this game like so engagement heavy that people can just not play anything else. That would be miserable for us.
That I can commit to. For a game I love, I don't mind playing.
Sure, I've heard that before.
One of the things that I feel like Lost Ark does do well, this doesn't excuse all the dailies in my opinion, but they do have rest bonus that you can stack throughout the week, and like you get like double the loot. I feel like that's a pretty good system to really kind of take a break, right? What are your thoughts on alts? Because I'm personally not a big fan of alts, yet I'm playing a game that revolves around having a lot of alts. But I hated alts. I'm very much a one-character person. One of the things I really liked about Final Fantasy is that I could play other classes, but still play my character, if that makes sense, rather than, hey, you know what I mean? Like, what are your thoughts on alts in MMOs?
Yeah, my opinions have changed a little bit over time there. When I started playing MMOs, I thought like everyone should have a main, and alts like it's almost like a failure in the game if someone has an alt, because like my friend Andy, he's a hunter, and I just want to know that Andy's a hunter. It's a role-playing game, right? We're each going to play a role. I'm a warrior, he's a hunter. And then when he starts playing his mage instead, I'm like, well, that's weird. You're a hunter. I don't like to think of you as both people. I want to know that when you're on, you're a hunter. And then my thinking shifted a little bit, because I mentioned before the thought of novelty. Well, there's hardly anything in a game that gives you more novelty than playing a different class. It's like, I have to think about things differently. I have a different rotation. I care about different stats, different drops. I do different things in fighting. So there is a lot of value in that. So I think the sweet spot again comes down to, is playing an alt like restarting the game from scratch, or at the opposite extreme is playing an alt just kind of a cosmetic change, because like if you don't actually need to run additional dungeons to get gears for your alt, like why have an alt, right? You're just that's basically just, I want to look like an elf instead of a dwarf or something.
Right. Do you like how Final Fantasy has done it?
I think it's a clever solution in that, and I assume your viewers all know, but Final Fantasy lets you just have one character who could be lots of different classes, but only one at a time, and you just kind of switch.
Right.
It's really cool because if you like your character, you don't have to switch. You're like, I can do anything with this character. The bummer is if a new like race or something comes out, you don't get a different experience. You can't say, what is I can't remember the name of the Drakthir, the new dragon people in the new WoW expansion. Like they come out, and you're like, well, I don't need them because my one character can already do it all.
Right.
And because what I really like about him,
I think there's pros and cons to both systems, but ultimately what I would err on, so the side that I would fall on, is one that says, if you want to play alts, you should absolutely be allowed to play alts. And like Ghostcrawler said there, have it be a different experience when you go through the game on an alt. But when I say different experience, I'm not talking about every single class should have its own leveling experience. No. But when I go into a different dungeon, in World of Warcraft, this is actually a great example of that. When you do a dungeon in World of Warcraft as a warlock and as a mage, both are casters, and yet the experience is entirely different for both of those classes. A warlock and a mage do not play the same way in a dungeon, and that is why I like having my mage max level as well. Because most days, I'm like, okay, I'm going to do some stuff on my warlock. But there are days where I'm like, fuck, I really want to do some stuff on my mage now. I kind of feel the mage playstyle right now. That's what I want to do. I want to do big boom fire damage, or I want to do some frost damage or whatever. I've never felt like I wanted to play arcane. But, fire and frost is fine. So I do understand it, but it should never be forced. It should never get to the point where, like Lost Ark, where you must have these alts because these alts actually play into the power level of your main. That would be, I think, the perfect setup.
Is the social aspect and playing with friends. It kind of turns me off when someone is, well, I can solve any problem with alts. And to give you an example, when I started playing World of Warcraft, like, you need to find an enchanter. Like, you want something enchanted, go find an enchanter. You want someone to pick a lock, go find a rogue who can.
I literally wanted to say that, and then I thought, fuck it, I'm not going to go even deeper into this. This is where alts in World of Warcraft start veering off into the sunset, into the wrong place. Because the way the professions are set up in World of Warcraft and the way the professions are handled in World of Warcraft, alts have almost, in some cases, especially if you're a raider, it's become mandatory. Raiding is incredibly expensive. If you don't have an alt or two that can at least take care of the bulk of your necessities. So, for example, whenever I raided, at least, I would have a jewel crafter and an alchemist. Guaranteed, I would have one of each there, and I would almost always have like some. My main usually did my enchanting for me. Yeah, my main did my enchanting as well as my cooking, and I was a herbalist as well on Akalon. And then my paladin, Lekro, was he was a jewel crafter and an alchemist. And then my I had one more class that, this was back in the day. I had my monk that was inscription. But that's when Inscription was still a huge thing that you actually needed. But that's sort of, you had to have that. Otherwise, it would be unbearably expensive to be a raider. And that's where WoW sort of fails. But I think Dragonflight might fix that problem as well, because professions are going to be much harder to level. And most people are just going to find it easier to go to the notice board and just buy whatever the fuck they need, rather than, you know, trying to level every single profession so that they can actually do it for free. So where a guild comes to save, if you have a proper guild, you have the professions that you can get from within the guild. Kurikunis, yes, that is true, but that also means that there needs to be a shift towards getting more people involved in what guilds do and making guilds more important, which for a lot of people, guilds are not important whatsoever.
Lockpick.
Right.
What it turned into is everyone had an enchanter. It's like, well, I have an alt as an enchanter. I'll just enchant my own stuff. I don't need other players. I'm like a one-man army. And so that kind of bums me out a little bit, because I really love the player interactions. And I think, you know, with the player economy and BDO did a really good job of that, of like, you need other players. You can't just solve it all yourself.
I feel like that's something that Vanilla Arcade and Albion did very well. You have certain people that can craft certain things, and within that, it needs certain things, and that requires different professions and stuff like that. And it just became, I'm looking for a carpenter, or I'm looking for someone that can make weapons or something like that. And that definitely enhanced my experience as a player in the game, for sure. I get what you're saying. Definitely.
And I think there are ways to have alts that don't let you kind of be the one-man army, and maybe their games will figure out ways to do that.
Right. Okay. So moving on, as far as the progression goes, your thoughts on horizontal versus vertical progress in MMOs.
I think you need both. Like, I don't tend to stick with games that are just horizontal, because I like to get more powerful. That's kind of I came into digital role-playing games from Dungeons and Dragons and physical role-playing games. So that's just what I think about a game is, you get more powerful, you get better spells, you get a better weapon. I do like having some amount of horizontal progression, because it just, the crappy way to say it is it gives you another bar to fill up. And like, if you're stuck on one thing, you can go work on something else.
Right.
Really smart games like Civilization have that, I want to play one more turn feel, because you're almost about to finish something. And even if like one goal is really, really far away, you turn around, another goal is really close. And then by the time you finish that goal, the other goal isn't that far away as it used to be.
Right.
And so, you can see where that's going. Yeah. So I think clever horizontal.
I have wasted many an evening doing the just one more turn in games like Civilization. Just one more. We'll just do one more turn, and then I can go to bed.
Progression does that.
Right.
It also kind of lets players do what they want. Like someone who says, well, I like raiding okay, but it's not my main thing. What I really like to do is, be a blacksmith and make armor and weapons for other players. Like, it gives them a way to kind of focus on that without it just being make the number go up, make the DPS go up.
What about obtaining and enhancing gear? You've got games like Lost Ark and BDO where you don't get drops with weapons in your gear for the most part. You just enhance it. And it's like, the higher you go, the less the percentage it is. And then it's just like, hey, I've got a 0.01% chance for this to go. Versus doing this epic raid boss and then getting the drop and being the lucky one to get the drop. And it's like, well, if you think about your odds of getting mythic item, whatever the highest grade is in a big raid, it's kind of works out to be the same thing. It's just packaged differently. What are your thoughts and preferences?
Again, I hate to keep going as an answer, but there's the reason these problems aren't solved is because there's pros and cons, right?
Absolutely.
I love the moment of like killing the dragon, opening up the chest and like seeing what's inside. It's lame if it's just a bunch of crafting materials. It's cool if it's like, oh, it's a magic sword. That's awesome.
It is.
On the other hand, when you think about the fantasy of a lot of these characters, King Arthur had Excalibur and Aragorn has Anduril. It's not like Aragorn killed an orc and the orc dropped a better sword, so he vendors Anduril and now he has a new sword. That feels weird. So I get the idea that like, no, this is my sword and I'm just going to focus on making it better and better. I'm not going to.
Dude, this is why Blizzard World of Warcraft Legions artifact weapons should never have gone away. Because in my opinion, that was the perfect system to upgrade a piece of gear. The issue that I have with games like Lost Ark is the upgrade eventually starts to feel superficial because it can fail a miserable amount of times. And every single time it fails, you basically start from scratch trying to just gain all of the resources again to try it again because you lose all of your resources on a fail. And eventually you reach a point where once you finally do get the upgrade, it's not so much a case of, oh my God, I got this thing. It's, oh my God, I finally got this thing. So it's more a case of you're no longer frustrated than what it is you're finally happy. So I hate that system, but I do think the artifact system where you level up your weapon and your weapon gets stronger. Can you imagine if the artifact weapons were still around today and those talent trees were now the size of fucking like Path of Exile talent trees for weapons? Can you imagine how cool that would be? Every expansion you start over, you start and you just level up your weapon and make it even fucking stronger. At higher tiers, without paying, is such a heartbreaking experience. I got pretty far free to play, but eventually it was too much. Great game, had a blast until I hit the wall. That's my issue with any sort of let's just let you upgrade your gear. We're never gonna give you an actual like new piece of gear. Eventually it's just the frustration that kills me.
Throw it aside just because an axe fell out.
Right, right.
There's different ways to do it. A game like Diablo, Path of Exile, they're very based on disposable gear. Like you're going to go through gear really quickly and you're constantly going to get gear, but you're never going to get that feeling of like, this is my sword because, you know, you're going to go through it a lot.
Right. Personally, you don't have a preference. Like there's obviously pros and cons to both. Yeah.
There's pros and cons to both. I think some games do one style better than others.
From a player's perspective, do you think it's a little bit more off-putting with the whole enhancement route?
If you feel like you literally have to win the lottery to get an item, it's like, oh, there's a 1 in a million chance of this item dropping. That's pretty brutal. Yeah. On the other hand, winning the lottery is awesome. And if you do get a sword and you're like, only 1 in a million players have this sword, you feel like a badass, even though it was just random, right? It's just luck that you got it. But that's something special. And I think we've almost lost something in games now that players have the expectation of I'm gonna finish my gear. I'm gonna look at what the best in slot items are. I'm gonna acquire them all, and that's kind of my journey. Because then you never will have that moment of nobody else has this weapon. Like I'm the only one that has this weapon, and people are gonna see me in town and be like, dude, I can't believe you got that. Because if you want that to be the case, then like 0.01 chance of something dropping is like way too high. It has to be like 0.0000 or thousands of players are going to get it on the first day.
It's one of those things where it's like the harder an item is to get, it is off-putting because people don't get it. But if you are one of the few that get it, that's like that. Like, I mean, everyone wants to show off, right? Show how big their stuff is, right? Like when it comes to an MMO, like look at me. Like everyone wants that.
But I think it's off-putting because the games give us the expectation that, oh, you are able to get that, like you should get it. I think one of the most brilliant things that the Battle Royale games do is when you know there's 100 players, you know your chance of being the last player is really rare. Like 99 other players have to screw up for you to be that last player. Right. So you go in with the expectation that you probably won't get it. And then when you do get it, and most people get it eventually, like it feels amazing. And you like you tell all your friends and like chicken dinner, whatever is great. Because you don't expect it. And I wish we could get MMOs back to that point of I don't expect to get a new item, so when I do, it feels wonderful.
That much better.
Yeah,
that much better.
But it's hard. It's hard. No one wants to go raid, kill a dragon.
So you do like having certain items, like let's just use that as an example, the Sword of 1,000 Truths, like that in a game, like that mysterious weapon or item that it could be in the form of a mount even too. Like you like having.
Invincible in World of Warcraft is like that, super rare, and so people were so excited when they saw it.
Why am I being called out? He didn't even know I was going to fucking watch this. And he just goes ahead and he just calls me out like that. Like, bro, I'm not even trying anymore. That mount doesn't exist in this fucking game. I have given up. on the existence of Invincible.
And they would show it off.
Last thing in regards to progression, I just want this will be a quick one, but one of the biggest turnoffs that I've had with BDO, and to this day I don't know why they have it, breaking and downgrading gear, backwards progression.
Go fuck yourself,
hate it. I really hope that's not in the Riot MMO. Your thoughts on backwards progression?
At Riot, we talk a lot about high highs and low lows, right? And PvP games tend to have high highs and low lows. And a low low is like, wow, this sucks. Like, I didn't just get beat. I got crushed. I got annihilated. And it feels weird to say that you want that in a game, but it matters, because if you got annihilated, some other player is like,
feeling great.
I feel great. I got a pentakill, whatever. So I think there's some advantage to having low lows. Having like durability on gear, or having it break, or you have a chance to improve it and actually downgrades. I don't know that that's enough to make the good moments feel good. It just kind of feels crappy. It's like, not worth it.
The last two sections I want to talk to you about is the classes and PvP. But as far as the classes go, you mentioned that classes in Lost Ark really stand out. What are your thoughts on classes in general for MMOs?
It depends a lot on what the design is. Like in World of Warcraft, adding a new class was very expensive for a number of reasons. For one, there were like class-specific armor. So when you add a new class now that every raid tier needs to have like armor for this character. But it wasn't just armor, it was you have to make sure there's room in the raid to like bring this new class, because if you're bringing the Death Knight, that may be one less spot for the Paladin or something. So you have to think about stuff like that. You could make a system where adding classes is relatively cheap, but that would have to mean that each class is less distinct, right? Like you probably don't have a whole talent tree or something like that. You probably can't have a lot of unique art, because that, there's just only so many hours of the day you can make art. And if you're making lots of different armor for different...
Sorry, and that was just too funny. You have this big fucking dog that's just chilling, and then just this little Poochie running behind him. Just this little pooch fucking bouncing behind him. That was funny as shit.
Different classes, you're just gonna have fewer classes by definition.
Let's say an MMO is out, right? Like it's up and running. Realistically, when it comes to the budget of it and the time investment of releasing a new class, what would you say is a good pace for a new class release for an MMO that's active and has a pretty good budget?
When we try to think of the way to answer this, I think in general you can add more classes earlier in the life cycle of the game and then slow it down. And that's kind of what we've done with League of Legends. Is we used to add new champions pretty quickly, and now it's only a few a year. Again, it depends on what you're trying to solve. Are you trying to add novelty to players because they're kind of bored with their class, they want to see something new? Are you trying to monetize because you're selling the classes, and so you need the player base to buy this new class? How much are you going to throw game balance off? Like sometimes players don't want you to screw up the game balance constantly. They're like, hey, the game is in a pretty good state.
Right.
We don't need it to get thrown off.
Your thoughts on locking classes to certain races, factions, and sex?
In general, I feel like players choose what their character looks like because they like the way that character looks.
Yeah.
And once you lock them out of something, it's harder for you just lose that option. Like gnomes in World of Warcraft, they're a little cute race. Some people love gnomes, and if they want to play a gnome, they want to play a gnome. They don't want to feel like they're supposed to play the gnome because, let's say, gnomes are the best rogues in the game because of stat bonuses or because of something like that.
Rituals,
so
delete gnomes.
Yeah, I generally say let players look like whatever they want to look like, and then put all the mechanics on the class. Like if I was making World of Warcraft today, I would probably say any race could be any class, and there's no racial bonuses because it should just be a preference. You like Tauren? Great. Tauren.
I'm glad you said that, because that's one of the biggest turnoffs I had personally had with World of Warcraft. I did play a little bit of Shadowlands and BFA just a little bit. I'm not the most experienced WoW guy, but one of the biggest gripes that I had was, number one, all my friends played Horde, so now I have to choose a race that's on Horde. And then when of those classes on top of...
Why is he saying that like it's a bad thing? Like, oh my god, I have to play the best races in the game. Bro, come on. That's like complaining that, oh my god, I have to have sex with Kate Beckinsale. You're lucky. Your friend saved you from making the wrong fucking choice. Why would you play Alliance when you could play Horde? I don't understand.
That I had to choose a class that had the racial passive that I wanted to play for PvP because I was a PvP guy, and I was kind of like, oh my, and everyone's like, oh, if you're Alliance, you gotta go human, or you know what I mean, because of the stun resist or whatever, and I'm just like, oh, it was such a turnoff for me. Yeah.
But I get it. Again, coming from like the Dungeons and Dragons roots, you just expect, oh, I'm an elf, I should be better at some things than a human, and that I know that's where it came from. I just think, in terms of where we are with video games, like just let people look like whatever they want to look like and don't worry about it.
Right. So as far as letting people look like what they want to look like, I will also say, like, I don't like, if I'm going to play a human, I'd rather be able to customize my character to really make it look like how I like it, how I prefer it to look like. And I know there's plenty of people that literally spend hours in the character customization, really customizing their game, even though they're never going to actually see their character's face because of a helmet or a top-down view or whatever that may be, right? What are your thoughts on games and MMOs that do have a deep customization? Is that important to you as a gamer, or do you not really care?
So as a gamer, it's not something I care a ton about. Like, I don't spend hours making my character. I understand some players that's really important. And some of the like Eastern MMOs, there's like,
Me. I literally just click randomize a couple of times and I go, yeah, that looks good. Let's go. Or if I'm playing any RPG ever, I just go with whatever the fuck the default is, provided the default doesn't look stupid. As soon as I see the default, I'm like, yeah, that's probably my claw. Let's go. That's my guy. We're going to be going through the game like this. I don't give a fuck about anything else here. Let's just get playing.
Moonlight Blade, like, it's crazy the amount of customization you can do. It's like, I mean, people have seen, in the West games that offer a lot of customization, but it's nothing like a game like Moonlight Blade, where it's like a human simulator. Like, anything you could possibly imagine you can do, and people will like create K-pop stars and stuff because you can get to that level of fidelity.
Right.
And that's the player expectation. I think the downside is, do you want to spend 3 hours doing your character's eyebrows before you even like jump in the game and decide if you like it or not?
Right. True. To kind of close the subject out, a lot of that does depend on the budget, right? Because I'd imagine a game like Moonlight Blade, those games that offer that feature, that's a big budget. That is not cheap to add into the game, right?
That is big budget. Yeah.
I feel like it did
like a whole team to build that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if it's a mobile game, like, you might not be able to even see that level of fidelity. Like, you have like a really cool birthmark next to your eyelash, but no one gets
to see it.
Just to see it.
Exactly. All right, so the last section I want to talk to you about is the PvP section. If I'm going to be realistic about
this is the part that I don't give a fuck about.
Even WoW, where the PvP scene is very, very big. I'd say probably the biggest PvP scene of all MMOs. Even a game like WoW, the population of PvP is somewhere between 1% to 10%, right? Is that a pretty big factor?
10% of your players could still be a lot of players, right? Like,
sure,
10%
absolutely.
of your players may play warriors, or even fewer than that. So it's still a lot of people. It just doesn't fit with some games. Some games want to be more story-based. They want to be more cooperative. PvP does take a lot of effort to balance.
Sure.
Like,
that's the biggest thing.
No, I haven't.
So easy compared to balancing PvP. The monster doesn't care if it's stunned for 6 seconds, but 6 seconds is an eternity for a player to be stunned.
Absolutely.
Yeah, PvP is very hard to get right. On World of Warcraft, we made it twice as hard for us because we didn't want to have rules work differently for the most part. We started to get away from that at the end of my tenure, and I'm not even sure what they do today. But when I say rules work differently, like, well, this stuns a monster for 6 seconds, but a person for only 1 second, or it does less damage to players, or that kind of thing, so that you give yourself at least some knobs to turn to be able to balance both systems. What really sucks is when PvP players have to just eat something because it was added for PvE, or PvE gets nerfed because of PvP. It's like, oh, well, I don't PvP at all, I just raid, but now I'm a less effective healer this week because you guys couldn't balance your PvP game. Like, that's the part as a player and a dev I really want to avoid.
I'm very much looking forward to the PvP and Riot MMO if it's added to the game. I know there's nothing confirmed about the game, but if it is added, I think I'd be very, very excited to try it out. Now, with that said, though, one of the reasons why
not even a little bit
as successful in Lost Ark is because of how difficult it is and the experience that you get as a new player. If you're playing against someone that knows what he's doing and you're a little bit less experienced, your experience in PvP is just getting stun locked and just dying. Like whether it's getting one shot or 2 comboed or 3 comboed, you're just going to go in there, get staggered or get stunned, and then it's over. And that's just like a bad experience for a lot of people, right? Generally speaking, like what are your thoughts on like the combat of PvP?
Yeah, I mean, we've learned a lot of this from League of Legends and Valorant is players want to have some agency. It really sucks when you feel like there was nothing I could do. You know, you want to learn from the encounter and think about what would you do differently next time? Like, oh, well, I used my CC immunity too soon, or I should have countered with this earlier. Like, then you feel like even though you lost, you kind of know what you're going to do better next time. The reason like the stun lock to one shot feels so bad is you're like, well, what could I have done? There was nothing I could have done. I got jumped, I got stunned, I couldn't get out of it, and then I got killed before I could get out of the stun. Like, there's just no reaction there. There's nothing you can do. If you got tanked out in the open world and they were much more powerful than you, that's a little different. But if it's supposed to be a fair fight and it just came down to like who got the CC off first, that's not player skill, right? That's not like a back and forth. That's just someone got lucky and that determined the outcome.
Making it even more ping sensitive as well, because ping is also something that we have to deal with in the West as well. Forgot to actually ask this earlier, and I was just reminded by this based off of our PvP talk. Tab targeting versus action combat. This is another very big discussion amongst all MMOs. What do you prefer, and what do you like seeing in MMOs? Are you an action combat guy, or are you a tab target guy? And then you have games like Guild Wars, by the way, that's like a mixture of both. What are your thoughts?
It's like a lot of my answers. There are, like you said, there's strengths and weaknesses to both. I've probably played more tab targeting games than action games. Maybe it's just because action games haven't had as much time to mature and they'll get there. But a lot of MMO combat is complicated enough that trying to like stay on the target, thinking that someone was in range when they weren't, like those are pretty frustrating moments, and they feel like you're fighting the game versus fighting the the enemy or the other player.
Right. So, which game?
In my opinion, I believe that tab targeting in MMOs specifically allow you to do a lot more in terms of boss design, encounter design, and just, shall we say, strategic class design. Because you can have some incredibly complex rotations for players to go through in a tab target game compared to an action combat game. Because in action combat, there's a lot of things that the player has to keep in mind, right? The player has to actively dodge. The player has to actively keep to the boss. The player has to actively aim whilst doing certain things. And so what ends up happening is you're immediately limited in the amount of abilities that you can give the character or the player. Because if the player has 20 abilities and then also has to auto-attack, because that's a big part of what makes action combat, the player is the one auto-attacking. So the player has to click the button in order to auto-attack. The player has to be the one to, push all of these buttons, plus then stay alive, plus then stay on target, plus face the right way. It just becomes a mess. So that's why most action combat games will usually have 4, maybe 5 abilities, maybe 6 if they're really starting to push themselves. Then maybe like 3 or 4 passive abilities that you sort of put up before the boss starts, and maybe throughout the boss you'll get a chance to click 1 or 2 of those buttons again. But for the most part, you don't want to fuck around with that too much, because if you do, the player's just going to have a miserable time trying to do all of this. Ultimately, I don't like that style of play. I would rather have 25 fucking buttons that I have to press in a specific order whilst also dodging things that the boss is throwing at me, but dodge just be me run out of it rather than me rolling away or actively having to block it or whatever the case might be. I like that combat style a lot more. Plus, as someone that plays from South Africa, I can tell you now, action combat is usually a mess. because, you guys can react to it almost in real time. Whereas if I tried to react to it the same time as you do, I would already have been hit by it. So you kind of, it's just almost always a little bit better to try and learn the MS or the latency of tab-targeted games versus trying to learn the MS of an action combat game. Not impossible, but easier. I can opinion on. We care about balance, and I get it's important, but I would like to see what is actively going on to affect the classes. For example, if the mana ley lines are being damaged in the story at the time, then the arcane user should be nerfed. Oh, Sophorus, you could never do that. It would be fucking awesome from sort of a story perspective, but players will lose their shit. They will lose their minds if you did that. Because, suddenly the arcane mage logs in, and they can't play. They're like 20% nerfed because of something that happened in the story. Oh my god. You would have people literally burning down the Blizzard buildings. It would just not work. It would fuck over so many guilds as well. Guilds that got ready for, they had like 3 or 4 mages because mages were super overpowered. And then suddenly they log on one morning and they're like, oh, mages are nerfed now. Good luck, find new people, please. So yeah, it would just be a miserable experience all around. You couldn't do that.
Do you feel like you enjoyed the most as far as the combat goes? So like this kind of ties into that.
I would say that I enjoy tab targeting more. Mm-hmm. But my hope is that there is room for action combat games. Like I said, I love Dark Souls. I love God of War. Those certainly aren't tab targeting, and they're very fun visceral combat.
Right.
And hopefully, action combat and MMOs will get to that point too. But
so Sophorus, the problem again, it would be fine for us that's really into the story and don't really give a fuck about anything else. It's miserable for the raider that couldn't give 2 shits about the story. He skipped everything. Skipped every single cutscene, but suddenly he's doing 20% less damage. What the fuck is going on? Where's my damage gone? Did I forget to put some trinkets on? Do I have the wrong gear on? My damage is just gone, guys. I don't know what the hell happened here. Oh yeah, there was a thing in the story. Didn't you see it? Like the ley lines are screwed. You're not drawing as much damage from the planet as you used to, right? And this guy's just like, what the fuck? So for him, this is a miserable experience. For the PvPer that used to PvP as a fucking arcane mage, he's like hitting like a wet noodle, and he doesn't understand why everyone's killing him. When he didn't do anything wrong, he's still playing the same class, but suddenly no damage is coming out. So you have to keep in mind that when you have an MMO, there's so many people that is playing the game that you can't just make a decision like that will literally screw up everyone that isn't the group that cares about the story. So from a story perspective, love it, and I would love to see that. From an actual MMO perspective, there's nothing I can think of quicker. There's nothing that I can think of that would kill the game quicker than that, which is sad, but it is just a fact.
I think it has a long way to go.
Really? Okay, interesting. How much more expensive is it for an action combat game compared to tab targeting? I have no idea, but I would assume that it's more expensive to have an MMO that's designed around action combat compared to tab targeting. That I could be completely off on that.
It's a good question. You'd have to, you need better server ping. You need better server responsiveness and good prediction for what's going to happen, because generally in action games, your positioning, your distance to the target matter a lot. On the other hand, like shooters do pretty well. They have like very, very, important, being able to get a headshot or something like that is down to the microseconds sometimes. So I think it can be done. I think ranged combat is generally easier to design than melee combat, and a lot, Destiny is largely a ranged game, but a lot of the MMOs we're talking about are fantasy, and there's an expectation of I'm going to be up close fighting someone with a sword. And so getting the melee combat to work when you have to be up close, you have to be on top of someone, the swing generally takes longer than just firing another bullet. I think those are all the challenges that action combat is still working on. But,
right.
pretty good in Lost Ark. Feels pretty good in Diablo. So
yeah, it does, but I feel like it does because it's isometric. It's top down.
Right.
I feel like it's completely different if you're doing it in 3D.
It'd be so frustrating of someone like jumping around behind you, you know, in a real action combat game that was over the shoulder camera. That would just be like, where'd they go? You know, you're constantly. But that's the part I dislike the most about PvP and MMOs is the jumping around, the circling. That's not my fantasy of martial arts or sword fighting, of like someone hopping to make them more difficult to hit, right?
Gotcha. Right. Do you like, I don't know if you've watched the competitive BDO arena tournaments, but
No.
I don't think he's I don't think he's a massive YouTuber. He's got like 70K subscribers, and he's got like 3,000 followers on 3,000 or 4,000 followers on Twitter. So I don't think he's massive. I think he just got like really fucking he got really lucky with this interview.
Literally looks like one of those Chinese kung fu movies where the characters have like teleporting powers. They're just like going like this, or those Dragon Ball Z, fight scenes where they're just going like this. It's actually kind of insane. Do you prefer something that's a little bit slower, a little bit more boomer friendly, or do you like that off the wall? Like you look at it, you're like, holy shit, like this is crazy. This is insane.
I like it when players can demonstrate skill, and I like, that goes for rating too, is it doesn't have to be one size fits all. Like what makes a fun PvP bout to watch is seeing extreme skill in play. And so I think it's fine if some players can pull off like ridiculous moves that not everyone else can.
Yeah. Okay, so the last thing that I'll ask you, and we could just do this really quick, but it's the lore, and this is I don't know Necrit. I hope I'm saying his name correctly.
I've heard both Necrit and Necrit.
Necrit. Okay, I apologize if you watch this video, but his videos are fantastic, and I saw you on your Twitter actually link the video, and you're like, I cannot confirm nor deny this. Right. And I've been studying a lot of the lore myself, or as much as I can.